Guys, this is going to be the entire First Crusade. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We have a King Generals video to do. We are doing this huge series called the First Crusade. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's about a 5-hour, 45-minute video that we're going to condense like a bunch of parts. We're going to start with part 1, which is the Battle of Manzikert, 1071. Drop in, make sure you hit that like button, make sure you hit that subscribe button so we continue to do more long series like this. I appreciate every single one of you. Well, let's jump into it. I go.
Welcome to another installment of the full-length Kings and Generals documentaries. Today we will explore a pivotal moment in medieval history, a moment that witnessed the collision of religion, politics and military strategy, real religious zeal, but also real greed and ambition. Join us as we explore the First Crusade, a profound event that shaped the course of history. In the 11th century, the lands of the Eastern Mediterranean were a tapestry of conflicting interests. Kings and generals from Western Europe set their sights on Jerusalem,
How have I always said kings and generals when...
the holy city of 3 major Abrahamic religions. But this was no ordinary military campaign. It was a complex and multifaceted endeavor that would test the leadership and resolve of those involved, with iconic figures on all sides. In this episode, we will analyze the intricate geopolitical landscape, the key figures who spearheaded the crusade, the main battles, the military tactics employed in the quest for control over the Holy Land, but also various historical and historiographical misconceptions and myths. Let's delve into our retelling of the First Crusade.
Let's go! 3 years.
The journeys we need to make generally drive team products, site links, price or choice rings, or team 90 dockeries in the reign of Basil II was the pinnacle of the Eastern Roman Empire, as this emperor of the Macedonian dynasty was a true warrior, capable administrator, and cunning diplomat.
So we're going to start in 976, so we're not going to start with Alexios. I think Alexios is the Pope, not the Pope. Alexios is the Eastern Emperor during the original Crusade. Where this takes us.
Who managed to endure civil war, defeats and corruption to eventually crush his enemies, including the Fatimids, Georgia, Khazars, and most notably Bulgaria, which he conquered in 1018. When he was not campaigning, Basil wrote laws, established the Varangian Guard, and allied the Kievan Rus under the condition that they accept Orthodox Christianity.
Is that kind of like the illusion of how the Third Rome goes to the Rus? They are dumb.
The man who would later be nicknamed the Bulgar Slayer would reign for 49 years and leave behind a vast treasury for his successors, all of which would live in the shadow of his memory. The first of these would be Constantine VIII, who ruled for 3 short years, and despite being in his late 60s, he spent most of his time hunting, feasting, and blinding nobles. Factionalism and court intrigues during his reign showed the cracks in the empire. While he was on his deathbed, he attempted to marry his daughter Zoe to the capable military commander and loyal Duke of Antioch, Constantine. But as the man made his way to the capital, the royal advisors changed the selection to the old and feeble Romanos III, who was easier to control, which was a sign that the empire now preferred court intrigue and plotting to merit and good leadership.
Well, dang. That sucks for Constantine, I guess.
Romanos took the throne in 1028 and was eager to prove his worth, so he decided to attack his own client state of Aleppo in July, but that ended in a catastrophic failure, as 20,000 of his men died of heat, thirst, and dysentery. Meanwhile, Empress Zoe was hatching her own plots, spying on her sister Theodora, and in her desperation to get pregnant at the age of 50, took on many
50? That ain't gonna happen, my man, or my woman.
lovers, while using magic charms, amulets, and potions to no avail. In 1034, Zoe had her husband drowned in the bath.
What?
marrying one of her lowborn lovers named Michael on the very same day.
That's crazy.
The new emperor, Michael IV, was scared of Zoe and knew what she was capable of, so he had her confined to her chambers.
Oh, my medieval Earth. This is medieval Earth.
Whilst doing his best to restore the strength of the empire. His rule saw significant improvements in the economic sector, as well as a great victory over the Bulgarians, who started a major revolt. But neither of those achievements could directly be attributed to him. On the administrative side, there was John the Eunuch, who managed the finances, while the famous Viking Harald Hardrada was the man leading the Varangians to victory in...
Really? See, history is so interesting.
1041, earning himself the nickname the Bulgar Burner. Meanwhile, the emperor became ill and began to shower the clergy with gifts to both appease them and find a cure, as countless generals wondered why this commoner got on the throne in the first place. Michael IV died a natural death at the end of the year, and was succeeded by his nephew, Michael V, marking the first time in half a century when the empire was not ruled by an old monarch. However, the tradition of being ruled by an incompetent monarch continued, as Michael immediately arrested Harald Hardrada, banished his uncle John, and later his adoptive mother Empress Zoe, sparking a major revolt in the capital and causing a mob to raise both Macedonian sisters, Zoe and Theodora, as empresses, while the future king of Norway blinded Michael, ending his 4-month-long reign.
Well, dang. So Zoe's back? Theodora's back.
The sisters now ruled the empire, but before long factions began to form around them and they schemed against each other until Zoe decided to marry for the third time. Many candidates and former lovers were reviewed, but eventually she settled on Constantine Monomachos, and if the constant coronation sounds confusing, that's because it was. More importantly, the tradition of handing out huge gifts at the coronation ceremony to earn the loyalty of followers exhausted the rich treasury Basil left behind.
Poor Basil, he left his empire in such a good spot, and then this all happens.
Shortly after their wedding, Constantine IX brought in his mistress Maria and exalted her to the status of empress, convincing Zoe to share her throne and her bed with this woman, leading to a convoluted situation where the Eastern Roman Empire had an emperor and 3 empresses, who were about to face a wave of new and old opponents. The Byzantine holdings in Italy were crumbling under the wave of Norman invasions. Bulgaria was conquered, but it no longer served as the barrier to other nomadic people, which allowed the Pechenegs to cross the Danube and harass the Balkans. The Kievan Rus launched a huge invasion in 1043, which was stopped with the use of Greek fire.
Gotta love Greek fire.
Despite all of these enemies and 2 major failed rebellions, the empire continued to expand, annexing the Armenian kingdom of Ani, a mountainous region that would have made for a good buffer state against the avalanche of Seljuk conquests. Nomadic military traditions met Sunni Islam, and the combination, fueled by the concept of jihad, unleashed itself on the Islamic world, where despite being seen as barbarians by some, the undeniable military prowess of the Seljuks helped them unify most of the Middle East. They now turned their gaze on the Orthodox Romans and Shiite Fatimids. Constantine's reign ended in 1055 with another calamity that would leave a permanent mark on the empire, the East-West Schism.
Oh.
The throne passed to the only surviving member of the Macedonian dynasty, Theodora, who tried to centralize power, while the court engaged in intrigues and plots. Her death a year later would bring an end to 189 years of rule under the dynasty. Naturally, civil war ensued, and after
Naturally, right? It has to be natural.
it, Michael VI and Isaac Komnenos ruled for a year each, until Constantine X Ducas got his chance to start a dynasty. The court was purged, gifts and titles were once again handed out. Meanwhile, the enemies of the empire were only growing stronger. In particular, the Seljuks themselves just had a change in leadership after the founder of the empire Tugril died and was succeeded by his nephew Alparslan. The nomads derived their legitimacy from military success, so the new sultan decided to prove himself by leading an expedition against the city of Ani, which was one of the largest cities in the world at the time. Despite its riches and dense population, its corrupted governor stole gold from the defense budget, and when the Seljuks arrived, they found a section of the city wall unguarded and
That's why you can't have corrupt people in charge.
pounced, subjecting it to a brutal sack in 1064. The last time the Eastern Romans suffered a defeat of this caliber was all the way back in 838, when Amorium was sacked by the Abbasids. Yet Constantinople's only response was not to send an army and pick up the pieces, but to prosecute members of the Armenian clergy, while
Of course. Absolutely zero, what do you call it? Ownership to this.
focusing entirely on the Italian lands they were losing. This complete lack of interest in the eastern frontier was coupled with a disintegration of the professional army, decreased army salaries, lack of repairs on border forts, and reliance on mercenaries.
I mean, they're just holding on to something. Honestly, we all know the story. About 400 years, a lot of this is just going to collapse either way. But you can just see it's a slippery slope, like slowly, ever so slowly. But it's not really that slow. They are losing a lot of ground. They are losing a lot of influence because of these poor regulated, poor managed, poor administered subregions of the Eastern Roman Empire.
Yet it was once again the final act written from his deathbed that was the most influential in the 8-year-long reign of Constantine X.
Which was?
Desperate to keep his dynasty in charge, the dying emperor made his wife Eudokia swear an oath in front of all court officials that she would take no future husband and rule as regent until their son could assume the throne. At this point in time, a massive Seljuk raid penetrated deep into Byzantine territory, and the important city of Khazaria was sacked, while the empress discovered a plot by the Duke of Serdica, Romanos, that quickly made her break the oath she swore. Knowing how fragile her position was, and unlike her husband, understanding the importance of keeping the nomadic raiders at bay, she turned to the now imprisoned Romanos and made him an offer. The man was to marry her.
Yo, old politics is so weird, man.
And defend the empire against its enemies, or die. This was a wise choice.
You will marry me, you will die.
Considering the many noble families plotting to seize power for themselves, most notably Constantine's brother John, who, as many notable generals in the past, would defeat their foes only to gain confidence and rebel against the crown. Romanos accepted the offer, and now owed his life to his empress. He wasted no time in preparing against one of the greatest foes the Romans ever faced. Decades of decay and lack of funds had turned the once fearsome army into a mob of peasants and undisciplined mercenaries, which the new emperor had to drill into a competent fighting force. In 1068, news spread of the plunder of Neo Khazaria, so Romanos set out with a small force and chased the Seljuks for 8 days until eventually engaging the nomads, slowed down by the loot and slaves they carried. The cargo was abandoned and the Seljuks rushed back home, making the new emperor confident. Next, he regrouped with the main army to take Hierapolis from the Emirate of Aleppo, wisely avoiding the summer heat, before hearing of yet another raid that sacked Amorium. His first campaign had mixed results, but the soldiers were happy that they finally had a leader who fought alongside them.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of morale with that.
While his internal enemies did their best to focus on his failures to protect Roman citizens. The following year, another distraction was thrown into the mix as one of the Norman mercenaries, Robert Crispin, leading a contingent of Frankish troops, rebelled against the empire and attacked tax collectors in Edessa. He was captured and exiled to the island of Abydos, allowing Romanos to continue his fight against the Seljuks. A large army went on to secure Aklat on Lake Van, while a smaller force under a sub-commander was ordered to guard the border. That force was overwhelmed, and the Seljuks razed another city, this time Iconium, forcing Romanos.
I just don't see how they're that deep. They're that deep into the territory, and there's just no synergy with this army.
To give chase and pick up the abandoned loot after catching up with them. The frustration was building up, as traditional tactics proved ineffective against the lighter-armed cavalry force. The Byzantine army was expensive to upkeep and feed, and while the emperor was campaigning, the court was plotting, forcing Romanos to balance his military campaign with administrative duties.
Sounds a lot like Caesar, but not just in that parallel.
Because of that, the campaign season of 1070 was entrusted to Manuel Komnenos, nephew of the former Emperor Isaac and elder brother to the future Alexios, while the emperor focused on the loss of Italy and monetary reforms aimed at funding the army. Public events were restricted, the currency was debased from 87 to 70% gold, and court salaries decreased, which hurt his image, but allowed him to gather the resources necessary to raise a significant army.
If the currency goes from 87 to 70% gold, does that create inflation?
Which was needed now more than ever, since Manuel was defeated and captured by a Seljuk general who used the classic feigned retreat maneuver. However, while the noble was held hostage, he convinced the enemy general to change sides and escort Komnenos back to the capital.
Wow, that is impressive. That is a lot of charisma right there in equation.
The combination of active leadership in the east, as well as the defection of a key general, who also happened to be the Sultan's brother-in-law, escalated the conflict. Alparslan was more interested in his war against the Fatimids, as he considered their Shi'ism too heretical to suffer, but he could not neglect the Byzantines anymore. So the Sultan personally led a campaign to the strategic region around Lake Van in September 1070, taking the cities of Manzikert and Alat, before securing the allegiance of the Mawanids and attacking Edessa.
So they're moving fast. They got a plan, they've executed it. Now we're gonna have a response from the Byzantine.
Countryside was plundered, and the city garrison managed to hold off the attackers, but overall Alparslan got what he came for, and could now divert his attention to the real foes in the south, first stopping by the city of Aleppo. The emir of the vassal city was ordered to come out and swear an oath, but he refused, which led to the siege of the city in April 1071. Deciding to use this to his advantage, Romanos quickly gathered his army and marched towards Lake Van in an attempt to retake what was lost. His army included the professional Byzantine corps, as well as Bulgarians, Pechenegs, Oghuz Turks, Armenians and Normans, for a total of 40,000.
Not bad, not bad.
Every man was ordered to bring enough provisions for 2 months, which, considering the size of the army and the mountainous region, was critical. The host reached Lake Van in August, where the emperor divided his army into 2 equal parts in order to cover more ground, ease the logistical strain, and simultaneously capture both Manzikert and Alat.
So they just have a garrison? That's it?
Which were a day's march apart from each other. Upon hearing news of this movement, Alparslan abandoned Aleppo in May and rushed towards the lake with incredible speed, even losing many men who drowned crossing the Euphrates.
Okay.
Romanos and his advisors considered this to be an act of panic and assumed the Sultan would need time to gather new recruits from his domain, while in reality, his forced march was able to surprise the secondary contingent sent to take Alat. The Byzantine force panicked and withdrew to Melitene without sending word to Romanos.
Well, good job, guys.
The Seljuks numbered no more than 20,000 and had just eliminated an equally large and better armed force with their mere presence. On the next day, August 25th, 1071, the emperor, who had just taken the city of Manzikert, became aware of the Seljuk presence and was baffled to find out half of his men deserted him. he immediately sent out one of his commanders to push back the riders, assuming it was just a scouting party. The commander engaged the enemy, but after realizing this was the entire Seljuk army, he withdrew and reported back to Romanos with 2 spears sticking out of his armor.
Dang!
More troops were sent, but Alparslan once again employed the feigned retreat to avoid casualties and captured a small squadron of men who overextended themselves. Romanos knew that after his reforms and all of the sacked cities, this was his chance to prove himself and eliminate the eastern threat for good, so he ordered
Dang, we got a lot of army going after him now.
an attack against Alparslan. But by that time, the nomads had retreated to a nearby hilltop. The real battle would have to wait, so the Romans went back to their fortified camp just outside Manzikert. Later that evening, the Seljuks launched a devastating raid, taking advantage of the new moon, and harassed whoever was outside the safety of the walls.
So basically new moon, obviously no light.
An eyewitness account reports, "For who could get any sleep when the danger had drawn its sword and pointed it at us?" At dawn, another raid was launched, but it was repelled by the infantry. Shortly afterwards, 2 messengers arrived, telling Romanos that a group of Oghuz Turks defected and joined the Sultan, and that Alparslan himself wanted to discuss peace terms. The peace talks went on for some time, but the emperor was aware that should he sign any kind of deal, he would be facing a rebellion back in Constantinople, so he abruptly ended the talks and signaled for his men to form up.
Because if he gives any ground, he's going to be looking at this, or people are going to look at this as a failure.
Romanos took the center with the cavalry and Varangian guards. The western tagmata made up the left wing, while the right wing was comprised of the eastern units. Finally, the rear was commanded by Andronikos Doukas, the nephew of Constantine X and member of the family which despised Romanos. His presence on the campaign was an attempt to ease tensions, but also as a guarantee that his father would not start an uprising in the capital. The Seljuks deployed their units in a crescent formation, protruding at the wings, with Alparslan leading the center. Romanos, who was an experienced commander and capable fighter, slowly advanced on the enemy under constant arrow fire as they withdrew.
They just really love this feign, or what is it called? Feign retreat?
Smaller engagements were fought, but eventually, by the end of the afternoon, the Seljuks were pushed back and the Sultan's camp was captured. Romanos quickly realized that his army was losing cohesion and was afraid that if he didn't reform the line in time, the enemy would rampage throughout his camp under the veil of darkness, so he ordered the imperial standard to be reversed, which was the command to withdraw. The fatigued, disorganized and distant wings were confused by this, and some misinterpreted it as a signal that Romanos had fallen.
This is just... The Eastern Roman Empire is just laughable compared to the Seljuk Turks.
Gaps began to open, and the reserve Seljuk force pounced at the opportunity to go through them and surround the Roman forces, who had just marched over 10 kilometers in heavy armor and were struggling to organize a withdrawal. Seeing this, the rest of the Seljuk forces also rejoined the fight, and it wasn't long before both wings collapsed and began to flee, leaving the center surrounded. The standard was once again reversed in an attempt to rally the troops, but by then it
the reserves just chilling when they could be helping out.
Was too late. The only hope left lay in the hands of the rearguard and the Doukas family, who could prevent total disaster, as most of the men were not captured or slain, but merely retreated. It was in that crucial moment when Andronikos announced that the emperor was dead.
He's trying to save himself. And
marched his men to Constantinople, spreading the word of the death of Romanos through the cities he passed along the way.
Dang.
Back in the camp, the non-combatants were utterly confused and reported it was like an earthquake, with howling, grief, sudden fear, clouds of dust, and finally hordes of Turks riding all around. As darkness set in, Romanos, who had fought despite fatigue and wounds, was captured and his camp was ransacked. Most escaped as the riders were hesitant to blindly chase after the enemy on the mountain roads. and so the young Seljuk Empire matched the Sassanids in capturing a Roman emperor not far from the last time it occurred in Edessa 811 years ago.
Dang.
But rather than
811 years ago. Oh, I don't know who that is.
killing or humiliating his captive, Alparslan treated him well and with respect. A famous exchange, reported by chroniclers on both sides, quickly followed, as Alparslan asked how he would have been treated if he was captured, to which Romanos replied that he would be killed in a cruel manner. The Sultan instead offered to return Romanos to his home, dressed in the fine clothing of a Seljuk noble, with an escort and any prisoners he wanted to be freed.
Is this a setup or is this just empathy?
A peace treaty was signed, but we will never know if the Sultan anticipated what happened next.
He's gonna get killed on the way back. I just know it.
For it was the release of a presumed dead Romanos that did irreparable damage to the empire. Back in Constantinople, the nobles immediately tried to distance themselves from their defeated leader and deposed him, quickly replacing him with Michael VII Ducas, who exiled his mother Eudokia. They were well aware that Romanos still commanded respect among the soldiers, and began assembling their own army to defeat him by exploiting the countryside, since the royal treasury was empty. The Norman mercenary Robert was taken out of his cell and led a makeshift army that met Romanos in battle and defeated him, at the expense of many Roman lives. The civil war was brief, and ended with the capture of the once mighty commander who pleaded for mercy while he was blinded.
Dang, I really like blinding people.
An infection quickly set in, and Romanos died soon after.
Wow.
Romanos' stepson, Michael the
That's crazy. That's crazy. History is crazy. So this was like the precursor, I'm guessing. And there's going to be more precursors probably up to the actual First Crusade. That was insane. By the way, the Seljuk Turks they had nothing to do with that. They had nothing to do with that. They had amazing, mercy to let Romanos free. Like that is beautiful. That is beautiful that they let him go. Insane that that one guy just abandoned and told everyone he was dead. That guy was a coward for sure. But yeah, crazy how that went down. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, as we got a lot more Crusade to watch. And this is just the first Crusade too. So we got a lot more Crusade to watch. I appreciate you so much. Make sure to hit the like button. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We are continuing our First Crusade via the Kings and Generals channel. Today we'll be talking really about, let's see, the rise of Alexios. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Komnenos, and the Battle of Calabria. Strap in. We're going to learn together. Glad you're here. Let's go.
At the expense of many Roman lives. The civil war was brief, and ended with the capture of the once mighty commander who pleaded for mercy while he was blinded. An infection quickly set in, and Romanos died soon after.
That was it.
Romanos' stepson, Michael VII, now sat on the throne, but behind the scene, various noble families were competing for power and titles as the state crumbled. The young emperor would eventually earn the nickname Peripinekis, or minus a quarter, for the debasement of the currency, solidus, which now contained only 58% gold.
So we went from, where were we? It's been dropping. It's been dropping.
With the remainder being made up of silver and copper. This meant that the buying power of the currency dropped, which in turn crippled the economy.
Inflation.
And when Michael raised taxes, there was an immediate response from the Balkans. In general, the sources claim that the 21-year-old emperor was a mere puppet, ruled by different courtiers at different periods, and was only interested in hunting and feasts. Bulgarian rebels, supported by Serbia, raised a pretender, Constantine Bodin, in 1072, who took Skopje and defeated the strategos of the Bulgarian theme. Nish and Ohrid quickly fell, before the empire could organize a response. The rebels were crushed at Castoria, but it would take time until 1073 until the remnants were dealt with. Not only did this cost the empire crucial time, but it meant that they couldn't launch a full-scale counterattack to the east, as a large portion of its professional army, or Tagmeta, was busy in the Balkans.
And I think that's like a continuation of grievances that Constantinople is going to have, and it has had the last 400 or 500 years, and will continuously have for the next 400 years, which is, which side do we fight on? I mean, we there's the craziness that's happened in the Balkans previously, Bulgaria, and even before that, and now the East has always been, in the East, there's always been someone that wants to attack, whether it be Persia, the Abbasids, the Caliphate, all of, and now the Seljuk Turks. So continuously, it's just a back and forth.
The compromise was to send a smaller force under the command of Isaac Komnenos, along with his younger brother Alexios, leading a tenth of what Romanos gathered 2 years earlier. Accompanying them was a cavalry force of 400 Frankish mercenaries headed by the Norman Roussel de Bayeux, who was present at Manzikert. By this point, the Seljuks had already broken the eastern defences.
So why were Normans, like Frankish Normans, this far east?
And roamed the Anatolian plateau unopposed, but the coastline was secure, as well as any city with stone walls, so the region was far from being lost, and this expeditionary force was crucial in asserting dominance over the nomads. The imperial army assembled in the area of Caesarea, where a serious incident drove a wedge between the Byzantines and their mercenaries. After Isaac punished a Frankish soldier, the insulted Norman leader took his men and fled during the night. Upon hearing this news, the Byzantine commander considered sending Alexios to track them down, but that was when he was informed that a Seljuk force was approaching their position. The two armies met near Cappadocia, and after a failed ambush, Isaac was wounded and captured, while Alexios barely escaped. Some of the fleeing soldiers were rejected from the nearby cities, who were afraid the Seljuks were close behind. Meanwhile, Roussel managed to defeat a different group of nomads and seize the town of Ankara, where he proclaimed himself a prince and founded his own state.
So interesting. That's so far away from what he knows, apparently, what I know. Frankish Norman. So that's a long ways away. He's over here. And then he creates his own state. That kind of it's like a precursor of what we will see in the First Crusade, and what nation states are created in the Levant against the will of Alexios, which was to win back the territory.
The news shocked the emperor, who responded by sending his uncle, John Ducas, with a considerable force to deal with the adventurer. Of the 12,000-strong army, many were fresh recruits, with some veterans from Manzikert, as well as 1,500 Varangians and 500 Franks.
Franks. So, I must be missing something, like the connection to Franks and why they are circulating this far out east. In terms of I guess it's just hot contracts and they're mercenaries.
Once Roussel learned that the army crossed the Bosphorus, he gathered his own 3,000 men, most of whom were knights. The two armies met on the 10th of May 1074 on the bridge of the Sangarios River, not far from Amorium, which was the Norman power base. The Romans offered amnesty to the adventurer, but their offer was rejected.
This guy wants to die.
That is when, rather than waiting for reinforcements from the nearby cities, the inexperienced John Ducas ordered his men to charge across the river. The Byzantines were now in a very precarious position, with the river at their back and the Norman army in front.
But shouldn't they have the edge here?
The three divisions were arranged in two lines, with the right flank led by the Franks, while John held the centre with his Varangians. His son Andronikos was on the left, with the governor of the Anatolic theme, Nikephoros Vortaniates, in charge of the rearguard, composed of the levies. In the early hours of the next day, Roussel rode towards the Frankish line and addressed the men, urging them to defect, which they did. Together, the two groups pushed against the Roman centre. As the battle raged,
Who did he engage?
levies,
Did he engage the Franks?
the men, urging them to defect, which they did. Together, the two groups pushed against the Roman centre. As the battle raged on between the most elite troops on the field, Nikephoros Vataniates panicked and ordered a retreat, taking half the army to his estates. Seeing this, many began to surrender or retreat, and before long the battle was over.
What about John? What happened to the uncle?
John Ducas was captured alongside his son Andronikos, who now contemplated the irony as 3 years ago.
Yeah, remember this is the guy that abandoned the emperor last time.
He was in charge of the rearguard and abandoned Romanos at Manzikert. A new army was quickly gathered under the command of his other son Constantine. But shortly after crossing to release his family, he died, and another expedition disintegrated, leading to nothing but debt.
Dang.
Roussel decided to make another gamble by proclaiming the captured John Ducas as the new emperor.
What? That's interesting.
This was the pivotal moment when desperation forced the Roman hand to choose the lesser evil. After losing his bid for the Seljuk throne against Alparslan, Suleiman and his 3 brothers fled to the Taurus Mountains back in 1064, and he became the sole survivor after multiple punitive raids. Now that Melikshah I ruled the Seljuk Empire, which was weakening, Suleiman managed to establish himself in the region, which had the exact same climate conditions as the steppe, but was detached from the authority of Isfahan. The nomads raided, but also traded with the local Byzantines, who were themselves cut off from Constantinople, when suddenly Suleiman received an offer which would not only make him an ally of the empire, but also formalize his territorial claims and fill his pockets. All he had to do was deal with Roussel, who just sacked Chrysopolis near Constantinople. The Norman finally met his match as he fell for the classic feigned retreat and was captured by the Seljuks. But before Constantinople could send their ransom, his wife showed up with a generous amount of gold, and the Seljuks released him. Desperation really kicked in, and Michael used his connection to Georgia via his wife Maria.
This is so much, by the way. I'm not going to remember all this, but this is so, like, there's just so many interpolitical happenings happening. Does that make sense?
To convince Tsar George II to hold the eastern frontier and capture Roussel in return for Theodosiopolis, Tau and Kars. The crucial cities and forts were handed over, but the Georgian army failed, with many joining the Norman cause.
My God, this guy is probably the most persuasive man I've ever seen in my life.
All seemed lost, but the Byzantines were well aware that if this was not handled quickly, rebellions would erupt elsewhere, proclaiming John as their rightful leader. The next candidate to step up to the job was Alexios Komnenos, a 20-year-old energetic and charismatic man who was appointed commander-in-chief and sent to deal with Roussel without any significant funds or army. Unrelenting, the young man used his cunning and appealed to the Seljuks, promising them riches if they would capture the prince. The nomads agreed, and once again accomplished their task by inviting the wanted man to a feast and betraying him. Roussel
It's like Game of Thrones happening over here.
was brought to the city of Amasya, but the problem was that Alexios didn't have the funds he promised, so he turned to the local populace. Surprisingly, the locals preferred the Norman garrison and grew fond of their prince, who, unlike the empire, protected them from Turkic raids. In order to convince them, Alexios blindfolded Roussel and announced that he was blinded and was in no condition to defend them anymore. This plan worked, and after gathering the funds and paying the Seljuks, Alexios returned to Constantinople victorious and locked him in a dungeon in 1076.
I guess lie, fake it till you make it type conversation there. I can say. Fake it till you make it.
This is a good point to shift to the other side of our narrative, as in 1076, the growing tensions between Pope Gregory VII and Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV erupted into what is now known as the investiture controversy. The boundary
Investiture controversy? We gotta go closed captions for that.
erupted into what is now known as the
Investiture controversy. That's what you said. Controversy.
investiture controversy.
Said it very weird.
The boundaries between the imperial and papal authority were always blurred. But Gregory was an overly ambitious and influential pope who reformed the church, enforcing celibacy for the clergy, and preached the idea of an organized papal army led by the pontiff. On one occasion he wanted to lead an expedition into Al-Andalus, on another to aid the Eastern Roman Empire in retaking their lost lands, provided they accept the primacy of the Catholic Church, before that force retook the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem.
Ambitious.
While these ideas sound familiar now, back then it was unheard of for a pope to wield that much power or even lead his own army. Already the seed of future events was planted in a combination of the desperate Byzantine leadership asking for aid from the West and the desire for increased power for the papacy. Agents were sent throughout Europe, exaggerating reports of violent barbarians defiling and harassing innocent pilgrims, despite the fact that since the Islamic conquest of the Holy Lands, thousands of pilgrims made their way to Jerusalem. Initially, the preferred route was to
propaganda.
Go to a maritime city, chiefly Venice, and then sail for 2 weeks. But over time, the difficult naval trip was made worse by Arab pirates and became less used than the land route. One could travel to Constantinople by land or sea, then take the Roman roads, enjoying the hospitality in this medieval version of tourism, which the Normans, Seljuks, and general instability made worse. But the stars were not yet aligned for one of the most pivotal changes in history to occur. It would take a different pope and different Eastern Roman emperor for these ideas to coalesce.
20 years.
Back in Byzantium, the idea of handing out money to solve all of their problems was expanded upon, with the alliance with Hungary and the Normans. In fact, Robert Guiscard was paid a large amount of gold and given 40.
So if the Normans were actually in Naples, right? Or not Naples per se, but like that area, that's not as far as what I was thinking. Talking about like Gaulish Persian.
Titles to bestow upon his followers, each acting as an annual salary. But above all, his daughter was betrothed to the son of the emperor. The idea behind this expensive endeavor was to ensure nominal control over southern Italy, as well as buy time for the state to recover. All of this money had to come from somewhere, so a reform was passed aiming to centralize the grain trade. Until this moment, farmers sold their produce to merchants, who then sold the grain to the populace at a competitive price. But
capitalism.
In these troubled times, tax evasion was widespread. The solution was to concentrate the entire grain trade to one city, Redestos, where the price would be the same and each transaction much easier to tax.
Interesting.
The immediate aftermath of this policy saw farmers withholding their grain in order to create a shortage, which would then raise the prices. The overcrowded city of Constantinople, filled with refugees from all the lands in Anatolia now given to the Seljuk allies, began to starve, which
we saw that before. Rome
led to an uprising. Emperor Michael managed to quell it, but the problems were just starting, as this rebellion led to civil war.
Really?
Usually civil wars involved two sides. However, in this scenario, there were 4 separate rebellions, each
4. It's gonna be interesting.
With its own goal. First, there was Philaretos Frachamios, who carved out a very large piece of the empire centered around Antioch after the Battle of Manzikert. He proclaimed himself emperor and slowly expanded his realm by attacking other Roman cities.
Wow.
Secondly, a federation of cities on the Danube River broke off and sided with the nomadic Pechenegs. In November 1077, the most powerful man in the Balkans, governor of the Dyrrhachian theme, Nikephoros Vrienios, also proclaimed himself emperor and gathered
So many emperors.
a coalition of supporters filled with veteran soldiers, as he himself was a capable commander. Lastly, we have Nikephoros Vataniates, the 76-year-old governor of the Anatolia theme, with very few supporters or credentials, who rebelled in October 1078.
So this almost feels like, how China was in the early 20th century with warlords in their territory. Feels very similar to that.
Vrenios took action, and after taking over much of the western territories, marched on Constantinople, hoping the people would embrace him. But
Never mind, does not feel similar like that at all. This is interestingly different. This is someone that is trying to take it all.
after he was rejected, he raided the suburbs. Pecheneg riders also rode south, hoping to plunder some villages, forcing the pretender to pull back. In the meantime, Vataniates was well aware that he could not take the city on his own, so he pushed the next domino in our story by hiring Seljuk mercenaries.
I figured Suleiman and some Seljuks were about to be within all this.
After he took Nicaea, he stationed many of them as garrison forces in western Anatolia, including key cities like Pergamon, Ephesus and Sardis, cities these steppe raiders could hardly take on their own, with the assumption that the moment he asked for them to leave, they would follow his command. Back in Constantinople, the aristocracy knew they had to pick a side, so they chose not based on merit, but on how easy it would be to control the next ruler. The city rebelled, forcing Michael to abdicate.
Do you see also when he's talking right here, like the Sultanate Rum territory, the Suleiman, the Seljuk Turks. I guess it's a vassal state or some sort, or it might just be an expansive state. It's growing their territory ever so closer to the coast now of Anatolia.
And Vataniates was invited to take the throne, which he did as Nikephoros III. The new emperor made a deal with the wife of Michael, Maria. She married him in exchange for the recognition of her child, Constantine Ducas, as the heir to the throne. Nikephoros III then proceeded to hand out the customary gifts and titles, but doubled down by forgiving all debt and expanding various rights to secure the rule of his new dynasty. One of those titles was that of Caesar, or second in command, which was offered to Vrenios but was rejected. Vrahamios, on the other hand, agreed to accept him as emperor in return for control over his territory stretching between the key cities of Antioch, Melitini and Edessa. However, the rebellions didn't die out, and Vrenios was able to take over most of the Balkans, forcing Nikephoros III to appoint Alexios to crush him.
Alexios is really coming into play here.
It was 1078, and Alexios marched west with an army between 5,000 and 10,000 troops strong, 2,000 of which were Seljuk cavalry, 2,000 Chometeni, or elite infantrymen, a few hundred Frankish knights, and a newly raised regiment of Athanati, or immortals, with the remainder made up of newly raised levies. The rebel army was not only more numerous, composed of 12,000 seasoned warriors, a mixture of Takhmeta, Slavic, Pecheneg and Frankish mercenaries, but was also led by a more experienced commander. Alexios made camp on a shore of a small stream near the fortress of Calavriae, but he didn't fortify his camp as a sign of strength. He quickly sent out Seljuk scouts, learning the location and size of the enemy force, but some of the scouts got captured, and that exposed his own position. Vrenios knew that he had his opponent outnumbered, so he marched his army for the decisive battle. Alexios was on the defense.
Yeah, it looks like Alexios is outmatched here.
And held his left flank with his immortals. The center was made up of Franks, while the right, under the command of Constantine Katakalon, was made up of the Chometeni and
I guess the Seljuks are on the right.
Seljuks.
Yeah.
The Turks made up an extreme right wing, ready to counteract the enemy Pechenegs, with another smaller detachment on the far left positioned within a hollow concealed from the enemy. Vrenios had deployed his army in 3 divisions, each in 2 lines, with Pecheneg cavalry to his far left. The right wing consisted of a 5,000-strong unit, bolstered by Frankish knights and Thessalian cavalry under his brother John. His left was made up of 4,000 troops from Thrace and Macedonia, while he led the 4,000-strong centre. As the rebels approached, the ace Alexios hid was sprung, and the powerful wing under John was caught between the immortals led by Alexios and those lying in ambush, who were now rushing towards the battle with war cries. The rebels panicked, but after cutting down one of his enemies, Vrenios rallied his men, halting their rout and urging them back into the fray. Despite his best efforts, Alexios, who was in the midst of the battle slashing with his sword, saw his men break and flee as they were chased and cut down.
Very tight right now.
Meanwhile, on the right, the Pechenegs managed to evade the Seljuk riders and overwhelmed the right wing. In the center, Nikephoros persuaded the Franks to desert the loyalists.
In all of this, you have persuasion? That's insane.
As they swore fealty to him in the middle of the battle.
That's crazy.
All seemed lost, so Alexios gathered 6 of his companions and charged into the enemy line, hoping to kill the usurper and end the war. It was aided by the sudden decision of the Pecheneg riders to turn back and rush toward the camp of their allies. They took as much loot as they could, while the camp followers ran to the safety of the rearguard. Part of Vrenios' army was celebrating, while others were running, and it was in this atmosphere of utter confusion that Alexios spotted the purple-clothed royal horse with both swords of state to its side. He immediately rushed in, killed some retainers, and rode off with it back to his camp. Once he arrived, he found the remnants of his now shattered army and began lifting their spirits, spreading the rumor that the enemy commander was dead as he rode atop his horse. At that very moment, an extra contingent of Seljuk horse archers made their way to the camp, just in time for the counterattack the loyalists were about to launch on the unsuspecting enemy.
They are rallying. Give that to them.
The reformed army was once again divided in
Oh, that does not look like an even match, though.
3, with 2 detachments lying in ambush, while the third, a mix of Seljuks and Immortals, planned to execute the classic but extremely difficult feigned retreat. Multiple small groups of nomads fired their arrows at the rebels, scattering many of them. Next, the heavy cavalry charged in. One of the riders spotted Vrenios, and according to the Alexiad, dashed at full gallop straight at Vrenios, and thrust his spear with great violence against the latter's breast. Vrenios, for his part, whipped his sword out quickly from its sheath, and before the spear could be driven home, he cut it in 2, and struck his adversary on the collarbone, and bringing down the blow with the whole power of his arm, cut away the man's whole arm, breastplate included.
That's insane. That's an insane description.
After a while, Alexios ordered the retreat, hoping it wouldn't turn into a rout as the veterans gave chase. Again, according to the Alexiad, forthwith at the given signal, those in ambush rode through them like swarms of wasps from various directions, and with their loud war cries and shouts and incessant shooting, not only filled the ears of Vrenios' men with a terrible din, but also utterly obscured their sight by showering arrows upon them from all sides. The bold plan had worked, and before long, the rebel leader was exhausted, and despite his best efforts, the day belonged to Alexios Komnenos. Vrenios was blinded, but pardoned and allowed to return to Adrianople.
This was a very insane fight. Like, really cool description that he gave with the charge. But the fact that Alexios survived that was quite impressive, and the defecting was interesting, and the raiding of their own camp was it's weird. A weird battle.
As for the victorious general, he was not allowed back into the capital, and instead was sent out against a new pretender.
What is this, Rome?
Nikephoros Vasilakis, who rose up in Thessaloniki, attracting many of the remaining rebels. But one night attack later, this rebellion was also put down. It was now 1080, and the gold content of the solidus fell to 33%, as the fourth Nikephoros rose up in rebellion. This time it was Melisinos who rebelled with the aid of Suleiman. By that point, Suleiman received the title of the Sultan of Rum from the Sultan Melik Shah. In return for Suleiman's support, Melisinos opened the gates of Nicaea, which fell to the hands of the Sultanate of Rum, once again without a fight. Alexios was ordered to deal with the man who happened to be his brother-in-law, but this time he refused. No action was taken against him, since news reached the capital that Robert Guiscard was planning to launch a massive invasion, after a monk impersonating Michael VII appealed to him to take back his throne, and
This is insane.
Alexios was needed to stop that incursion. And it was right around this time that the old and childless Nikephoros III decided to break the agreement he made with Maria, and appointed one of his relatives the heir, alienating the Komneni family, which joined the rebels. In April 1081, a band of German mercenaries was bribed and opened the gates of Constantinople to Alexios and his army, which proceeded to brutally sack the city. The Varangian Guard continued to defend the palace, but 3 days later, the Patriarch convinced the now 79-year-old emperor to abdicate. Alexios I Komnenos became the emperor.
So that's how he became emperor. Wow.
While we now tend to think of Alexios as a capable ruler, at the time of his coronation, the Sultanate of Rum was handed most of Anatolia and supported another pretender to the throne, a usurper. The Normans were about to invade. Control over Serbia and Bulgaria was nominal. The alliance of the Danubian cities was in rebellion, supported by the Pechenegs. The treasury was empty.
The currency is done.
Power was depleted, and the solidus fell to 10% gold content.
10%.
No man alive could unify the bickering families and hold the empire together while also campaigning against this many enemies. But Alexios's mother, Anna Dalasini, was no man. Alexios's mother not only played a pivotal role in his rebellion, but was the real power behind the administration for the next 15 years, second only to her son. She arranged marriage alliances and delicately balanced the power between the most powerful people in the empire. The previous approach of purging political opponents was abandoned and replaced with mercy and amnesty. Many old titles were discarded, and instead new ones were created. Nikephoros Melisinos was pardoned and made Caesar, as well as the governor of Thessaloniki. The extended Komnenos family was given important posts. Precious gifts were sent to the Pope, Doge, Holy Roman Emperor, and various Italian lords, while Alexios mustered an army to meet Robert Guiscard.
This is going crazy.
You can check out the 2 videos we made covering the conflict, including the Battle of Dyrrhachium, which was as devastating as Manzikert, via the link in the description and in the top right corner. Despite numerous setbacks, Alexios and his coalition held out long enough until Guiscard died of malaria in 1085. But in order to repay the Venetian allies who made this victory possible, Alexios made considerable concessions to the Republic.
Wow. And it looks like we're coming up on that time. I can't tell when the split is, but we're going to go ahead and say the split happened right now for the videos, from this video to the next one. This was a very interesting video. I mean, it tells you right there, it's the rise of Alexios through, you know, just a crazy like spur of events that happened. And then just look how much territory was lost in Anatolia, and then the different usurpers, the different factions that rose within this. The currency plummets, hyperinflation, you have these invasions, and how does Constantinople survive for another 370 years? It's insane. It's insane. The Eastern Roman Empire hanging on by a thread, basically, at this point in time. But they survive. They will survive for a little bit longer. Thank you guys so much for watching. We got tons of more. history to watch together. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that like. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. This is part 3 of the First Crusade. We just saw the rise of Alexios, so make sure you go see that part if you haven't yet. That's already out. This is part 3. This part 3 is going to be the rise of the Seljuk Turks, or the Seljuk Empire, I believe. So let's go right now.
Were able to describe the extreme events occurring in this timeline. On one hand, the medieval warm period, spanning approximately from 950 to 1250.
The medieval warm period. Interesting, never heard that term before. Is that because of temperature or what?
Coupled with developments in iron smelting, led to a population boom in Europe, particularly in modern-day France, England and Germany, which could now access new fertile lands due to the adoption of horseshoes and the heavy plough.
Interesting. Very interesting.
This population growth meant that many could join an armed pilgrimage under the right circumstances. On the other hand, the entire Middle East was destabilized by dry and extremely cold winters. Egypt, which was the breadbasket of the region for millennia, was barren after consecutive years of droughts, causing famine and pestilence across the Islamic world.
So Europe is doing well, the Middle East, not so much.
As the cold set in, numerous steppe people migrated west, pillaging everything in their path to sustain themselves. The climate instability was mirrored by a political one, as the once mighty Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad was only a spiritual figurehead, a puppet under the control of the reigning Buyid dynasty. The Seljuks, a tribe within the Oghuz Turks, were an underdog faction that was cast out from one place to another, offering their military service in return for land. Despite embracing Sunni Islam, they were seen as a threat by the Ghaznavid Empire. After the Seljuk leader Tugril proclaimed himself ruler of Khorasan, the Ghaznavid Sultan Masud launched a campaign, taking the cities of Herat and Nishapur before making his way towards Merv. Along the way, his supply lines were harassed by hit-and-run tactics.
So we're watching the rise of the Seljuk Empire throughout, because we took a step back. We were like in close to 1090, right, with the rise of Alexios. So we're kind of building up we're building up multiple theaters of this journey to kind of get us to that First Crusade. We're basically building context.
And the vastly superior army, including 50,000 men and 12 elephants, was suddenly caught out in the desert with no fresh water. On May 23rd, 1040, the Battle of Dandanakan featured one of the biggest upsets in history, as a 16,000-strong lightly armored force humiliated the Ghaznavid Sultan in front of his vizier, chief secretary and generals, who barely escaped.
And in front of all the elephants.
The Ghaznavids fell into decline and civil war, losing everything outside of a small holding in India, while the Seljuks rose to prominence. Tugril appointed his brother Chagri as governor of Khorasan, while he went on to conquer and vassalize most of modern-day Iran within the next 10 years. The two key factors that allowed a small band of renegades to build a massive empire were the military prowess and piety of Tugril and his followers, which attracted many Sunni followers. This rising tide was aimed towards the Shia people in Iran, and in particular the Fatimid Caliphate, but Tugril didn't fail to realize that in order to conquer Egypt, he would first need to defeat the decaying Eastern Roman Empire.
Defeat is that's a high task.
As we showed previously, the Byzantines were barely holding on to the immense gains of Basil II, which included the newly formed theme of Iberia.
And I saw a few comments about Basil II. We definitely need to take a step back after this First Crusade and maybe look at Basil II and see kind of like what he did for the Eastern Roman Empire, for the Byzantine Empire, to kind of propel them into such a, I wouldn't say golden age, but like a high point.
Additionally, they had relatively friendly relations with the Fatimids, frequently sending gifts to each other, releasing prisoners, and administering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre since 1037.
Okay.
And so, in order to weaken the Romans, as well as secure the highly important grasslands of modern-day Azerbaijan, Tughril sent an invasion force in 1048, which was defeated, but followed up by a much larger one under the command of his half-brother Ibrahim Inal in September of the same year. The Byzantine army was a shadow of its former self.
And there's Manzikert, where we talked about 2 episodes ago,
with many of the best soldiers sent west to deal with a rebel army. The governor of the newly conquered Ani wanted to launch a preemptive strike before the Seljuks could raid the countryside, but the governor of Vespirikan, who also happened to be the son of the last Bulgarian Tsar, advised caution and to wait for the right moment. The commanders agreed to take the latter approach and to await reinforcements from the Georgian prince Liparit. The Seljuks raided the entire area between Trebizond and Tarin, but the main army was focused on the district of Basian, attacking the market town of Artsay, where the defenders were caught between a fire and the Turkish arrows. Thousands died or were enslaved as the town was ransacked and destroyed. As soon as the Georgian reinforcements arrived, the Byzantines formed up for battle at the plain near the fortress of Kapitron. Contemporary sources exaggerate the figures, and we have no clear number, but it was a massive battle in which the Seljuks had the numerical advantage. The Georgians formed the center, the governor of Vespirikan held the left, while the governor of Ani made up the right wing. The battle began in the evening and was mostly fought in the dark, with
I don't see how these guys did that back then without much light.
Both Byzantine commanders defeating a disorganized Seljuk advance on the wings, but in the center, Ibrahim captured Liparit after his horse was shot with an arrow. He then withdrew to the east, while the Romans went back to their respective bases. This nocturnal battle was the first major engagement between these sides, and ended up with mixed results. The Seljuks suffered in both men and reputation, but came back with many camels loaded with loot, and while the Byzantines repelled 2 invasions with very limited resources, the devastation on the region left a lasting impact on the economy. The Georgian leader was released after promising to never fight the Seljuks again, and an emissary was sent to Constantinople to demand tribute from the emperor.
That's a huge task. Tribute from the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire? I don't know what happened. I forget what happened.
That request was denied,
yeah,
but Tughril was allowed to sponsor the restoration of the mosque in the capital.
Oh, well that's nice.
By 1050, one of the key Seljuk allies, the Kakiyid Emir Faramuz, rebelled, but he was swiftly defeated by the nomads who captured Isfahan, bringing the entirety of Persia under their control. Seeing where the wind was blowing, the puppet Abbasid Caliph invited Tughril to Baghdad to replace the Shia Buyid dynasty, which was done in 1055 under the pretext of a pilgrimage to Mecca. Despite their accumulating power, the Seljuk Empire relied on the loyalty of the most powerful family members as well as Persian bureaucrats, both of which were often fickle.
And I know this video is a long video, the entirety thing, not just this particular reaction segment within it, but it moves fast. It's a very fast moving video when it comes to like the time period itself and the different leaders and what is happening. So we might have to segment parts of this video in the future, and really dive deep under a microscope these different things and events that occurred, so we can really appreciate what happened versus this context that builds up to the First Crusade.
Tughril's vizier, Al-Kanduri, constantly conspired against the Sultan in order to benefit his own cause, while Ibrahim, who felt like he was not getting enough credit for his raids, rebelled in 1058, but was unable to gather enough support and was strangled with a bowstring by his half-brother. Internally, the Seljuks were extremely divided and needed continuous military campaigns. So to feed this hunger, Tughril started sending annual raiding parties into Byzantium, starting with the sack of Melitini in 1058, while expanding into Armenia and the Levant. Both the Byzantines and the Fatimids were suffering from factionalism, the latter being ruled by Al-Mustansir Billah, who reigned from 1036 until 1094, one of the longest reigning and inept Muslim rulers. During his reign, power shifted one of the by Al-Mustansir Billah, who reigned from 1036 until 1094.
That text is so small, I gotta go close captions. Okay, Al-Mustin Bila. Got it. Long ruling, but also inept, meaning, how do I put it? Like, unqualified, not unqualified, like just incompetent's a better word.
One of the longest reigning and inept Muslim rulers. During his reign, power shifted from his mother to his viziers, while another group of Turks harassed the populace, already suffering from one of the worst famines in Egyptian history.
Which is, yeah, you blame the head of state, but it's environmental and technological.
The coastal cities in the Levant were mostly autonomous and fell to the Seljuks in the 1060s in quick succession. In 1063, the Seljuk Sultan died after appointing his nephew Suleiman as his legal heir. In reality, Suleiman's elder brother, Alparslan, took up the mantle and marched on the capital of Ray, while Tugril's cousin, Kutalmish, who also wanted the throne, rushed from his base in Girdka, reaching the city first. However, the vizier, Al-Kanduri, declared his support for Alparslan, which forced Kutalmish to besiege the city in November 1063.
Dang, he got there quick too.
This delay proved critical, as it allowed for Arslan's army to arrive, forcing Kutalmish to lift the siege and engage his enemy, crushing the opponent's vanguard. Knowing that the remainder of the army was to the east, the pretender diverted the course of a creek to block their path, but eventually Alparslan made his way through the marshland and defeated his relative. In this flight, Kutalmish fell from a cliff, while his sons were taken as prisoners.
Wow. Crazy. Like, not talked about enough at all.
Alparslan had big shoes to fill, so he immediately set out on a campaign against Armenia and Georgia, sacking the great city of Ani after a 25-day siege. It was at this time when the Eastern Roman Empire finally decided to focus on its eastern frontier under the leadership of the energetic Romanos IV. But the expert leadership of Alparslan and nomadic tactics were no match for the slow-to-respond and divided empire. In 1071, after the Battle of Manzikert,
and this is, of course, is where he gets taken prisoner, and then he gets graciously sent back, and then there's a new dynasty that kind of begins, and that's where we were.
Romanos was captured and then set free, which led to another civil war, while Alparslan turned to the east. The following events are described differently by the various sources, but in the end, this is the most likely sequence. After Alparslan surrounded and captured the Karakhanid Berzem fortress, its commander was brought before the Sultan and was tied to a stake for execution. He complained that he didn't wish to die in such a disgraceful way, so Alparslan ordered him to be untied and shot an arrow at him, missing his target for the first time in his life, according to the sources. The man then rushed at the Sultan, who rose from his throne but stumbled and fell. The desperate fortress owner grabbed his dagger and stabbed him several times before one of the servants killed him. Alparslan suffered from his injuries for 4 days before he died, and he was...
There's no way that's how it happened. That's like Hollywood-esque, but we can assume something similar happened.
Was succeeded by his son Malik Shah. This led to another period of internal instability, during which the rival tribes fought each other and began raiding independently, while the 4 sons of Kutalmish managed to escape into Anatolia, led by the eldest brother Suleiman, who used shrewd diplomacy and brilliant military tactics to eventually create the Sultanate of Rum after he allied the Byzantines, who handed him several key fortresses in western Anatolia. Malik Shah I began his reign by defeating his uncle Kavert. He then turned his attention to the Karakhanids and Ghaznavids, who tried to capitalize on Alparslan's death, but both
Power vacuum.
were soundly defeated. In 1076, the leader of the unruly Nicaea Turkoman tribe captured Damascus and most of southern Syria, before being defeated at Cairo and appealing to Malik Shah I. His brother Tutush was sent to Damascus to relieve the Fatimid siege, which he...
And like I said, this is moving very fast, but I'm gonna even have to back it up. I just really want to not miss this.
The leader of the unruly Nicaea Turkoman tribe captured Damascus and most of southern Syria,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not very familiar with a lot of this stuff, so I'm gonna have to.
Truly Nicaea Turkoman tribe.
Nawakiwa Turkoman. Tribe. The unruly Nakakuya Turkoman tribe. Okay. Got it. Captured Damascus.
Captured Damascus and most of southern Syria before being defeated at Cairo and appealing to Malik Shah I. His brother Tutush was sent to Damascus to relieve the Fatimid siege, which he did before entering the city, killing the Nawakiya leader and establishing a base from which he conquered Sidon, Gibelka, Tiberias, Ramla, Jaffa, and most importantly, Jerusalem.
So, slowly but surely, the entire Levant is under Seljuk rule.
Malik Shah I reigned during the peak of the Seljuk Empire.
And then, I don't know if that had to do with the pilgrimage, but they're obviously all the way to Mecca now.
Alongside his incredibly skilled vizier, Nizam al-Mulk, whose policies during the rule of both Alparslan and his brother brought stability and prosperity to the state. Many schools and observatories were founded, acting as predecessors to the universities later created in Europe, acting as centers of learning and art. Caravanserai were built on many important roads to support trade links, where food and accommodation was provided by the state. Taxation, administration and justice were centralized and executed by the most talented bureaucrats. After his death in a hunting expedition in 1092,
it's always something crazy and weird, man. Hunting expedition.
The Seljuk Empire broke apart, similarly to how the Mongol Empire fragmented.
So like the children Khanates type version?
With his 4 sons and numerous other tribes and local governors carving up a piece for themselves. Tutush and Suleiman clashed in their desire to control Aleppo, both proclaiming themselves Sultan. At this point, our story syncs up, and we can turn back to Alexios Komnenos, who just managed to solve the Norman crisis and now prepared a major expedition against nomadic Pechenegs and the local cities on the bank of the Danube River who supported them. This divide existed for over a decade, but what escalated the situation was Alexios' harsh treatment of the Polykian community in Philippopolis after they refused to aid him in his Norman campaigns. The 2 rebel groups and the Pechenegs allied and invaded Thrace in 1087, going as far as the suburbs of Constantinople.
Wow.
Rather than chasing nomads up and down, Alexios conceived a much grander plan. Within 40 days, Alexios and his key generals gathered a large army, which would make its way north, while a massive fleet shadowed its movement before entering the mouth of the Danube. At the war council, one of the key generals, Nikephoros Phrynios, a blind former rival, had
I was about to say, wasn't he blinded?
This to say about the plan. Sir, if you cross the Haemus Mountains, you will appreciate the fastest horses. When another council member asked him to elaborate, he simply added, for the flight. Despite the warning and centuries of experience fighting the Bulgarians in the region, Alexios marched on directly at the city of Dresda in order to cut off the Pechenegs from the supplies they needed to survive. Envoys were sent to discuss peace terms, but Alexios bet too much on this campaign to walk home with a simple treaty, so he arrested them. The now enraged nomads employed hit-and-run tactics on the Byzantine foragers and the army camp. Still, Alexios managed to reach the trade city and take it, with the exception of its 2 citadels, the defenders of which held out. Not wanting to be caught in...
So, of course, 99% of you might know this, but citadel obviously being the fortress
between a siege and a nomadic army, Alexios ordered a withdrawal and sought out the Pechenegs in open combat, as he was well aware that he could not sustain his army for long. It didn't take long before the horse riders were spotted, and Alexios manned the center, while the wings were commanded by his brother Adrianos and Nikephoros Melesinos.
That's a very common name. There's so many common names in this, but that's a very common name, Nikephoros.
Alexios ordered his infantry to hold their formation under any circumstances, while the Pechenegs formed up, with their wagons forming a circle behind them. The 2 sides clashed and fought for an extended amount of time. with the nomads constantly evading the Romans as they fired arrows from horseback, both suffering heavy casualties until another group appeared on the horizon.
Why did Leo Degenius pop out?
Forcing the imperial army to flee. The son of Romanos died in combat, while Alexios himself was struck by a spear in the buttocks. In their rout, the Byzantines had to abandon the Shroud of the Virgin Mary by hiding it in some bushes after it was brought on campaign to boost the morale of the soldiers.
That's risky, ain't it?
Broken, scattered, and chased down by the nomads, many soldiers were lost in the woods for weeks before finding their way back home. However, shortly after the battle, another nomadic group, the Cumans, who were called upon by the Pechenegs to aid them, arrived after the battle was done. Regardless, they demanded their share of the plunder, while the Pechenegs argued that the spoils should go to the many injured warriors. The argument spiraled out of control, and the two sides clashed, with the Cumans winning over all of the spoils.
Well, they didn't do anything. They just got there. I mean, they should get something maybe for their journey, but that's it.
And chasing the Pechenegs down. In the next 3 years, Alexios changed his strategy, taking control over small bands of units defending against raids and tracking down nomads. In one instance, we're told of Alexios suspending wagons over the walls of a city and dropping them down on the unsuspecting raiders below, causing confusion. Balkan peasants were recruited as infantry, while Turkic and Latin riders were hired as mercenaries. Meanwhile, a new threat arose from Anatolia in the form of a renegade Seljuk pirate. Chaka, who was theoretically part of the Sultanate of Rum, built a fleet from his base in Smyrna in 1088 and began raiding and capturing Aegean islands, including Lesbos, Samos, Chios, and Rhodes.
So we just got a whole nother thing happening with Chaka, which very much reminds me of the Boat King in the Roman times.
He also reached out and coordinated his attacks with the two rebel governors of Crete and Cyprus, who were unhappy with the taxing policies of Alexios. After hearing of the Battle of Drastar, Chaka also managed to send messages to the Pechenegs, convincing them to launch a new major offensive against Constantinople, while he distracted Alexios with his navy. As a response, Alexios reached out to the Cumans and won them over to his side by promising them all of the captives and loot from any battle against their now common enemy. In 1091, the Pechenegs raided Thrace again, and the Romans met the Cumans at Livonian. The combined army assembled against the incoming Pechenegs, and Alexios sent the imperial standard-bearers to the Cuman side, which made up the right wing, ensuring that they would not betray him in the middle of the battle. On the left wing, Seljuk and Latin knights pursued the confused Pechenegs, who were sustaining heavy arrow fire and had nowhere to run, as their wagons were positioned behind them. The trap was set, and now the imperial infantry pressed forward and began slaughtering the nomads, who had also brought their wives and children.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these people, we've seen this, like we even watched a video the other day where it was in 1700s America. A lot of these infantry or wagons and stuff have women and children, sometimes wives and children of these men that are accompanying just because circumstance. So it's horrendous what happens.
Alexios capitalized on this overwhelming victory, ordering servants to bring wineskins full of water to his troops, refreshing them and ensuring they finished the job. The carnage was so severe that it led to a saying referencing the date of the 29th of April 1091, all because of one day the Scyths never saw the month of May. In reality, a few managed to escape, while others were taken captive and settled near Thessaloniki to serve in the army. But either way, they will never play a significant role in history again.
Dang.
So far, we have covered the...
And that is where we will stop today. We got to what we learned. Really is a lot about the Seljuk beginnings when it comes to like how they spawned into existence, defeating who was already there, and they pretty much took over most of Persia as well as going into the Levant, as well as really we saw the uprisings that was happening for the Paganates. I think that's how you call it, the Paganates. So there was just so much going on that Alexios eventually, of course, becomes the ruler of the Eastern Roman Empire, and now we're here. We're here. We have a Seljuk Empire to the east that really has become the influential power of the known world. Really, I mean, the Eastern Roman Empire is in decline. There's all these other countries in the West that are I would say they could match up against no one could match up against the Seljuks at this point. So that's what the Crusade comes from. I'm sure that's what we'll get into next time with Pope Urban. So thank you guys so much. This was more of like an informational episode, not a lot to talk about, more about learning, because the Seljuk Empire, I don't know much about it, so this was just like soaking it in. But I do appreciate you being alongside me during this. We'll pick up next time. I appreciate you. Have a great day. Peace out. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. The First Crusade must continue. Today, we are going to be talking about Pope Urban and how he calls for the Crusade. Lego. Make sure you hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Let's watch.
Corrupted and exhausted Eastern Roman Empire in 1081. He fought off the Normans and Pechenegs and restored imperial authority while maintaining the balance between the powerful noble families, clergy and commoners. And yet the biggest issue on the agenda was left unaddressed. The now firmly established Sultanate of Rum, which began as a branch of the Seljuk Empire,
it's like a knocking on the door,
was no longer a vassal of the Byzantines. A year after his victory at the Battle of Livonian, Alexios launched several ambitious social and monetary reforms and crowned his son John as heir, before assembling an army to reconquer Anatolia. But before he could depart, news of a Serbian uprising reached the capital, and the emperor knew that he could not campaign in the east while the west was in open rebellion. So he set
it's the tug of war, guys. West versus east, continuously for the Eastern Roman Empire.
Out towards Dyrrhachium. As the army moved across the Via Egnatia in 1093, Nikephoros Iachenes, the son of Romanos IV, was caught with a concealed dagger. After being tortured, the co-conspirators were revealed, and to the emperor's surprise, the list included the former empress Maria and his own brother Adrianos, who plotted to kill him.
There's so many infighting. They can't get out of their own way.
Alexios came to the realization that the empire was not stable enough to afford a large-scale, lengthy campaign against the Seljuks, and that with every idle moment, it was slipping back to the disasters he fought so desperately to avoid. Luckily, he was meticulously working on another plan. After witnessing the military prowess of the Norman knights firsthand, Alexios appealed to the courts of the West, hoping to inspire an armed pilgrimage which would reconquer the Roman lands for more than just gold. Agents spread the stories of how the Turks extorted and killed innocent pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem, how the Muslims destroyed holy sites and turned ancient churches into mosques or stables, how Christian men and women were enslaved and violated. Along with these came generous donations of not just coins, but precious artifacts, even pieces of the true cross, giving a taste of what was to come if a group of knights would take up this colossal task and act as a new kind of mercenary force.
True cross, meaning the cross of which Jesus was crucified upon. But yeah, a lot of that is probably propaganda. Some of it, there is probably some truth to that. Let me know what you guys think below on that. But yeah, this is a huge propaganda machine that's running right now.
The Seljuk treatment of the many pilgrims who made their way towards Jerusalem was exaggerated, but not untrue.
Yeah,
in contrast to the sedentary Islamic population, the nomads didn't strictly follow the Islamic laws of war, and were known for their brutal punishments and executions. The Seljuk realm was decentralized, and rogue chieftains often enacted their own justice. More importantly, Jerusalem, as well as the entire Seljuk Empire, was in a period of turmoil caused by a succession crisis with at least 4 pretenders and many other governors fighting each other.
As we see, you know, now the Eastern Roman Empire has had troubles with this, but really everyone has troubles with the infighting.
The majority of Christian Europe was illiterate and obsessed with holy relics. There were numerous sites that people believed to be sacred, and groups of people were displaying the bones of supposed saints for a few coins. And yet the most holy of sites was that of Jerusalem and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, from which pilgrims would bring back scrapings of rock or dirt as proof of their journey. That very church was destroyed by the Fatimid Caliph in 1009 and rebuilt in 1048 with Byzantine resources. Fear took hold of the populace, who thought the Seljuks would do the same. In fact, many believed that Jesus would return around this time to the
Second Temple,
place of his birth. Natural occurrences, such as meteor showers and earthquakes at the time, only deepened the fears and hopes of the Christian world.
See, Revelation's been a thing for thousands of years, not just recently.
For centuries, the main opposition to Islam came from the borders with that world: Iberia, Sicily, South Italy, and Byzantium. But a new movement was starting to develop within Lorraine, Burgundy, and France, one which called for a completely new type of war, a holy war. Pope Urban II himself cited the Book of Daniel, stating that God had indeed changed the times and offered a new remedy for human sin. The pagans to the north were gone, the Reconquista was yet another source of fear and hope, and the nobles were obsessed with the idea of a just war. The lords who dominated the fractured monarchies grew rich and numerous with the technological and agricultural innovations of the 11th century, and by now,
we got to look at this. So the three-field system, which I don't know what that is. I'll look that up later. The horizontal loom, that's interesting, and the halberd, and that's definitely chainmail right there. So I guess it's really interesting. So the 11th century inventions. We really don't talk about inventions past like the 18th or 19th century nowadays because, you know, who cares? But these aren't antiquity ventures at all. This is the 11th century. Did not know this stuff. That's interesting. So I'm guessing the three-field system increased agriculture, increased population, horizontal loom, increased manufacturing, and halberd increased manufacturing, therefore for military means.
Most houses adopted primogeniture, which meant that the older sons inherited the domain, leaving younger sons without a purpose, often turning against each other despite the outcries of the church. Pilgrimage was one of the best ways for the Latins to repent for their sins, whether it was to Santiago de Compostela, Rome, or Jerusalem, as long as they could afford it. They knew the road and how to fight, but lacked a common goal and leader. Until this period, the papacy had little more than nominal power. But
yeah, I mean, we talked about this before, but in other videos, but yeah, the papacy is really, you know, the Pontifex Maximus, which is the leftover title from the Western, or maybe it's both, from the Roman Empire that can belt into this papal state, which then, of course, allowed for a influence of the Catholic Church, which stays pretty primary for the longest time. But amongst, you know, anyone else, like they might, you know, bestow their blessing upon emperors and kings, but not more or less call for war. This is uncharted territory.
But the energetic pontificates of Leo IX, Nicholas II, Alexander II, and especially Gregory VII led the papal states to vie for power and authority over the entire Catholic world. Leo IX personally led an army in 1053.
Never mind, I am checked mate right there. I did not know this. Leo IX led an army against southern Italy. Wow.
As seen in our series on the Normans in Italy. In 1063, Alexander II sent a papal banner and an indulgence for those who fell in battle against the Muslims to the army preparing for the siege of Barbastro in Spain, and another one to William of Normandy as he was preparing his conquest of England. In 1073, Gregory VII proposed to lead an army to aid Constantinople, and now Urban II, who had just regained the papal seat from the anti-pope in 1093...
There's an anti-pope? Huh? This is news to me.
the year the plot to kill Alexios was thwarted, was preparing to outdo them all. Pope Urban II was elected in 1088, and was one of the most prominent supporters of the Gregorian reforms, which outlined the superiority of the Church over the secular rulers. Initially, he was isolated from Rome due to his clash with the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV, but he was energetic, well-spoken, and extremely charismatic, touring Norman Italy, gathering support everywhere he went. Determined to gain the pontificate, he even reached out to the Eastern Roman Empire, extending the friendly correspondence with Alexios, which was established by the former Pope Victor III. Even after being recognized as the Bishop of Rome in 1093, he continued his frantic expeditions across Christendom and assembled the Council of Piacenza in March of 1095, which was centered around church reform, the anti-pope, heresy, and the issue of the French king Philippe I, who married Bertrade of Montfort despite the fact that they both had spouses of their own, for which he was excommunicated. This council was in direct opposition to the Holy Roman Emperor, who was now fighting a civil war against his wife and son, which further strengthened Urban's claims. At the end of the proceedings, a few Byzantine ambassadors joined the council, and Urban inspired many soldiers to enter Alexios' service in his war against the Turks, and in return, all of their sins would be forgiven.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak too much on the religious impact of all this, but imagine this papacy bestows the authority of your sins will be wiped clean. It just doesn't seem logical.
This was only a small preview, during which the Pope tried to see how his audience would respond, before he could proceed with the grand tour of France he planned. The next crucial step was securing the support of two notable figures. The first was Bishop Adhemar, who would become the spiritual leader of the movement, while the second was Count Raymond of Toulouse, who was incredibly wealthy, had already fought Muslims in Iberia, and made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. With their allegiance secured, Urban crossed the Alps in July 1095 and entered France in full regalia, to the cheers of massive crowds who had not seen a pope in half a century.
So they're basically starstruck. This is a celebrity to them, but not more or less a celebrity, but a holy figure. A holy figure. More so than it is today, I would say, in terms of the eyes of the individuals.
The first place he went to was Clermont, where he held a council on November 17th. For 10 days he discussed clerical matters, but suddenly he asked everyone to step outside the church and addressed over 400 listeners, making arguably the most influential speech in history. We have 6 accounts recounting that proclamation, each of which was written after the capture of Jerusalem and slightly differs from the rest. But here is a part of one of them, written by a man who attended the council. Now that you, O sons of God, have consecrated yourselves to God to maintain peace among yourselves more vigorously, and to uphold the laws of the Church faithfully, there is work to do. For you must turn the strength of your sincerity, now that you are aroused by divine correction, to another affair that concerns you and God. Hastening to the way, you must help your brothers living in the Orient, who need your aid, for which they have already cried out many times. For, as most of you have been told, the Turks, a race of Persians who have penetrated within the boundaries of Romania, even to the Mediterranean,
even to the Mediterranean, which is not completely untrue. That's the Anatolia side, right? So this is to call for the crusade itself. This is the marketing.
At point which they call the arm of St. George, in occupying more and more lands of the Christians, have overcome them, already victims of 7 battles, and have killed and captured them, have overthrown churches, and have laid waste to God's kingdom. If you permit this supinely for very long, God's faithful ones will be still further subjected.
So using so many different elements of marketing here, right? Using fear tactics, using incentive tactics, using a tone of enrichment. Well, we got to give him a hand. We got to give Pope Urban and his conglomerate a hand here for a well-driven home message, if anything else.
Concerning this affair, I, with suppliant prayer, not I, but the Lord, exhort you, heralds of Christ, to persuade all of whatever class, both knights and footmen, both rich and poor, in numerous edicts, to strive to help expel that wicked race from our Christian lands before it is too late. I speak to those present, I send word to those not here. Moreover, Christ commands it. Remission of sins will be granted for those going thither if they end a shackled life, either on land or in crossing the sea, or in struggling against the heathen. I, being vested with that gift from God, grant this to those who go.
That's insane. That just, the logic is such a there's such a fallacy with that logic. However, nevertheless, let's continue.
Let those who are accustomed to wage private wars wastefully, even against believers, go forth against the infidels in a battle worthy to be undertaken now, and to be finished in victory. Now let those who until recently existed as plunderers be soldiers of Christ. Now let those who formerly contended against brothers and relations rightfully fight barbarians. Now let those who recently were hired for a few pieces of silver win their eternal reward.
Which is, eternity.
Let those who wearied themselves to the detriment of body and soul labor for a twofold honor. Nay, more, the sorrowful here will be glad there, the poor here will be rich there, and the enemies of the Lord here will be his friends there. Let no delay postpone the journey of those about to go, but when they have collected the money owed to them and the expenses for the journey, and when winter has ended and spring has come, let them enter the crossroads courageously with the Lord going on before. Contrary to popular belief, there was no overwhelming cheer proclaiming Deus Vult. In fact, the reception was mixed. At the end of his speech, Bishop Aldemar stepped forward and was the first to proclaim that he would go on this crusade, sewing a red cross to his shoulder. The outline of this massive project was set, and regardless of which version we interpret, the points Urban was trying to make are clear. Christendom should unite and stop its internal sinful conflicts, and instead direct them against the Muslims, who commit atrocities against the pilgrims, in order to aid the Eastern Roman Empire and liberate the Holy Sepulchre in return for remission of all sins.
Remission of all sins is probably the biggest incentive of this all. Like, you have a gift from the Lord if you are to partake in this crusade.
Pope Urban II had the same goal as Gregory, but was far more diplomatic, as well as being a marketing genius,
What I was just saying.
The idea of the pilgrimage, which was already the most popular option the nobility took in order to repent for their sins, and repackaging it with a new purpose, one which would solve domestic disputes, while also boosting the legitimacy of the papacy in both the West and the East. This armed pilgrimage was open to all, but intentionally directed at the knights of France, and excluded the peasants, women, children, elderly, and clergy unless a special permission was granted.
Well, you get the Peasants' Crusade, so I'm wondering when that's happening.
Notably, simply joining this crusade would not result in
the People's Crusade, not the Peasants' Crusade.
Remission of all sin, and the Crusaders were required to act appropriately and pay for the expenses of their own journey. Each man who joined had to wear a cross on his shoulder and not take it off until he returned. Anyone who took the cross but failed to fulfill their oath was to be treated as an outlaw, and anyone who touched the property of a crusader in the next 3 years was to be excommunicated. This was to be a massive project, on a scale unseen since the days of the Roman Emperor Trajan, with many logistical difficulties, most of which were to be met by the Eastern Roman Empire. So to tackle it, Urban set the date of August 15th, 1096, the time of the harvest in the region, which meant that the Byzantines would be able to supply the army. Several armies under different leaders were to depart from different locations, so that no region was to be exhausted by the Crusaders, while the whole enterprise was to be under the guidance of Bishop Adhemar. Many historical narratives begin the story of the First Crusade at the Council of Clermont, but this is not entirely true. The Pope began his grand tour of France, and within the next 13 months, he visited dozens of cities, including Le Puy, Avignon, Lyon, Poitiers, Bordeaux, Toulouse, Carcassonne, and Montpellier, saving the biggest cities for special occasions like...
I wonder what the King of France was thinking at this time, because we really don't speak too much about him, and they was apparently butting heads prior. I wonder what they had, or what he thought about all this.
Christmas or Easter, while carefully avoiding the Normans of Normandy, who disagreed with him, and the royal domain of the French king, who he excommunicated.
That's what I was saying.
With each visit, the crowds grew larger and the outcry louder. As he was traveling, he also wrote letters to lords and clergymen, several of which survived. In them, we already see the euphoria taking over as the general population took this novel idea and ran with it. In his letters, the Pope recognizes that the response was larger than he ever anticipated and desperately attempts to take back control of the situation. To neither clerics nor monks, however, do we concede permission to go without the permission of their bishops or abbots. Let it be the bishop's duty to permit their parishioners to go only with the advice and provision of the clergy. Nor should young married men rashly set out on the journey without the consent of their spouses.
So he's putting some guardrails up here, so maybe... And I think he's doing this so he doesn't have liability if something happens.
In another letter sent to Iberia, he writes, "If the knights of other provinces have decided with one mind to go to the aid of the Asian Church and to liberate their brothers from the tyranny of the Saracens, so ought you with one mind and with our encouragement to work with greater endurance to help a church so near you resist the invasion of the Saracens. No one must doubt that if he dies on this expedition for the love of God and his brothers, his sins will surely be forgiven, and he will gain a share of eternal life through the most compassionate mercy of our God. So if any of you has made up his mind to go to Asia, it is here instead that he should try to fulfill his vow, because it is no virtue to rescue Christians from the Saracens in one place, only to expose them to the tyranny and oppression of the Saracens in another." But it was too late.
I'm seeing how much we have left in this chapter. We'll go back a little.
Everyone was consumed by this idea and began selling off everything they owned for the journey ahead.
Yeah, for the remission of their sins.
A wild fever ran across France as the prices of grain and livestock plummeted.
And also the HRE, there was a lot of pilgrimage from the HRE, so I'm expecting to see that soon too.
While bandits stole what they could, taking advantage of the precious moment. Both Alexios and Urban spent years preparing for this very moment, yet no one could anticipate what was about to happen. While Urban was still touring central and southern France, a man by the name of Peter the Hermit.
That is where we'll stop today, and as you see, our next episode will be the People's Crusade, so make sure you subscribe for that. Yeah, I think this is very very simple. Urban II really started to I'm trying to find the word, but basically melt together a perfect pot of ingredients of remission of sins. You're already doing the pilgrimage, make it worthwhile. Call for the help of the Romania. Your Christian brothers are being basically sacrificed out in the Holy Land. Temples are being destroyed, really demonizing the Muslims in this regard, to put forth a army to attack and assist and aid the Eastern Roman Empire. With that being said, a People's Crusade will take over first. And that's what we'll see you guys next time in the People's Crusade. Thank you guys so much for watching. I wish you guys to have a really good day. I will see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the First Crusade. Every story, every battle, we're going to cover it here. So now, we're going to talk about the People's Crusade. Obviously, Urban II just went to France, did his tour, really got a lot of knights and individuals really riled up for this crusade. Something else is going to take forth precedence. So make sure you hit that like button, and let's jump right into it.
Inspired by the Pope, decided to a man by the name of Peter the Hermit, inspired by the Pope, decided to launch his own campaign, carrying his own message and delivering it to a different target audience. Starting out in Berry, Peter began touring the urban centres of northern France, and before long he captivated the hearts and minds of thousands of people. One of his supporters described him by writing, "Outdoors he wore a woolen tunic which revealed his ankles, and above it a hood. He wore a cloak to cover his upper body and a bit of his arms, but his feet were bare. He drank wine and ate fish, but scarcely ever ate bread." Another eyewitness reports, "We saw him wander through cities and towns, spreading his teaching, surrounded by so many people, given so many gifts, and acclaimed for such great piety that I don't ever remember anyone equally honoured. Whatever he did or said seemed like something almost divine. Even the hairs of his mule were torn out as though they were relics."
So he's a celebrity of its own, so let's keep going.
Peter was an extremely charismatic preacher who told the story of how he visited Jerusalem a few years earlier and saw firsthand how the Muslims were mistreating the Christians and desecrating the holy sites. According to him, as he slept in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he received a vision of Christ, who handed him a round letter that instructed all Christendom from all parts of the world to take up arms and journey to Jerusalem to fight against the pagans and to claim eternal possession of the city with all its pertinent lands.
All right, we got a thing. So he's gonna probably take this, and as Urban did, he's gonna create a marketable message to incite an uprising against what's current in the region.
There is no evidence that Peter ever made such a journey, but that didn't stop thousands from joining him as he travelled from one city to the next, warning that the last days were at hand, and that the Christians would have to travel to Jerusalem to battle the Antichrist. Compared to Urban's more moderate approach,
So basically he's selling the Revelations is here.
targeting the warrior class, Peter appealed to a larger group of people, mostly commoners, at a particularly sensitive moment in time. 1095 saw the occurrence of a meteor shower, an aurora borealis, a lunar eclipse, the passage of a comet, blood-coloured clouds, and a number of fascinating stories. Some said that the Holy Roman Emperor Charlemagne had come back from the dead, ready to lead his people into Jerusalem.
Wow.
When word of the crusade began to spread, people began disfiguring and tattooing themselves, claiming miracles and divine signs. But arguably the largest contributor to the widespread frenzy was the ongoing series of plagues. If we take a look at the multiple and independent writers during this period, a trend starts to show. During the period between 1092 and 1095, there are over 40 mentions of plague, peaking in 1094
Like bubonic?
with 25 reported plagues, often accompanied by famine. Surrounded by Catholic imagery of damnation in the form of frescoes and grotesque sculptures, the notion of abandoning the little they had to journey to the land of milk and honey, that is how many Christians thought of the Holy Land, suddenly seemed like a great idea. Contrary to popular belief, the so-called People's Crusade had a large portion of nobles who joined Peter's group, and
So a lot of these individuals probably like have a vision of what this area looks like and how, because this is a faraway land, they don't have internet, they don't have any pictures, so they just more or less have like a vision in their head. So a lot of this vision is probably exaggerated and fantasized.
those nobles would be the ones who were in charge of the crusade and were about to unleash chaos on Germany. Still, it is important to mention that although there were some members of this movement who embarked on the journey for materialistic reasons, this was very much the exception rather than the norm. After passing through Champagne in March 1096, Peter moved into Lorraine before spending Easter in Cologne. He sent smaller parties to preach in the surrounding cities, while assembling a force of 15,000 men, women and children. Peter was joined by many minor nobles, among them Walter Sans-Souvoir, Renaud of Bray, Geoffrey.
He was mistakenly known as Walter the Penniless due to a Greek translation of his family name, which actually means fearless.
Of Burel, and many others. The plan was to take the route towards Jerusalem, one which the local German populace was very aware of since the Great German Pilgrimage of 1064. This pilgrimage was led by a number of major German clerics, among them Archbishop Siegfried of Mainz, and although possibly thousands of pilgrims were killed by local Bedouins in Caesarea, most of them reached Jerusalem and returned home by sea. However, this was another big deviation from Urban's route and timing, which intended for the crusade to cross the Adriatic and land in Dyrrhachium on August 15, 1096, coinciding with the Byzantine harvest, a date Alexios Komnenos knew ahead of time and prepared for by sending vast amounts of grain merchants and Latin translators to the region.
So this is going to basically make the foundation of this plan a little shaky.
Peter took the time to preach in Cologne to recruit more German lords, but Walter was impatient and decided to leave as soon as the feast was over with a few thousand companions. As a result of this schism, the crusade was now divided into 5 groups.
5?
One under Peter, one commanded by Walter, and 3 more under the leadership of nobles, who distorted the words of the initial call even further and weaponized them against the thriving Jewish community. The series
yep, as we've always seen throughout time,
of events which we now call the Rhineland massacres would become a turning point in history. This was not the first time when a minority was attacked by the majority, but the scale and nature of these attacks would mark a new chapter and set a precedent which would recur numerous times in the centuries to come. Contemporary scholars writing after the conquest of Jerusalem tried their best to put the blame on Peter or peasant greed, with the goal of distancing the more successful Prince's Crusade from the failed People's Crusade, but not because of the mass slaughter of the Jews, which the Church unilaterally saw as a grave sin, but because after many of them were forcibly baptized, they reconverted once the storm had passed. But how did this all start, and why did these 3 groups begin the rampage in the first place?
I don't know.
Even before the army crossed the Rhine, word spread proclaiming, "Do we need to travel to distant lands in the east to attack the enemies of God, when there are Jews right before our eyes?"
Easy announcement right here would be basically like, easy explanation that they are saying is, why go to a faraway land when we can do the duties of God here? Just trying to, of course, reason it, which there is no reason.
A race that is the greatest enemy of God? We've got it all backwards.
The greatest
Days went
enemy.
by as children asked their parents if this was Jerusalem at the site of each new city, and the growing excitement turned into impatience. Most of the German nobles were busy fighting amongst each other, but some of them quickly became obsessed with the promise of indulgence in return for military service. Count Emicho,
So they're trying to shortcut it somehow, and it's not even the original message.
of Leiningen, added his own ideas to the crusade by tattooing a cross on himself and proclaiming that he was the last emperor, the one who would unite East and West before going to Jerusalem and wiping out Judaism.
Egomaniac over here.
His well-equipped and well-organized army unleashed a wave of violence, which began on May 3rd, 1096, at the newly settled city of Speyer by storming into the synagogue. The bishop of Speyer, who had heard of the coming danger, did everything he could to protect the Jewish populace, and as a result of his actions, only 11 of them were killed. 15 days later, Emicho descended upon the city of Worms, where according to the Mainz Chronicle, they took a trampled corpse of theirs, which had been buried 30 days previously, and carried it through the city, saying, "Behold what the Jews have done to our comrade."
The fear-mongering is real.
They took a Gentile and boiled him in water. Then they poured the water into our wells in order to kill us. Many Jews, forewarned by the events in Speyer, had already sought the protection of the Bishop of Worms. They looked on from the sanctuary of his palace as those of their brethren that had chosen to remain at home were massacred. The Crusaders demanded that they convert, and those who did were spared, but the majority of them refused. Emicho laid siege to the bishop's palace, and once his soldiers broke in, they discovered that the Jews inside had decided to take their own lives rather than...
And it's just like I've just never understood this about religious movements where you forcibly tell someone to convert. That doesn't... Do you know what free will is? Like, these aren't NPCs or computers. You can't just force someone to do something in their head. They'll do it, as they've said before, they'll do it, and then when you leave, they're just going to go right back to what they know and think. Unbelievable, hilarious how so many individuals like Amicho, or however you say his name, and thousands of more religions, whether it be Muslim, Judaism, paganism, Christianity, it doesn't matter. They assert their will and dominance over a minority religion in a certain region, and then if someone does not convert, you kill them. Which, I don't know, if it's contradictory to your own belief of murder, usually, and then, unless you can coalesce it to be like a heresy of denial and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, this is not progressive in any means for your own benefit. This is more or less putting chains on individuals that don't even fasten, because you're coming up with this belief that if they say they do, if they say they are, they are. Like, that's not true. Just a poor understanding of the human psychology, I think.
Than fall to their hands. Only 5 days later, the band was already in Mainz, where once again the local archbishop took a massive amount of money in return for sheltering his Jewish citizens. At first, the rest of the populace rallied around the Jews, but after a 2-day siege, some of them opened the gates, which the Crusaders saw as a miracle. Behold, the gates have opened by themselves.
These people.
All this the crucified has done for us, so that we might avenge his blood on the Jews. 1,014 of them died in a single day. Hearing of this, the citizens of Cologne took action and...
Look at this one man that... And by the way, I'm not defending any religion, by the way. But this one man that they send through the streets, look what they have done. And then kills 1,100. Man, it's equal now.
Massacred their own Jewish population,
Crazy.
Destroying every Torah scroll they found along the way, while other cities like Regensburg were spared after mass forced conversions. The second group, under a monk named Volkmar, decided to pass through Bavaria and travel to Prague, inspiring another Jewish pogrom on June the 1st, while the Duke was away. Another group, with at least 15,000 followers, led by a man named Gottschalk, also committed atrocities as they made their way along the Danube. It is important to note that the majority of these leaders...
Godfrey de Bouillon, for example, reported extorted 500 silver pieces from the Jews of Mainz and Cologne in return for promises of protection that he failed to fulfill.
Would later join the Prince's Crusade, whose leaders also attacked members of the Jewish community. Meanwhile, Walter and around 10,000 Crusaders made it to the Hungarian border in May and met with King Koloman, who treated him well. But by the time they reached the Sava River, an accident occurred, involving 16 of Walter's men bartering with local weapons merchants before they were attacked and stripped of their clothes and valuables. The humiliated soldiers walked naked to the army camp, only to find that the governor of Belgrade refused to open his markets. In response, Walter plundered the countryside and rounded up as much cattle as he could in between skirmishes with the Hungarian and Byzantine border guards. At one point, 140 Crusaders were routed and sought refuge in a chapel, which the Byzantines burned down.
I was about to say, they're going to burn that thing down. They did. So much infighting, guys. So much infighting. Like the message of Urban II. I wonder if he's getting these reports. Like he had this original report that Peter took and ran with, and then there's all these other small things that it's crazy, man. It's crazy. History is insane.
Eventually, the group made it to Nish, where they were granted weapons and supplies by the governor, who ensured their safe passage to Constantinople, promising open markets along the way. Peter the Hermit's contingent, which had as many as 40,000 followers, was only a few days behind Walter's. Upon their entry to Hungary, King Coloman made them swear to keep the peace, but as the Crusaders approached the Sava River, they spotted the clothes of 16 Crusaders hanging from the battlements of Zemun. This sight came at the same time as a rumour began to circulate that a local Hungarian warlord and the governor of Belgrade were plotting against them. After camping in front of the city for 17 days, Peter ordered an attack, instructing his archers to target the watchmen, while the infantry assaulted the walls with scaling ladders. According to
I think they're missing their mark here.
one source, 4,000
When seeing the brutal assault, the government of Belgrade abandoned the city.
Hungarians were killed at the cost of just 100 Crusaders, and whether the numbers were exaggerated or not, the city was taken and became their base for a week. By this time, Peter learned that the Hungarians were gathering an army, so he ordered his men to begin crossing the river, with 150 ships and rafts made from timber stripped from the houses and bound with rope. While the people and supplies were being ferried, 7 boats filled with Pecheneg archers approached and opened fire. A makeshift Frankish navy grouped up and attempted to counterattack, destroying all the enemy vessels, but their cohesion was significantly damaged. As they arrived at Nish, a deal was struck, exchanging high-ranking hostages in return for access to the local markets. But it didn't take long for hostilities to resume. A group of soldiers were dissatisfied with another group of merchants and decided to set fire to several mills and houses just outside the city, as the
These barbarians, guys.
Crusaders were already on the road. In response, the governor launched a raid on the rear, mostly made up of the elderly men, women, and children. Cattle were stolen. Dozens were killed or captured before the rest of the column could even react. Peter could not let this go unpunished, so he turned his army around and attempted to negotiate. His followers, however, were uninterested in peace, and 2,000 young men attacked the city without any semblance of a plan. The garrison managed to hold out against the attack.
Well, yeah, there's no cohesion here.
Repelling them with arrows and other projectile weapons, and once the Crusaders retreated, the troops sallied out. The disjointed and broken army was now in full flight, and many drowned in the river. Men, women, and children fell prey to the Byzantines, who managed to capture most of their goods, including a wagon filled with gold and silver. The Crusaders scattered into the nearby forests, but miraculously, only a quarter of them were lost in the battle. However, that included a good portion of the fighting men, as well as most of their provisions. On July 12th, Peter reached Serdica and met with imperial emissaries, who ensured that there was no trouble for the remainder of the journey, and that
What a journey so far, my goodness.
the army was well supplied, a generous gesture which showed both the commitment and preparation of Alexios Komnenos. The next group to reach Hungary was that of Folkmar, but after a brawl broke out in the capital, the army quickly responded by killing and enslaving anyone who failed to escape. Then came Gottschalk's contingent, and this time the Hungarian king kept them at Moson for a prolonged period of time, and a Hungarian merchant was impaled after a failed bargain. Battle lines were drawn, but neither side wanted to engage, so after a prolonged stare-down, the Hungarians proposed a truce. If indeed you surrender them to the king with all the money you have, you might soothe his anger and find grace in his eyes. But if you do otherwise, not one of you will stand before his face or go on living, since you have committed such contumacy and calumny in his kingdom.
He's grouping them all at one now.
The Crusaders agreed, and as soon as they were disarmed, the Hungarians put them to the sword.
Dang, they just... And I don't think any of this is going back towards the previous group, so it's just a walk-in trap. They're 2 for 2 now, the last 2.
Finally, Emmiko's army crossed into Hungary, but Koloman refused to even deal with them. So the Crusaders decided to lay siege to the capital and devastated the countryside. There were numerous skirmishes while bridges and catapults were built, and finally 2 breaches were opened on August 15, 1096. While the king was preparing to flee, the defenders organized a desperate last stand as the Franks poured in. The tides turned, and the knights were routed. Those who were well equipped and mounted managed to escape, while the rest were vanquished. Back in Constantinople, Peter finally met up with Walter's contingent, and personally met with Alexios, who was instantly impressed by the charismatic hermit. The number of crusaders was significant, but there were little more than 500 knights and a few thousand footmen, as most of the fighters were lost along the way fighting Hungarians and Byzantines, so the emperor advised that they wait for reinforcements outside the city walls. This was seen as a grave insult to the thousands of people who had travelled all this way and were now prevented from seeing some of the most holy sites in Christendom, so naturally more looting occurred.
No prosperity, guys. Why can't they have prosperity?
According to Anna Komnena's Alexiad, the Christians behaved abominably. They sacked and burned palaces of the city and stole the lead from church roofs so that they could sell it back to the Greeks. Despite his lack of confidence, Alexios knew that his guests couldn't stay long, so they were ferried across to Anatolia on the 6th of August.
It's crazy that they went unpunished. That shows you how much leverage Alexios has at this point.
Once on the Asiatic shore, they began attacking in all directions, usually Christians living under the Seljuks, pillaging houses and churches all the way to Nicaea, which was deserted since its sack 15 years earlier, and was converted to their new base of operations. The Romans kept a steady supply of grain ships, selling provisions at a fair price to it, and the other base at Kivitot. But months went by without much progress, and the coins were starting to run out. On October the 1st, Peter decided to go back to Constantinople in hopes of striking a new deal with Alexios, and in his absence, a rift formed between the Frankish knights on one side and the German and Italian knights on the other. As animosity grew, the latter group decided to leave Kivitot and raid as far as Nicaea on their own. The once great Roman city was now the capital of the Sultanate of Rum, ruled by Kilij Arslan. The Nicaean garrison charged out, but was defeated by the knights, who despite their lack of leadership, had some of the best training and equipment money could buy. After the Turks were repelled, they headed towards the nearby castle of Zerigodos, which they quickly captured, sparing only its Christian population. The castle had plenty of grain, meat and wine, but was a signal to the Turks that this was not a threat they could deal with easily. 3 days later, Kilij Arslan made his way towards it, defeating an ambush laid by the Italian contingent along the way. Siege lines were drawn, and the unyielding Christians were cut off from the rest of their allies.
Now they're being laid siege.
Only 2 sources of fresh water nearby were located outside the castle walls and guarded by the Seljuks. As the days dragged on, the Crusaders began to drink their own urine and sewage water. Some of them buried themselves in the sand in the hope of retaining moisture, or tried to suck water out of the dry earth. On the 8th day, the gate was set on fire, causing a wild panic. Some surrendered, while others jumped, sallied out, and were assaulted with arrows. Only a few Germans managed to survive.
Wow.
Back in the camp, Peter was still negotiating, while a Turkish spy told the Crusaders that Nicaea had fallen and that the Crusaders were dividing up the loot between themselves. Once again, the Christians were divided, with some advising to wait for their leader, while the rest wanted to act now. A decision was made that all the fighting men would deploy in 6 divisions and move
they're waiting in the mountains. They're going to ambush them.
Towards Nicaea, while the women, children and sick stayed in Kivitot. Somewhere along the way, the truth was revealed and excitement turned into panic, which only multiplied as Kilij Arslan's army ambushed them from the woods just 3 miles away from the camp. No formations were drawn. Instead, each of the divisions rallied themselves and attacked the far more mobile enemy. The horse archers employed hit-and-run tactics before encircling 2 of the divisions, while another group of Turkish cavalry circled around to cut off their retreat. The remaining 4 divisions charged forward as the Seljuks fired at them in a classic feint retreat.
They love that feint retreat.
Initially, the situation looked hopeful, as the mounted knights took down hundreds of their opponents, but then the Turks aimed at their horses, which led to a massacre. There were only a few survivors, which did not include Walter Sans-Avoir, who had 7 arrows sticking out of him. The remainder was chased down to Kivitot. The camp followers lit bonfires, which were carried by the winds into the enemy, but the situation was hopeless. Tens of thousands who were inspired by Peter now ran for their lives. Many of them drowned or were killed, but most were captured.
Yeah, so far away from their home, they have no idea where they're at either.
Those who refused to convert were taken captive and carted to Antioch, Aleppo, and as far as Khorasan. 3,000 managed to reach a nearby ruined castle and hold off the attackers with improvised fortifications. The following day, a single boat managed to reach Constantinople, prompting Alexios to send his fleet and rescue a fragment of the people who initially set out from France.
Wow.
Anna Komnena's description of the dead no doubt exaggerated their numbers, but it nonetheless provides a good sense of how the slaughter must have looked to the next wave of crusaders arriving 9 months later. When they gathered the remains of the fallen, lying on every side, they heaped up, I will not say a mighty ridge or hill or peak, but a mountain of considerable height and depth and width, so huge was the mass of bones.
Crazy.
The so-called Peasant Crusade, led by Peter the Hermit, left a bitter taste in Emperor Alexios' mouth, but he was still determined to carry out his plan. Dyrrhachium was designated as the rendezvous.
So that's where we'll start. Stop. That's where we'll stop today. The People's Crusade, the Peasants' Crusade, whatever you call it. Horrendous. And I mean, think about it. Like, there was just no uniformity between these 4 or 5 groups. There was no plan. It was just like, on the way, let's have, okay, we're gonna, and they were just barbaric in some of these places, and they did not treat themselves or others with respect. And once they got to that area, it just went downhill. It went downhill. And no, Peter was not a good leader at all. He was not a good leader, as you guys can see. Wow. Our next episode will be the Prince's Crusade. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, because we got a lot to talk about there. We're about a third or a fourth away through this crusade video. So we got a lot to go through. Thank you guys so much. I hope you have a great day. We'll talk soon. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the Kings and Generals First Crusade. Today we have the Prince's Crusade. Also, it says the Siege of Nicaea in 1097, so we might see that as well. Glad you're here. Make sure to hit that like button. Let's jump right into it. Waste no more time.
Hermit left a bitter taste in Emperor Alexios' mouth, but he was still determined to carry out his plan. Dyrrhachium was designated as the rendezvous point, where Byzantine officials and interpreters, along with large stockpiles of provisions and gifts, awaited the army, probably the largest since the days of the United Roman Empire. To quote the chronicler and participant of the Prince's Crusade, Fulcher of Chartres, whoever heard of such a mixture of languages in one army? There were Franks, Flemings, Frisians, Gauls, Allobroges, Lotharingians, Alemanni, Bavarians, Normans, English, Scots, Aquitanians, Italians, Dacians, Apulians, Iberians, Bretons, Greeks, and Armenians.
That's a lot, but they're all rooted in Christianity in this site.
Any Breton or Teuton wished to question me, I could neither reply nor understand. The earliest group was that of Hugh, Count of Vermandois, brother of the excommunicated French king, and one of the 2 actual princes in this Prince's Crusade. In February 1096, he led a council in Paris, discussing the logistics and goals of the expedition, which he intended to lead. Coincidentally, a lunar eclipse occurred during the negotiations, and thousands of Parisians observed as the moon became blood red.
Right, all these omens happened. I remember those, the meteor showers, the lunar eclipse. A lot of this feels revelation-like. So it's just adding to the bias of the preconceived bias that this is the battle for Christianity. This is the crusade that we must save the Holy Land, etc., etc.
During the next several months, commoners and nobles alike sold off their possessions as they needed the currency to buy provisions along the way, which led to a rare case of mass deflation due to the shortage of hard coinage. The group headed out towards Constantinople at the agreed-upon date of August 15th, and along the way was joined by the remnants of Count Emico's force, most of whom were knights. Upon reaching Bari in October, Hugh sent a few envoys to Dyrrhachium with the words, "Be it known to you, Duke, that our Lord Hugh is almost here. He brings with him from Rome the golden standard of St. Peter. Understand, moreover, that he is the supreme commander of the Frankish army. See to it, then, that he is accorded a reception worthy of his rank."
So he wants to be received well. He's basically bolstered himself up.
"And yourself prepare to meet him."
Alright.
Unfortunately for Hugh, however, another natural disaster intervened, as most of his fleet was sunk during the treacherous crossing of the Adriatic.
Dang. That's horrendous.
The prince himself was found on the coast near Dyrrhachium, shipwrecked and without the majority of his army and supplies. The remnants were greeted warmly, outfitted and fed, before being escorted to Alexios by Admiral Manuel Voutomitis. The second group was led by Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, who spent the last 20 years of his life fighting for the Holy Roman Emperor against the papacy, and defending his own lands from a coalition of claimants. Despite tracing his ancestry to Charlemagne himself, his titles were not hereditary, which meant that his position was very unstable. So when the preachings of Urban and Peter reached him, Godfrey answered the call with great enthusiasm. He sold off most of his estates, mortgaged his great castle of Bouillon to the Bishop of Liege, and extorted many Jewish citizens in order to equip a formidable army, which included his brother Baldwin and many knights and nobles. In order to avoid the papacy, his second army decided to pass the same land route taken by the People's Crusade via Hungary.
It didn't work out too well for them, but let's see how you do.
In early October, King Coloman was given Godfrey's brother as hostage in case the Crusaders decided to raid the countryside.
So he's... Wow, that's insane. He's the insurance package. Okay.
And convinced him to grant the Crusaders passage after he pledged that there would be no raiding. There were no accidents along the way, thanks to the high discipline and warning that anyone who defied Godfrey would be killed, and by November he was reunited with his brother and entered the sacked city of Belgrade.
Smart, but risky, very risky.
By the time they reached Nish, the Crusaders met up with their Byzantine escorts, who guaranteed that the army would be well fed along the way, with each city generously handing out grain, wine, oil and meat. Some of the nobles were so impressed by this warm welcome that they raced to Constantinople, hoping to get more gifts, at which point they heard a rumour that the French prince was imprisoned. On December 12th, Godfrey halted at Salimbria, and what had until this point been an unprecedented peaceful movement turned to raiding and looting of the countryside after the demand to release Hugh was rejected. Alexios sent 2 Franks in his service to calm things down, and by December 23rd, the army made camp outside Constantinople along the Golden Horn, where Hugh awaited Godfrey to assure him that the rumour was false. The Lotharingians were puzzled and further infuriated as some survivors of the Battle of Civitot blamed Alexios for the disaster, and as a result, Godfrey refused his invitation to meet the emperor personally.
It's so weird because they're kind of like using this place as passage and they're doing it on behalf. Alexios, there's so many like reasons for the crusade. Like Urban II has his own prerogative. with most of these knights and people, and then with Peter. And it seems that Alexios has it more of a diplomatic reasoning versus a Christianity religious reasoning, but he meets them in the middle there. And of course, he is the gateway to Anatolia via Constantinople. Now, they could land anywhere they want, sure, but it's like they don't want to use Alexios, but they have to use Alexios. You know what I mean?
Alexios responded by closing his markets to the Crusaders, and hostilities were resumed. Demands, insults, scare tactics, and a short-lived Christmas truce ensued, before Alexios sent several ships filled with Pecheneg archers to harass the Frankish camp, while Godfrey marched towards Constantinople.
Dang! So they're at war. I mean, you know, it's hard to look at it from a 2025 perspective, because like it would feel like the entire mindset would shift immediately right here. But as I spoke of before, they both want the same thing, but not for the same reason. Therefore, they're not aligned as like collaborative teammates. They're more or less, you know, they're echo chambered into their own reasonings versus their combined collaborative force.
Aiming to assault it, his brother Baldwin led 500 soldiers who attempted to set the city gate on fire. Both sides sustained.
And by the way, I know I'm pausing a bunch, but Constantinople is pretty formidable compared to these little forces. Like, there's been way bigger forces try to siege the city. So why don't you guys just kiss the hand, kiss the ring at this point? Your focus is the Levant. Your focus is the Holy Land, but you're muddying the waters here with your person that could be your friend. So much of this is just misalignment and miscommunication, which irks me to death.
Heavy casualties, but eventually the attack was repulsed. After 6 more days of plundering the countryside, the Crusaders were shocked when an imperial envoy arrived and announced that Alexios was ready to make peace and deliver his own son and heir, John, as a hostage. With this guarantee, Godfrey entered the city with a small entourage, where instead of a vengeful enemy, he met a generous host. "I have heard about you," Alexios told him, "that you are a very powerful knight and prince in your land, and a very wise man and completely honest. Because of this, I am taking you as my adopted son, and I am putting everything I possess in your power, so that my empire and land can be freed and saved through you from the present and future multitudes."
That's interesting. Don't know what I have to say about that.
In return for numerous gifts, Godfrey swore an oath that he would not harm imperial subjects and return any land taken conquered from the Turks to Alexios. Some sources misunderstand this oath as one of vassalage, but this was a masterful use of a familiar custom for a completely different purpose. Mercenaries in the service of Byzantium were forced to make a similar oath, but were given titles and land in return. In this case, Alexios became the supreme commander of the expedition, offering gifts instead of land. When he returned to his camp, Godfrey ordered his men to keep the peace and began boarding Byzantine ships, who transported him across the Bosphorus along with Hugh and Peter the Hermit. The third Crusader force was that of Bohemond, who had been disinherited by his father, Robert Guiscard, in favour of his younger half-brother, Roger Borsa.
So Norman Italians, basically.
Leaving Bohemond with just Taranto and Bari. In 1096, he was helping his uncle lay siege to Amalfi, when he heard that a massive army was making its way to the Holy Land, with crosses on their shoulders. With little to lose, Bohemond prepared to invade Byzantium once more, and tore off his expensive garment and had it cut into crosses for his men.
Are you gonna try to Trojan horse this?
Many warriors stepped forward under the pretext of this religious movement, and 500 knights, along with many footmen, abandoned the siege to travel east. The experienced commander ordered that his men land at multiple points across the Adriatic coastline, before meeting up in the city of Valona on November 1st. They were instructed to not plunder the countryside, and claim only as much food as they needed. But as they arrived at their former base of operations in Castoria, the garrison refused to share their supplies, which led to another series of widespread looting, during which an entire community of Paulicians was eradicated at Pelagonia.
And these people, not sure their motive. Are they actually trying to go to the Holy Land? Are they using this as a front to try to take out the Byzantium area?
As the army reached the Via Egnatia, they were met by a group of Pecheneg mounted archers, who harassed them with the tried and tested nomadic tactics. The Crusaders prevailed, and several Pechenegs were captured, but as soon as Bohemond found out they were carrying out imperial orders, he
because Alexios has a problem with them, yeah.
Let them go. Eventually, a high official met with the Normans, who smoothed things over and provided them with supplies. At the same time, Bohemond attempted to make contact with Godfrey and offered a joint attack against the Empire, but his message arrived just as he was making peace with Alexios. Bohemond had some of the best soldiers in the world, but his contingent was small, so he decided to enter Constantinople as a friend.
So jaded, so under, like, watch your back, Alexios, is what I would say. This is crazy.
Upon meeting his old rival, Alexios once again showed him the best hospitality he could hope for. During a feast,
because look, Alexios, his hands are tied. No matter, like, that's why he submitted peace so quickly with the others, because he has a bigger issue to the east. The Turks, they have a huge issue with the Sultanate of Rum and furthermore, because that once was all of Eastern Rome, from the breadbasket of Egypt to the Levant to Anatolia, so Asia Minor, like all of that was Eastern Roman influence, and not just influence, territory, citizens. A lot of those citizens are now under Turkish rule and are subjugated to the Turks. Now, he has no leverage at all. He has Constantinople. He has some money, not a lot. Their currency has gone. It's just not a good situation. Alexios is primed for just anything to go wrong. So he really just has to try to else his own as a regent, but at the same time try to expel friendliness and everything to everyone.
Bohemond was offered both cooked and raw meat in case he feared that it was poisoned. The Norman decided to pick the latter and prepared the meal himself. Later, he began negotiating with Alexios in his native Greek language, and suggested that he should become Domestikos of the East, or chief commander of the eastern lands. The request was denied, and instead, he was promised ownership of any lands east of Antioch, as well as being designated as an imperial agent. After agreeing and swearing the same oath as other crusaders, Bohemond returned to his quarters, which were filled with precious objects, coins and silk. Not everyone in Bohemond's army was happy about this. His nephew, Tancred, had no intentions to play sophisticated mind games, and instead crossed the Bosphorus with the bulk of the Norman forces. That same day, the third and by far the largest Crusader army, making up half of the total force, arrived at Constantinople.
Not sure about who this is going to be.
Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, was extremely rich and more powerful than the French king himself, having recently inherited Provence. By his marriage with Elvira of Aragon, he was connected with the royal houses of Iberia and fought several wars there. He was the only crusade leader who personally discussed the project with Pope Urban and was fully committed to it. He brought his wife and heir, as well as several noblemen from southern France, but his most influential follower was the spiritual leader and first Crusader bishop, Adhemar of Le Puy. Raymond had no intention to return to France, and it took a long time to put his affairs in order, which delayed his departure. Additionally, instead of taking the suggested route via Bari or the popular land route, he decided to travel via the Adriatic coast through the harsh roads of Dalmatia in the winter, where his army was harassed by Slavic tribes. Eventually, the army made its way to...
It's a big army though to harass. gas.
to Dorylaeum and resupplied, but they became wary of the Pecheneг parties sent to watch their actions. It was very
Yeah, but the Paganists, I think they were imperially contracted prior, so it feels like they were more of watchful eyes of the Italian Normans versus him, especially when he has homeboy with him.
very difficult to control such a vast force, and before long, hostilities broke out.
Oh.
Several barons were killed during hit-and-run attacks, and Bishop Adhemar was captured by several Pechenegs who were about to kill him when one of them pointed out who he was and fled.
Yeah, it seems like these people kind of act on their own, then they're rogue, but they also act under the imperial mercenary type contract. It's hard to pin down. This is not microscoped, this is more macroscoped.
Upon reaching Thessaloniki, the bishop and other wounded men were left to receive proper treatment, while the rest of the force marched and reached Rodosto. The envoys from the capital invited Raymond to an audience with Alexios, where he could meet up with the other crusade leaders. Fearing that the leadership of the crusade was slipping from his hands, he raced towards Constantinople, leaving behind a leaderless army, which naturally began pillaging the countryside. Raymond was received as well as the other leaders, but when he was asked to swear an oath, recognizing Alexios as the overall commander, and told he could take no land for himself, he was outraged. Bohemond approached him and tried to act as a mediator, but after things went sour, he pledged that if Raymond would go to war with Alexios, the Normans would stand with Byzantium. Once again, Alexios stepped up to the challenge by waiting for Bohemond to leave and assuring Raymond that the Normans were the real enemy and that the two should stand together in case they betray the cause.
There's so many cross betrays right here.
Finally, on April 26th, Raymond swore a modified oath of non-aggression and joined the rest of the party on the other side of the Bosphorus. The last Crusader army was a
funny thing is, they could all have banded together and they could have taken the Eastern Roman throne. I think so. I really do.
Combined force of 3 contingents. Robert, Duke of Normandy, was the son of William the Conqueror and was very experienced in warfare as a result of waging a war against him and his brothers after a terrible falling out over a prank. After his defeat at the hands of his own son, William only allowed him to inherit Normandy, despite being his firstborn, while his other son received England. Naturally, civil war ensued, and Robert lost, causing many of his barons to desert him.
Yeah.
So when the call to crusade arrived, Robert was more than willing to join, especially since his grandfather died on his way to Jerusalem. So he ceded temporary control over Normandy in return for 10,000 marks of silver.
And that's why England controlled part of Gaul, France, Norman, it doesn't matter how you say it. Or did they technically control it at this point either way as a vassal?
His cousin, Robert Count of Flanders, also had a father who made the pilgrimage in 1089 and agreed to send Alexios 500 Flemish warriors. After Robert received a personal letter from Urban II, he was more than willing to join. Stephen of Blois, on the other hand, was not moved by the Pope, but as the husband of Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, who made the decisions in the household, he was bound to her will, and when she wanted him to go, he agreed and left her in charge of his rich lands. The combined force of these 3 main leaders
So is this the 4th army?
crossed the Alps and met with the Pope in Lucca, who gave them his blessings before they reached Bari. Robert
They're going to cross the Adriatic, go to Dyrrhachium and so forth.
of Flanders immediately crossed and had a smooth and uneventful journey all the way to Constantinople, except for losing one of his vassals, who fought a naval battle against the Byzantine fleet after he tried to sail further south from the agreed-upon route.
That's insane. It's just it's just so crazy that they're fighting, then they love each other, they're fighting, they bless it. It's just so weird to me because there's no uniformity of combined forces. There's just more or less like it's so gray. It's just so gray.
The other 2 leaders, on the other hand, decided to wait until the following spring, which led to a mass desertion as men sold their bows to make it back home. Eventually, Robert of Normandy and Stefan of Blois made it to Constantinople and were delighted by the warm welcome, the latter writing back to his wife, "Your father, my love, gave me many great presents, but he was almost nothing in comparison with this man."
Wow.
The combined Crusader force was assembled at Civitot, which was fully stocked with supplies and constantly receiving more goods from the Byzantine merchants, which were sold at a fixed and fair price by the state. When we factor in the losses sustained along the way to Constantinople due to starvation, skirmishes, disease, shipwreck, and above all desertion, it is difficult to give an estimate of the total force, which also included remnants of the People's Crusade. That being said, thanks to the dozens of accounts, many of which were written by priests in the Crusader entourage, the starting figure at Civitot was most likely around 80,000, around 7,500 of which were mounted knights, 30,000 infantry, with the rest being camp followers.
So really, you just have a 35,000 field, and then you have 40-something thousand pilgrims.
It is very important to note that among them, there was a giant baggage train of pack animals, as each knight was accompanied by a warhorse, a palfrey, and a mule, a number which more than tripled if that knight was prominent.
Wow.
The fact that Byzantium kept up with the logistical demands shows that their level of determination and preparation matched that of the Crusaders.
Yeah.
Added to this giant force was the trusted general Tatikios, alongside 2,000 Byzantine infantry.
So kind of like a coalition.
In April 1097, most of the host was on the move through the Roman roads that had to be cleared from overgrowth and marked with crosses, leading the way towards the first major goal, Nicaea. The majority of the army reached its destination on May 6th and witnessed the massive fortifications built by Emperor Hadrian and consistently repaired by the Byzantines until they offered the Seljuk Turks to become its garrison. Nicaea was located at a very strategic location and defended by massive walls stretching for 5 kilometers, 10 meters tall, with 117 round towers, each 17 meters tall. To add to that, there was a double ditch, 4 formidable gates, and to the west, the city hugged the Ascanian Lake. The Turks manning these walls were expert marksmen, who repelled the Byzantine efforts to retake the fortress in 1081 and 1086. As the site of the First Ecumenical Council, called by Constantine, the loss of this city had a deep impact on all Christians, and seeing the mutilated remnants of the People's Crusade only strengthened the Crusaders' resolve. Meanwhile, the Sultan Kilij Arslan was confident in the strengths of his capital and left his family and treasury to go to Melitene on the other side of Anatolia, after he found out that his rival, the Danishmends, were trying to take it.
That's very lucky, the timing then, for the Crusaders.
In his eyes, the Crusader threat was dealt with, but after he read the report, showing that this force was several times larger than the one he defeated, he immediately rushed back, arriving on May 14th. Initially, some of the Crusaders who reached the walls attempted to assault the fortress, but were soundly defeated. Around the same time, 2 spies were caught, revealing that the Sultan was in the vicinity. The Crusaders immediately sent messages to Raymond to hurry his advance and position himself on the south gate in order to encircle the city before the garrison was reinforced. The Provençal detachment made up half of the Crusader force and was in the middle of setting up camp when 10,000 Turks charged at them with screams and arrows.
And if they do another feign retreat and the Crusaders fall for it, I don't know what I'm going to do. Because that's what always happens.
The Franks were exhausted, but formed up and held the line, with Raymond in the vanguard, and Bishop Adhemar delivering his first battlefield oration. "Now eternal life is at hand for you, indeed for anyone who might be crowned a martyr in battle. Go forth confidently against these enemies of the living God, and God will allow you today to achieve victory."
And it's crazy though that he's kind of like peddling a little bit more of that original Urban II call, that this, if you die, you will not die in vain. If you die for this cause, your sins will be washed away. That is kind of like the incentive for most of these individuals.
For hours, the Seljuks were unsuccessful in breaking the line, before Godfrey and Robert of Flanders arrived and charged at their right flank. Both sides sustained heavy casualties.
The amount of, like, I bet you Arslan has never seen this type of warfare before at this scale. All these Norman and Frankish knights just showing up into this land. It's just interesting.
But the Sultan was repelled. The Christians took no prisoners. Thousands of heads were rounded up. Wow. Some were sent to Alexios, who made camp at the nearby city of Pelicanum. Others were catapulted over the walls.
Yeah, because there is no humanity here. They're demonizing each other. So, of course, they're not going to keep prisoners. If they do, it's just for leverage at that point. It's not really for humanity and empathy.
And even more were impaled on spears as a warning to the city garrison. In return, the defenders used a device with sharp iron claws, attaching a chain to clasp a corpse and hang it from the battlements. By June 3rd, the last Crusaders joined the camp and started settling down for a protracted siege. They formed a council which created a shared treasury and coordinated the actions of the various regiments, and began building siege engines, the first of which was called the Fox, a structure resembling a ram, aimed at protecting a group of sappers which advanced under the cover of crossbow and mangonel fire, but as it was making its way towards the wall it collapsed, killing the 20 men below it.
Dang!
Next they tried siege ladders, but that also failed due to the masterful architecture of the city's defenses. Another ram was constructed and
sorry, I'm just pausing so much. It's so interesting that, like, so this was originally Emperor, I think it said Hadrian, built these walls, and then 1,000 years later they are holding up through Byzantium maintenance.
lit ablaze as the Turks poured Greek fire and destroyed it. Eventually, Remor had a chief engineer who built the Turtle, an improved model of the first ram, which made it to a damaged and leaning tower called Gonatus. Its sloped sides allowed it to reach the wall, where a group of sappers began digging at its foundation. As the tunnel extended, they placed wooden beams for support.
Wow.
Once they were deep enough, the beams were set on fire and the entire tower collapsed. Unfortunately, darkness set in and the assault was postponed for the following morning. But to their surprise, the Crusaders discovered that the garrison worked through the night piling rocks and sealed the breach.
Well, I would say so, because they're fighting for their life at this point.
In the meantime, Alexios was executing a plan of his own, fearing that the city would be sacked, or worse, that the Crusaders would go back on their word, taking it for themselves. He sent
You don't have to worry about that yet.
out his admiral Vutomitis, who entered the city and attempted to negotiate its surrender. His first attempt ended in failure, but then the Byzantines, using ropes, carts, oxen and horses, carried a small fleet over the mountains to the lake.
That is cool.
As the tower collapsed, the wife of Kilij Arslan attempted to flee the city on a ship, only to be captured by said fleet. At this point, Nicaea was fully surrounded and could no longer receive supplies from the lake. Vutomitis entered the garrison once more, carrying a message written in gold, promising that the defenders would be massacred by the Crusaders if they didn't surrender to the emperor. The deal was accepted, but a final bit of statecraft had to be executed. General Tatikios announced that a massive assault would be coordinated on the morning of June 19th. The army would carry crosses and imperial banners around the city and then attack on all sides. The Crusaders agreed and armed themselves when suddenly Roman standards flew over the ramparts. Nicaea had fallen to the Byzantine forces attacking from the west, and as some proclaimed, "Glory to you, Lord," others were perplexed and began to wonder what was the real purpose of this crusade.
That's where we're gonna stop. I'm telling you guys, they have two different, obviously most of you guys know this. I'm learning about it. Maybe you're learning about it. From my point of view, they have two main goals. One, Crusaders, obvious. They are basically echoing the pain points of Urban II's message that has been telephoned across Europe. Alexios, this is more about Roman strength. On the doorsteps of Constantinople, on the doorsteps of Anatolia, you have the Sultanate of Rum. You have this Seljuk Turk influence that has erupted and hurt the economy, hurt the strength of the Eastern Roman Empire. So there's the two different things that they're playing on. Alexios couldn't care less about the Europeans more than being mercenaries. From what I see, they're playing chess. It's a triangular chessboard. For now, there might be more. This is what I see right now. The triangular chessboard is the Seljuks, the Crusaders, and the Romans. Now, the Crusaders, that's also 4 or 5 chessboards in itself. There might be a couple chessboards in the other 2 camps as well. Not sure. This has been fun. I appreciate you. We'll watch more in the future. We got a lot more to watch. We're not even halfway through. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Every single like really does help out, guys. So I appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We got the First Crusade to continue. Now, all the prince. Previously, we saw the People's Crusade. Now, I don't know what we're going to watch. This is interesting. You guys know because you read the title. I don't know because this video hasn't started yet. But we're going to continue from here. Let me just... Oh, it's the Battle of Dorylaeum. Got some content. Let's go. Make sure you hit that like button.
Purpose of this crusade. Despite the fact that the Crusaders showed their martial prowess and personal courage during the siege of Nicaea, in the end it was cunning Byzantine diplomacy that won the day.
Well, they swooped in. I think it would have fell either way.
The sack of the ancient city was prevented, the prisoners from the People's Crusade liberated, but the Romans now had to ensure the cohesion of their Latin mercenaries and prevent them from slaughtering the Turkish garrison. The Seljuk defenders were secretly ferried off to Pelicanum, where they met up with the emperor, who gave out gifts to everyone.
Seems like Alexios is like the great compromiser in this situation. Like, when I say situation, crusade. Like, it seems that he wants to be loved by everyone. And he knows, like, gotta watch his back. There's so much politics, so much diplomacy. But for the Crusaders, it's black and white.
With additional rewards for those who wished to defect to his side. Alexios spent a fortune ensuring that the interests of the Crusaders aligned with his own. But he simultaneously was sending out a strong message to the Turks that the Byzantines had little to do with the savage Franks, and that anyone who willingly surrendered to him would not only be spared, but generously rewarded. As for the Crusaders themselves, their leaders were given gold, jewels, silk cloaks and horses, while wagons filled with bronze coins were distributed to the infantry and commoners. Despite that, tensions began to rise as the Latins became more suspicious of their generous host.
I mean, I was suspicious. What's gonna happen?
Some were offended by the disparity in the rewards, while others were offended that rewards were given out in the first place.
Like, it's us? Like, why are you giving these participant trophies so often? Like, I want... or why are you giving me... What are you hiding type conversation that might be needed?
As this was supposed to be a religious movement, motivated by faith, not possessions. Oh. And yet the biggest complaint came from the fact that only small groups were allowed in Nicaea to observe and pray in its churches.
Yeah, that's a little interesting. But on Alexios' behalf, he is worried that Latins, as we call them, Latins will sack, arm, because, like, just look prior. Like, there was a lot of that bravado previous beginning of the Princess Crusades. Like, on the way here, outside of the city, like, outside of Constantinople, there's just always that weariness of, like, will they behave?
Before they could depart, Alexios seized his opportunity to address the only major leader who didn't swear an oath to him, Bohemon's nephew, Tancred. the Norman once again refused and demanded for Alexios to accompany the Crusaders to their next target and to receive a royal tent identical to that of the emperor, proclaiming, "If you wish to dominate, then you must strive to serve." A brawl broke out.
That's interesting. You wish to dominate, you must strive to serve.
But eventually calmer minds prevailed, and Tancred swore the oath, kissed the emperor's hand, and received no gifts.
Dang. Okay, so everyone's aligned now.
Upon departure, he stared at Alexios and said, "I deem you worthy of being my enemy and not a friend."
So not really. Okay.
The council convened, and the Byzantines laid out a master plan to take over Anatolia. The next major target was naturally Antioch, but there were many smaller fortresses scattered throughout the harsh environment of the region that needed to be secured. Alexios put the imperial army and navy under the command of his brother-in-law, John Ducas, who was tasked with the recovery of the coastal provinces.
We remember John Ducas.
Seljuk Chaka Bey, who ruled from Smyrna semi-independently from the Sultanate of Rum, still posed a significant threat with his navy, and would prevent any supplies reaching the Crusaders once they made it to Antioch. And while some Latins must have felt abandoned by the emperor, it made no sense for him to join the already giant host, only adding to the logistical issues. Not to mention the risks of Cuman invasions, rebellious generals, or death of the emperor. What if the new ruler wasn't so cooperative with the Crusaders? Once again, the Franks were to be escorted by the trusted general Tatikios, who was extremely loyal to Alexios, and as a Turk himself, he knew
He was a household slave who grew up with Alexios and was emancipated for his... Oh yeah, he's definitely loyal.
Exactly what the steppe riders were capable of. Before departing, Alexios gave them plenty of supplies, as well as precious insight, advising them to send envoys to the Fatimid Caliphate and make an alliance with common enemies. And so, 10 days after Nicaea was taken, June 26, 1097, the Crusaders formed a massive column and set off. One of the leaders, Stefan of Blois, wrote back home to his wife, "I say to you, sweetheart, that from Nicaea we will arrive at Jerusalem in 5 weeks, provided that Antioch does not slow us down." Little did he know, the Franks would venture in the mountainous lands in the midst of the summer heat to face an enemy that vanquished tens of thousands of Romans.
Turks. I don't know. My brain went to Parthians. That obviously not that. We got some Turks hiding somewhere.
To reduce the load on the logistics, the coalition army split in two, with the first force moving ahead with Tatikios and Bohemond, the two imperial agents at the front, accompanied by the contingents of Tancred, Robert of Flanders, and Robert of Normandy, while Godfrey, Baldwin, Stefan, Hugh, and Raymond were 3 days' march behind them. It is very difficult to determine the Crusader force, as there were many non-combatants, many among them women and children.
Like pilgrims, right? They're going on it for like more or less the pilgrimage.
The First Army had around 3,000 knights and 10,000 footmen, which included 2,000 Byzantine infantry, accompanied by at least as many camp followers. The second force was at least twice as large.
And remember, you gotta feed everyone.
Totaling around 4,500 mounted warriors and 20,000 infantry, with just as many non-combatants. Riders were constantly galloping between the two halves, ensuring a steady flow of information about the route they were taking. And while the vast column crawled towards the crucial site of Dorylaeum, the Seljuks observed their every move from the hilltops. The Seljuk Turks were not alone, as Kilij Arslan managed to convince his rival, the Turkic Danishmends, to put their differences aside and combine their armies for a total force between 10 and 15,000 steppe riders. They were,
which is way more formidable than just like infantry, because they can do the feigned retreats, they can do raiding, they can do all sorts of...
equipped with leather armor and piercing swords. But the greatest tool in their arsenal was the recurve bow, with an effective range of 50 to 60 meters. Combined with their expert riding ability and knowledge of the terrain, This was the deadly combination that crushed the Byzantines in Manzikert, back when Romanos also decided to split his army in two halves. It is important to note that unlike many other nomadic peoples, the Seljuk Turks of Anatolia were stripped of a massive advantage due to the nature of the terrain. Despite controlling the region for over a decade, they couldn't raise enough horses to provide each of their riders with half a dozen remounts, meaning that they had to sacrifice in either speed or endurance. In the afternoon of the 30th of June, a few Seljuk scouts were spotted, and the Crusader vanguard made camp and sent a messenger to the Second Army, informing them to be on high alert before continuing their march the next morning. Imagining themselves as a Roman legion, weapons taken up, trumpets sounding, arranged against the enemy in wings, centurions leading cohorts and centuries, standards raised, in an orderly fashion we began to set forth. After crossing a small river, the army entered the junction of two valleys, 45 kilometers from Dorylaeum. The open plain was wide enough for the Seljuk maneuvers, but also allowed them to catch the Crusaders by surprise.
Yeah, this is not looking good. This is Dorylaeum, which is the main part of this episode. So you get like these plains, which are more susceptible for Turkish cavalry and maneuverability, as he just spoke of. Because when you're in the mountain pass, it's narrow, it's hard to traverse, bumpy, rough terrain. It's not easy for horses to kind of move. This looks like actually crossing this. I don't know if this is a river or a brook or whatever it is. It's like there's just some that's going to make this a little bit more.
They couldn't have picked a better spot for an ambush. As soon as the Seljuk force was seen, Boemor ordered a camp to be constructed by the infantry, picking a spot close to the river, hoping that the marshy ground would give them protection on one flank. In order to buy them some time, he and Robert of Normandy gathered the entire cavalry force of 3,000 knights and charged at Kilij Arslan. The fighting raged for almost an hour, but the light cavalry overwhelmed the Latin nobility, sending them back towards the makeshift camp, where some dug trenches, while the non-combatants and baggage train were directed towards the center.
So much collateral damage that can happen here, because they're all in one. Like they could just, with their arrows. Not a good look.
Hundreds of troops that were between the two Crusader armies poured into the battlefield, completely unaware of the ongoing battle, before they were captured or killed. Boemor and Robert ordered their entire force to dismount and positioned the heavily armored cavalrymen to hold the vanguard and withstand volley after volley. There were no walls, just a mass of people in chain armor in the summer heat, holding together against these circling nomads who tried to pick them off one at a time, screaming and taunting in the hope they would turn their back and flee. One eyewitness reports, "They encircled us on all sides, engaging at close quarters and throwing darts and spears and firing arrows wondrously far and wide. They howled and shrieked and shouted, making a devilish noise in their high voices, crying and shouting like demons."
Yeah, they talked about this several times, but they're demonizing these people. But it's easy to do that when they embody a characteristic. So obvious to a lot of these people that the revelation is happening in the end times. I think that's all part of this state is trying to be the word of God.
One particular Frankish knight called Robert of Paris, with a notorious background, was one of the first casualties. Back at Constantinople, he mocked the emperor by sitting on his imperial seat. Instead of punishing him, Alexios invited him for a drink and explained they were allies, advising him to never chase their nomadic common enemy. Overcome by anger, the knight threw himself at the Seljuks after multiple civilians.
That sounds like an after the fact. There's no way he is Nostradamus.
Was shot around him. Within moments, his movement was slowed by arrows piercing his armor. Soon he was slashed by a blade in full sight of the rest of the knights, who continued to hold their shields up. Bohemond and Robert were now screaming, ordering their men to hold the line, fully aware that if the lines broke, there would be nowhere to run.
Hey, this could be a massacre. It's surprised it hasn't been yet.
At first, women constantly supplied the soldiers with buckets of water from the river, but as the hours dragged on, they also had the role of dragging the dead away from the front. Both duties were essential to the survival of everyone inside the camp, but with each passing moment, hope was fading. People and animals alike were crying out, while priests were praying for salvation, when suddenly Kilij Arslan gave the order to attack the camp from every direction, both on horse and on foot. Brutal hand-to-hand combat ensued, with many casualties, including Tancred's brother William. Charge after charge failed to break the Normans, but then suddenly a detachment appeared from the marsh and entered the camp, killing anyone in their path. A band of knights quickly rushed to close the gap and push them back, but the Christians were at the brink. It was then a group of cavalrymen appeared on the horizon.
From where?
It had now been 5 hours since the first clash between the two armies, but after receiving word of the attack, Godfrey of Bouillon arrived at noon alongside 50 knights and bravely charged against the Seljuks, who halted their attack on the camp and turned on the reinforcements. Not long after, Raymond and Hugh joined the fight, and while Kilij Arslan still had the numerical advantage, the lack of remounts and length of the engagement meant that his army was extremely low on both energy and ammunition. At this point, Tatikios and Bohemond switched from a defensive stance to an offensive one, and as the Crusader cavalry engaged the steppe horsemen for the Battle of Anatolia, another detachment was seen on top of a hill behind the Seljuk line. Bishop
Well, there's that guy. We've been waiting for him.
Ademar, who used local guides to outflank the enemy, gave a rousing speech as Provençal troops charged into the enemy camp, plundering the Sultan's tent, before setting it all on fire and advancing on the enemy. With enemies on all sides, the Turkic army had no space to execute their masterful maneuvers, and had no choice but to flee. The formations held, the reinforcements arrived, and this victory sent ripples through the entire Muslim world.
I mean, was it a victory? On paper, yes, but it's very much a draw. How much? Like there was a lot of casualties. It's not like this is not the homeland of the Latins, so you can't just like re-up your like troops. You have a finite amount. Now the Turks have a finite amount as well. They're not far from their supply base of men.
Ibn al-Qalanisi, an Arabic writer, noted, "When news was received of the shameful calamity to the cause of Islam, the anxiety of the people became acute, and their fear and alarm increased. 3,000 nomads perished in the battle, while the Christians lost 4,000 of their own, who
see like 3,000. See, it was almost just astounding, but
were celebrated as martyrs. The plunder of the camp resulted in numerous fine weapons, gold coins, jewels, horses and camels, not to mention much needed grain. Everyone involved played a crucial role, but the man who was celebrated the most was Bohemond of Taranto, who rallied his men to stand their ground and fight.
I mean, a lot of people, like Alexios's right-hand man, the people out of nowhere and saved y'all's skin. Gotta give it to like Godfrey and company. Gotta give it to them too.
It was his courage and leadership that prevented another Manzikert.
It was going to be worse than massacre if it would have been a massacre.
It didn't take long before supernatural elements were infused into the events. Seljuk deserters swore that they had seen 2 horsemen with shimmering weapons and of wondrous appearance riding ahead of our army, menacing the enemy such that they allowed them no opportunity for fighting. Christian chroniclers later wrote that God sent 3 saints, George, Demetrius and Theodore, traditionally connected with the Orthodox Church, to save the Crusaders from doom.
Which was really just the other people.
When the army broke camp on July 4th, They observed that the road was littered with dead horses and Seljuks, which they took as evidence of the saints charging after the routed enemy. The further the army moved away from Constantinople, the more biblical elements were infused into their beliefs and actions, the boundaries between both worlds slowly evaporating.
Interesting. Like I said, like this revelations for them.
News quickly reached Alexios, who immediately sent out his forces against Chaka. One army moved towards Abydos, while the main force marched up the Meander Valley. At the same time, the Byzantine navy sailed directly towards Smyrna, with Chaka's daughter on board as a gesture of good faith. Unbeknownst to the Byzantines, Chaka had recently fled his capital to meet up with Kilij Arslan, who personally executed him because of a growing mistrust, further destabilizing Western Anatolia.
So they just gave Alexios a layup. There.
As in every other city, the Seljuks were a minority and couldn't hope to hold out, so they surrendered and a new governor was installed. As one of his first decisions, the new governor summoned a local nomad who was accused of a crime. Fearing for his own life, the desperate man grabbed a knife and stabbed the governor, which led to widespread violence as the sailors still stationed in the city massacred the local populace. Ducas had already moved on to his next target, the city of Ephesus, but when news arrived of what had just occurred at Smyrna, the Seljuks rode out and decided to meet the Romans in open battle. Both sides sustained heavy casualties, but eventually Ducas prevailed and took the city with no resistance.
So we gotta remember that the two fronts here, there's the Navy front, the Byzantine front, and then you have the Crusader front. Kind of like working together, columns. That way, kind of break up the have them not work together. Although, like, Sultanate just killed this guy because he didn't trust him.
Daedalus, defeated and surrounded by rebellious citizens, the Seljuks were fully aware of the severity of their situation, and city after city surrendered to Alexios. Sardis and Philadelphia quickly followed, but one particularly interesting case was that of Laodicea, where according to the Alexiad, Ducas accepted the surrender of the garrison and left it in the hands of the deserters. Based on this, we can conclude that he was short on men who could garrison the nearby fortresses, and that some nomads, including noble families, had adopted a sedentary lifestyle and chose to stay in their newfound homes and serve under Alexios.
Just look so quickly, it's 1097 still, and look how much land has already been recaptured for this crusade. Insane.
By the end of 1097, the emperor signed a truce with Kilij Arslan, having regained most of Anatolia, fulfilling the dream of his generation.
Wow. And that's where we're going to stop today, because anything further, it's just going to kind of like rail away from the part of the episode, which was the Battle of Dorylaeum. Insane, biblical, like how they were saved, and you know, it was like the perfect place to get ambushed, like they said, right across a river, plains, right where the horses could maneuver through their famed retreats. They could really just they could pick them off, and they did. I'm surprised. I'm just still surprised. I guess just unwavering line. I don't know what else to say. I appreciate you guys so much. Have a great. I'll see you guys next time. Make sure to hit that subscribe. Out. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today we are continuing the First Crusade, and what we left off, of course, was the Battle of Dorylaeum, where we saw the Seljuk Turks tuck their tail and run, and they got pretty much beat out a lot. There was a ton of territory that's already taken by the Byzantium Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire. And now we saw Dorylaeum, which was a opportunistic time for the Seljuks to really massacre them, and it didn't work out that way. So now we're going to continue with the Siege of Antioch, which was the next stepping stone for the Crusaders. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. We love the history, and I hope you do too. Let's jump into it.
Took place in mid-July, with temperatures reaching over 30 degrees Celsius. there were no major rivers, and to make matters worse, Kilij Arslan adopted a scorched earth policy, stripping the land of any supplies and burning down useful structures. A week into this tumultuous path, a stream was found, and thousands sprinted towards it. Many drank too much and suffocated, while others were trampled.
Dang! This is the aftermath of the Battle of Dorylaeum. It seems like it looks like King, but it's Kilij. It seems like Kilij Arslan, has adopted the scorched earth mentality, which is to try to leave the Crusaders without any resources, to have to also tuck their tails and go back to Constantinople, but it's not the case so far.
The first major casualty of this expedition were the horses, a symbol of status and one of the greatest strengths of the Latin army. Western horses were larger than their eastern counterparts and demanded between 30 to 40 liters of water per day.
That's a lot to keep up with. And remember, there's a lot of pilgrims around them as well. So many mouths to feed. There's probably more casualties than even are spoken about, just because the pilgrims, the children, the women.
Thousands of pack animals and hunting dogs also died, which meant that the pace at which the army could move was further slowed down. This was the sacrifice the army had to make, according to the Roman High Command, which decided to take the southern route instead of the usual one through Ankara, without even stopping at Amorium.
Sicilian Armenia, that's an interesting one.
The risky move tricked the Seljuks into thinking that the army was not heading towards Antioch, and would divert back to the coast at any moment.
I know I'm pausing a lot, I'm just seeing so much and I'm questioning everything. It says Antioch in Pisidia, and then Antioch. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, obviously we know which one's the real Antioch, but just interesting.
Coupled with their recent victory, this meant that the Crusaders were unopposed and didn't have to worry about ambushes and hit-and-run tactics. By August, the coalition made it to Antioch in Pisidia and resupplied, but by this point, thousands of soldiers perished. The horses, mules, hunting dogs and falcons were lost, and 2 of the major leaders were on the brink of death. Rimor was severely ill and didn't expect to recover, while Godfrey was badly mauled by a bear in a recent hunt.
What? That's insane.
The next stop was Iconium, a formidable but abandoned fortress, in which the army was warmly welcomed by its Roman population. At Heraclea, there was finally a hint of resistance, as the Turkic riders set an ambush, but after a short skirmish they fled the battle. The impact of Dorylaeum was so severe that nobody dared to stand against the knights for long. Instead of making for Cilicia, the army moved north towards Caesarea, then took a month crossing the Taurus Mountains, where the temperatures would drop severely, testing the constitution of the Franks, who were used to a very different climate. The roads were so steep that many knights decided to sell their weapons and armor. Whether this was a good plan or not, it solidifies the idea that even at this point, the shots were called by Alexios and his generals. As the troops advanced, Tatikios and his men rushed forward and liberated any strongholds, urging the citizens to ready their goods for the oncoming crusaders and not to stir any trouble. In the absence of Seljuk authority, Roman and Armenian governors shifted their allegiance towards Constantinople.
They just go with the wind at this point, but I mean that's a lot of people, but it seems that they are encircling what used to be the Sultanate of Rome. Kilij Arslan is just moving through these vassal states at this point, trying to rectify some sort of solution to this crusade.
A step which was essential in case the siege of Antioch was prolonged and supplies were needed to support it. In November 1097, Anselm of Ribemont writes that the army held 200 fortresses and cities, while Stefan of Blois' account mentions 165. It is safe to assume that most of Anatolia was reconquered for the Komnenian dynasty. During the summer of 1097, the Seljuk scorched earth policy, coupled with the difficult terrain, stripped the Westerners from their most powerful tool, their heavy war mounts. Some fell from cliffs, and others perished from lack of water, forcing many knights to ride oxen, mules, or simply travel on foot,
Wow.
while goats, sheep and dogs were used as pack animals. Soldiers were so dehydrated that on the rare occasion that water sources were found, many suffocated themselves as they drank too much. After arriving at Heraclea, the army divided into two. The bulk of the forces took the longer route north through Cappadocia and then east, circling the formidable Anti-Taurus, while a smaller contingent took the direct approach via the Cilician gates. This strategy resulted from careful and cunning planning on behalf of Alexios, who wanted to ensure a base of operations which could be used for supplies and later reinforcement, but also provides us with an idea of how well disciplined and coordinated the Council of Princes really was. The expedition in Cilicia was commanded by Baldwin of Boulogne and Tancred, the supporting side characters of their more renowned relatives Godfrey and Bohemond, who now had the opportunity to prove their worth. Tancred led no more than 200 men, but was accompanied by an Armenian guide, allowing him to arrive at Tarsus before Baldwin, who had between 300 and 500 troops. What used to be the capital of the region and the place where Mark Antony first met Cleopatra.
That's right. That's right. A stone archway, Cleopatra's Gate, still stands. I'm wondering if it still stands today, or it probably still stands then, because this is 1,000 years later. So it's probably then. So it still stands, commemorating her majestic arrival. But even this was built after the event as a tourist attraction. That makes sense. In the 2nd century, our local Turks have given it the less reverential nickname of the bitches. Wow.
Was now a meager town, which lost its port to centuries of sedimentation.
Oh, that used to be a port city. That's insane.
On September 21st, 1097, the Seljuk garrison rushed out to meet Tancred in open battle, but they were easily beaten back. The Norman then taunted the enemy, claiming that he was merely the vanguard of a massive Christian force. The following morning, he received their surrender and raised his banner on the citadel. That same day, Baldwin arrived and feasted beneath the city walls alongside the Normans. Despite being absent from any engagements, he suggested that they were to share the spoils equally, and since he had the larger force, Tancred had to begrudgingly accept. His banner was replaced and thrown into a nearby marsh. Within hours, he gathered his troops and rode east. A month later, at dusk, a force of 300 southern Italian Normans arrived in order to reinforce Tancred, but were refused entry into Tarsus, forcing them to make camp under the walls.
So much infighting.
Unseen, the bulk of the Seljuk garrison slipped through the night and butchered them as they slept, before riding off into the distance. A rumor began circulating that Baldwin was actually responsible, and fearing for his life, he locked himself in a tower waiting for the storm to pass, before installing his own garrison and leaving a week later. But the bloody stain would never be forgotten. Meanwhile, Tancred had made it to Mamistra, where he was warmly welcomed by the local Armenians, who accepted him as their new ruler after the Seljuk garrison fled. Like clockwork, Baldwin arrived a few days later and camped near the city, but this time Tancred would not back down. The first Crusader confrontation was brief and more of a brawl than a battle. Some men were seriously injured, but no one was killed, and both sides made peace the next day.
Insane then when they got killed there.
Before going on their separate ways. Tancred garrisoned Mamistra with 50 men, secured the port of Alexandretta, and met up with the main crusading host on its way to Antioch after establishing friendly relations and a stable base in Armenian Cilicia.
I mean, it's good that I guess that they kind of like conquered that area. It's so weird though, like the infighting though. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Each person's trying to assert their own glory amongst the Crusaders. They're pretty much all in competition with each other, but they're not understanding that teamwork makes the dream work.
As for Baldwin, his adventure was just beginning. While the rest of the Crusaders prepared to head south, he was guided by an Armenian named Bagrat, who promised great riches and fertile lands to the east. Accompanied by just 100 knights, he took a page from Tancred's book and was able to capture the towns of Tel Bashir and Revendell with little more than a bluff. Initially, he rewarded Bagrat with lordship over the latter city, but before long a plot was uncovered and Baldwin hunted him down and brutally tortured him. News of these conquests soon spread, reaching the ear of Thoros, the Armenian ruler of Edessa, who was barely holding on to power. The two men formed an alliance, formalized in a bizarre ritual, during which both men
This is so weird that it's just all happening at the same time.
stripped to their waist and embraced each other under a long shirt, sealing a union between father and adopted son.
Okay.
With his newfound Latin son, Thoros dispatched Baldwin at the head of an Armenian force to deal with his Seljuk rival from Samosata. On his return to Edessa, the Crusader uncovered a plot by Edessene nobles aiming to assassinate Thoros. Baldwin neither aided nor turned them in, hoping to see where the wind blows, and in
See, like, it's so, like, it's like that show. What's that show called? Not. It's the show with dang, it's slipping me. But it's like House of Cards. There's so many like people that you're stabbing in the back, but there's also like friends, and are they your friends? They're friends for today. It's so weird, man, but it makes sense. This is such a volatile state.
In March 1098, the locals rebelled against their ruler and ripped him to pieces. Baldwin immediately jumped on the opportunity and established an iron grip over the city, which would become the base of the future County of Edessa, the first Crusader state, carved out with just 100 men and questionable morality.
Yeah, questionable. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the main body of the Crusader army took Marash on October 10th of 1097 and prepared to attack Antioch. At its peak, it was the third city of the Roman Empire.
You would think that Ducas, like, I forgot his first name, but Ducas, like the guy that was like helping on the navy side and throughout southwest Anatolia, would like pace with these people towards Antioch, because, you know, if this is a true siege, if they can like surround the city and also make sure that there's no naval supply, they will easily take it.
But its role in the region was now diminished due to the rise of neighboring Aleppo and Damascus. The Latins could have taken Jerusalem without it, but if they wanted to keep it, they needed this strategic target, which had immense value to all Christians. Luckily for them, those same cities were now fighting for dominance, while Antioch stood alone in the backdrop of the fragmented Seljuk Empire. Ruled by its ambitious and very capable Turkoman named Yaghisian, who struggled to preserve his domain amidst civil war, pockets of Shiite Arabs, numerous Christian subjects, and now an impending zealous army with quite the reputation.
Very.
But now, let's look at what he had going for him. A very capable Seljuk garrison of 5,000 men alongside 800 soldiers, incredibly well-built walls, 20 meters high and
Yeah, I don't think that Navy will do much. I take all that back. This is not anywhere near the water. You got the St. Paul's, St. George's Gate, and then you got a few other gates, and then the Citadel. Interestingly enough, there's a gate right next to the Citadel, but it's not as easy to traverse that area.
2 meters thick, covering a large area, including a hill featuring a formidable citadel 500 meters above the city, from which the defenders could track every Frankish move. There were foothills which could be turned into farmland, but above all, the geography made this city nearly impossible to take. The city was protected by a mountain to the east, while the Orontes River flowed in a way that if an army wanted to surround Antioch, it had to cross it, separating the camp in 3 on its west and south side.
True.
In mid-October, the leaders of the Crusade gathered together to discuss how they would tackle this challenge. Tatikius came forward and proposed.
By the way, no one's going to agree. I already know that these egos, they're going to be like 3 or 4 different directions, at least two different directions they're going to want to take.
That they fortify themselves to the north and harass the garrison from afar, a long and drawn-out strategy that worked in 969 during the Byzantine Reconquista of the Macedonian dynasty period. But the majority decided on a more direct approach. Raymond of Toulouse was convinced that if the Crusaders took too long, many would desert during the winter, something which had already started to occur during the difficult trek in the mountains. Satellite fortresses were captured, with contingents securing Bagres, Arta, and the Iron Bridge, opening the road to the coveted city. But once the Crusaders met the imposing defences high above them, all hopes of a direct assault dissipated. 30,000 Latins, half of which were non-combatants, made camp against just 3 of the 6 main gates on the 20th of October, centred around the northwestern corner. Bohemond took up position in front of the St. Paul Gate, while the remaining Italian Normans, led by Tancred, camped behind. The northern French blockaded the Dog Gate, Godfrey of Bouillon held the Gate of the Duke, and the Byzantine contingent acted as reserves. Siege warfare was a staple of medieval European warfare, which also came with certain traditions. Namely, the first banner to fly above the walls of a newly conquered city represented a strong claim to it.
Yeah, that's what we saw. What they're competing on the Sicilian Armenian side.
And it is here that we find that Bohemond was starting to show some of his ambition, being the first to arrive and
I think Baldwin has the most ambition so far,
positioning his forces against the most crucial gate of the 3. In the first 2 weeks, both sides were sizing each other up, which resulted in the calmest period, during which Yaghi sent out his sons to search for aid, and the Crusaders enjoyed plentiful supplies from the rich valley. Fearing mutiny, the Seljuks expelled a large portion of its Christian population, while many Armenians took the chance to visit the Crusader camp and report back to Yaghi what they saw. Suddenly, this army that took down the Sultanate of Rum didn't seem so threatening, and the strategy changed entirely. Arrows were shot from atop the citadel, while mounted archers sallied out and harassed the camp, racing back across the bridge when given chase. Harim, a nearby fortress, was still in Muslim hands and was used as a base from which raids were continuously launched. By mid-November, the winter cold was setting in, supplies were waning, and heavy rains poured on the Christian force. The Crusaders were putting barely any pressure on the city, while the city continued to receive rich caravans from the south.
Yeah, like, this isn't a siege. This isn't a siege. I mean, you could call it a siege, but it's not effective at all.
In order to turn the tide, the Latins built a bridge over the Orontes River by tying small boats together, which was difficult to cross.
Pontoon bridge.
The maneuver allowed the Crusaders access to the sea via the crucial port of St. Simeon, which received regular shipments of supplies from Byzantine Cyprus. This entry point allowed the Franks to send and receive letters from the west, resulting in a rare collaboration between Bishop Adhemar and the exiled Patriarch of Jerusalem, who drafted a letter asking the West to send a new wave of reinforcements to the Holy Land. On the 17th of November, 13 Genoese ships even made it to the port, bringing vital craftsmen and materials, which were used to build a fort on the slopes of Mount Storin called Malregard.
What's his name? Adhemar. Adhemar is low key like the MVP so far.
Which were used to build a fort on the slopes of Mount Storin called Malregard. Next, Bohemond was chosen to deal with Harim, which he did by employing steppe tactics, namely a feigned retreat. This drew out the small
Where did he learn that from?
garrison, which was then smashed by a heavy cavalry charge, personally led by Bohemond. The fortress didn't fall, but its garrison was neutralized. According to eyewitness reports from the Crusader camp, those whom we captured were led before the city gate and were beheaded to grieve the Turks who were in the city. The garrison immediately responded in kind, according to the same report. Alas, how many Christians, Greeks, Syrians, and Armenians who lived in the city were killed by the maddened Turks?
Yeah, that doesn't really help y'all's case as Crusaders. You guys are basically not saving your own people at that point.
With the Franks looking on, they threw outside the walls the heads of those killed with their catapults and slings. This especially grieved our people. The Greek Christian Patriarch of Antioch was regularly suspended from the walls upside down, while the guards beat his feet with iron rods. Both sides were determined to win, no matter the cost. With the coming of December, the shipments became infrequent, and hunger began to set in. Foraging parties ventured far from the camp, and many were picked off, never to be seen again. Merchants from Cilicia became one of the few lifelines for many, but greed and the dangers of making the journey led the traders to jack up their prices, which caused mass desertion amongst the poor.
Dang.
Those who could not afford to feed themselves were losing health, which led to the rapid spread of disease, causing the death of a fifth of the army.
And that's just gonna make you weaker than you were. Oh, it's just not a good. It's just not a good situation at all for them.
After celebrating a grim Christmas, Beaumont and Robert of Flanders left camp on a mission to find supplies, taking 400 knights and at least as many infantry with them east. The expedition did manage to find a significant amount of forage in the fertile area of Jabal as-Samak, raiding nearby villages. While camping near the town of Al-Bara, the group made one of the worst strategic mistakes one can make. They didn't post scouts, and suddenly realized that a 10,000-strong army was on the horizon. The combined force of Damascus and Homs, led by the formidable Atabeg Tugtegin, was equally surprised to find the raiding party on the 31st of December after they answered Antioch's call for aid.
Oh no, they're in trouble.
Robert instantly rallied his knights and charged against the overwhelming force, stopping the Muslim force.
400 against 10,000?
Beaumont stayed back, pouncing at the right moment as the enemy was trying to flank his ally. Rather than risk failure for themselves and the entire crusade, the men retreated back into camp, abandoning all of the supplies they had managed to gather, as well as those who were on foot. Wow. Such was the lack of war steeds that most of the cavalry chased after a single horse, who had lost his rider and galloped west. When the dust settled, the troops from Damascus regrouped and attacked the fleeing footmen, killing or capturing most of them. The blow inflicted by the Crusader force was not fatal, but it did discourage the already disinterested Muslim troops from continuing their expedition, so they headed back to Damascus. Over the next few days, Robert returned to pick up a few stragglers and supplies, but overall, despite preventing utter disaster, the mission failed to resupply the camp. But Beaumont and Robert's absence didn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, and I'm guessing they probably tried to raid them a few times with less troops to defend.
The all-seeing Citadel reported the troop movement to Yaghi-Siyan, who ordered the garrison to sally out and attack the Crusader camp. To make matters worse, Robert of Normandy was absent, visiting a nearby port, and Godfrey was ill. Rushing out of the bridge gate, the Seljuks charged at the Provençal camp, where they met Raymond of Toulouse. After a quick engagement, the garrison force began to flee, as the southern French gave chase. Upon approaching the bridge gate, more enemies from both sides emerged, turning the attack into a rout. Men snatched riders from their saddles and pulled at their horses' tails, killing 15 knights and 20 footmen. Amidst the chaos, the bannerman of Bishop Adhemar, the spiritual leader of the crusade selected by Pope Urban himself, was slain. The next day, the prized banner was flown atop the wall of Antioch, taunting the besiegers, who saw the flag depicting the Virgin Mary and felt like a legion who had lost its eagle.
Yeah, yeah, that's a great analogy, by the way. So they're kind of screwed at this point. They need some sort of lifeline to help them. They need something to happen because it's not going in the direction at all.
The turn of the year signaled the lowest point of the crusade. After crossing thousands of kilometers and enduring countless attacks and terrible
Where's Baldwin? That's what I would be asking.
Weather, the Crusaders were nearing their breaking point. An eyewitness reports, At that time, the famished ate the shoots of bean seeds growing in the fields, and many kinds of herbs unseasoned with salt, also thistles, which, being not well cooked because of the deficiency of firewood, pricked the tongues of those eating them. Also horses, asses, camels, dogs, and rats. The poorer ones even ate the skins of the beasts and the seeds of grain found in manure.
God.
Simultaneously, the men witnessed a comet and aurora, felt an earthquake, and interpreted the signs as God's displeasure.
Always gonna have something.
It was at this crucial point when the clergy stepped up and decided to restore the faith by blaming it all on the sins of those involved. We believed that these misfortunes befell the Franks and that they were not able for so long a time to take the city because of their sins. Not only dissipation, but also avarice or pride or rapaciousness corrupted them. Bishop Adhemar took measures into his own hands and began advocating that all women should be expelled from the camp, and the rest should fast for 3 days and form a procession around the city's walls.
No, eat! Bro, they need their strength. Alright, Adhemar, I was rooting for you, but now you going crazy.
Theft and fornication were forbidden, and anyone who broke the rules
He just don't want nobody else because he doesn't have a woman, probably.
was publicly punished. Around this time, a man and woman were caught in the act of adultery before being stripped and whipped for the whole army to see.
I get discipline's interesting, but like the food thing's too far, guys.
These measures generally had a positive effect in restoring morale and discipline to the camp, but there were still some who deserted the cause, including none other than Peter the Hermit, who was caught trying to leave during the night. But by far the most
I'm not a big Peter the Hermit fan, so that's kind of funny.
impactful departure was that of Byzantine general Tatikius. Seeing the conditions reach an all-time low, the man who acted as quartermaster and representative of Alexios pledged to sail to Constantinople and come back with ships full of supplies. To make a strong statement, he even left all of his belongings in the camp. But for reasons which will become clear later, the shipments arrived, but the general did not. Writing with the benefit of hindsight, every Frankish chronicler will condemn both the emperor and his general, and many of their reports failed to mention these dozens of shipments, which allowed the siege to even reach this point.
So they had their own like personal vendetta against him because he didn't stay. He abandoned ship, probably, in their eyes.
It was now late January of 1098, and Bohemond himself threatened to leave the campaign, stating that he lacked the funds to pay for his soldiers, which led to creating a common war chest, sponsored by Raymond, aimed at financing the purchase and maintenance of mounts. To ensure the army's cohesion, all Crusader leaders pledged to stay in the camp for 7 years, or until Antioch was taken.
7 years? These guys have gone insane. But I understand their passion and I understand what they're going for. That's crazy to me.
The garrison never stopped harassing the Crusaders, and during one of the many skirmishes, a glimmer of hope was born, as a high-ranking Seljuk nobleman was captured. After learning that his family commanded one of the towers, the Latins negotiated secret access to their tower as ransom, but Yankeesian uncovered the plot and relieved the family from their command. The Crusaders began torturing their high-profile prisoner, but to no avail.
Dang.
Just when things couldn't get any worse, the first days of February brought the news that a new army was approaching Antioch from the east. Ridwan of Aleppo gathered 12,000 men in order to lift the siege and gave the council an impossible task. The answer was in the form of 700 knights, riding the last healthy steeds the Crusaders could muster under the command of Bohemond.
You gotta meet him at the Iron Bridge, otherwise can't bottleneck him.
This was a big step, taken under desperation and based on his previous successes. With no infantry to slow him down, the Norman set out and hid his men behind a hill near the Iron Bridge, separating his force into 6 squadrons. From there, the Latins waited for the long column moving in from Aleppo. On the morning of February 9th, Ridwan was marching down the road with 2 detachments as a vanguard away from his main force. Bohemond could have easily held a defensive position at the bridge, but instead he sprung his ambush, ordering 5 of his squadrons to charge directly at the column, while he held back. One eyewitness described these first minutes of battle. The din of battle arose to heaven, for all were fighting at once, and the storm of missiles darkened the sky. Knowing that they were heavily outnumbered, these knights must have been terrified, but they played a crucial tactical role. Their shock attack drew Ridwan's main force forward into the heart of the battle. His massed troops now began to push the Crusaders back, and the Aleppans most likely felt that victory was at hand. In fact, this was the moment for which Bohemond had prepared.
I'm confused what they're going for here.
The author of the Gesta Francorum, who was amongst Bohemond's troops, wrote an impassioned description of this attack. So Bohemond, protected on all sides by the sign of the cross, charged the Turkish forces like a lion which has been starving for 3 or 4 days, which comes roaring out of its cave thirsting for the blood of cattle. His attack was so fierce that the points of his banner were flying right over the heads of the Turks. The other troops, seeing Bohemond's banner carried ahead so honourably, stopped the retreat at once, and all our men in a body charged the Turks, who were amazed and took flight. Our men pursued them and massacred them right up to the Iron Bridge.
Okay.
The Norman bet the fate of the entire expedition on this brilliant move, and as the fleeing head of the enemy column started to trample those behind them, the knights who followed him recognized his genius. The garrison, having seen Bohemond leave camp once again, attempted a counterattack, but once again they were repelled. With the battle and booty won, we carried the heads of the slain to camp and stuck them on posts as grim reminders of the plight of their Turkish allies and of future woes of the besieged. Back at the camp.
Alright, that's what we'll stop right there. Next will be the Battle of Antioch, the biggest battle of the First Crusade. This episode really was more about the siege, the expeditions, everything in between. Interesting, this is like the biggest moment so far of the entire crusade, and we'll see where it takes us from here. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Make sure you hit that like button and that subscribe button if you haven't already. Peace out. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the First Crusade. We left off on the Siege of Antioch, which is kind of a continuation here, but now we have the Battle of Antioch, which also says is the biggest battle of the First Crusade. Ready? Are you guys ready? Make sure you hit that like button. Let's jump right into it.
Held out against another sally attempt from the garrison. Winter subsided, and seeing the Norman knights returning lifted the spirits of the besiegers, who once again believed that God was on their side.
Everyone thinks God's on their side, by the way.
This triumphal march from the Battle of the Iron Bridge was also witnessed by an unlikely emissary at the camp. Indeed, representatives of the Fatimid Caliphate had arrived at the camp on the day of the battle.
That's interesting. Fatimids obviously controlled Egypt and North Africa.
Responding to the letters the Crusaders wrote earlier after Alexios suggested it, outlining the political disarray in the Muslim world. Despite the religious fervor of the hosts, the guests were shown great hospitality, receiving gifts from the recently plundered camp. Peter the Hermit was chosen to negotiate, but it soon became clear that the Egyptians believed that this army was essentially a Byzantine force.
Yeah.
The emissaries knew that those who took the cross and went on a mission answering the call made by Alexios were paid generously by him, and all swore an oath to return any former Byzantine city to him. Over half of the initial force had already lost their lives on this journey, and over 100 strategic locations were handed over to the Romans, or were temporarily held in the case of Baldwin, who had not yet made his county of Edessa official. Shipments from the empire continued to be the crucial lifeline that supported the crusade, but Taticius had left and there was no Byzantine representative to deal with the Fatimids, so why would they deal with these mercenaries? The envoys stayed in the camp for over a month before returning to Cairo with a few Franks. Both sides agreed to neutrality, which prevented a potential blockade from the only powerful Muslim navy in the region. The coming of March signalled the end of the hardest phase of the campaign so far. Many were slain, others died from cold and disease, the poor died from hunger, those who couldn't endure the horrors of siege warfare deserted, and the women were exiled. However, those
By Peter.
who
No, by Abenahar.
remained were some of the most hardened, committed, and toughest warriors in history, with exceptional training and discipline. Looking back on this period, Anselm of Ribemont, a knight who had lived through the Antiochian winter, wrote, "Growing stronger and stronger, therefore, from that day our men took counsel with renewed courage." On the 4th of March, an English fleet arrived at St. Simeon carrying supplies, tools, and craftsmen.
Did I hear that right? You say English?
Renewed courage. On the 4th of March, an English fleet arrived at St. Simeon carrying supplies, tools, and craftsmen, resources that would not just extend but end the siege. Up until this point, the garrison was constantly in contact with the outside world, trading information and resources through its southern gates. To secure the heavy supplies from the relatively distant port, the two most powerful princes, Beaumont and Raymond, were chosen to go on this escort mission, accompanied by 60 knights and 500 infantry. Once again, the all-seeing citadel observed these movements, and Yegiseyan had his mounted archers harass the Crusader camp, while laying an ambush close to the bridge gate. The return journey from the port took 3 days, and once the convoy was spotted, the trap was sprung. On the 7th of March, the Seljuks screamed and galloped at a vulnerable gap in the infantry line. To quote the chronicler, "The Turks began to gnash their teeth and chatter and howl with very loud cries, wheeling around our men, throwing darts and loosing arrows, wounding and slaughtering them most brutally. Their attack was so fierce that our men began to flee over the nearest mountain or wherever there was path. Those who could get away quickly escaped alive, and those who could not were killed."
It's part of it. When you gotta have scouts. Gotta have scouts. What happens?
The majority of the infantry was quickly broken, yet only 2 knights were lost, pointing to the lack of cohesion in the Crusader ranks. Commanding the rearguard, Beaumont rushed in with reinforcements, while Godfrey of Bouillon rallied his troops from the camp and joined the fray. An intense battle ensued before the walls of Antioch, which only intensified as Yegiseyan poured in more troops from the garrison. After months of stare-downs and harassment, the two sides finally met in the open field. The garrison was pushed back towards the bridge gate as panic overwhelmed the Muslim forces. Our primary source wrote, "Those who did not succeed in crossing the bridge alive, because of the great press of men and horses, suffered their everlasting death with the devil and his imps. For we came after them, driving them into the river or throwing them down, so that the water of that swift stream seemed to be running red with the blood of Turks. And if by chance any of them tried to climb up the pillars of the bridge or to reach the bank by swimming, he was stricken by our men who were standing all along the river bank."
So no escape. No escape here.
Yegiseyan played his hand, knowing he had the advantages of intelligence, mobility, and the element of surprise. Had his ambush succeeded, the Crusaders would have lost their leaders, precious supplies, and the initiative from the recent victory.
It could have been over.
Multiple eyewitnesses who later wrote about this engagement reported that both sides lost 1,500 men each, a number which reduced the enemy garrison substantially. The Christian clergy held services commemorating those who had lost their lives, while the survivors flaunted their newly gained Arabian horses and silk clothes.
Dang.
At dawn, the Muslims from Antioch briefly left the city so they could bury their dead in a nearby abandoned mosque, alongside cloaks, coins, bows, and arrows. Once again, contemporary sources report, "When our men heard this, they came in haste to that devil's chapel and ordered the bodies to be dug up and the tombs destroyed."
Dang. Where's the humanity, bro?
And the dead men dragged out of their graves. They threw all the corpses into a pit and cut off their heads and brought them to our tents so that they could count the number exactly, except for those that they loaded onto 4 horses belonging to the ambassadors of the Emir of Cairo.
Jeez.
On the 10th of March, work began on a new fort, built on top of the abandoned mosque itself, which was renamed La Mao Marie, or Blessed Mary. This was no fortress, but it provided cover against arrow fire and choked the crucial bridge gate under the command of Raymond. By the end of the month, the garrison launched a surprise attack on the fort, testing its strength, and nearly succeeded. However, heavy rain poured down, slowing them long enough for reinforcements to arrive and push them back. Another divine sign that lifted the spirits of one side and tested the resolve of the other. In April, the noose tightened after Tancred was appointed and paid to secure an abandoned monastery near the St. George Gate, and within days, his party managed to capture a Syrian and Armenian trade caravan.
Big capture there, because every single supply counts at this point. Big capture by Tancred. Tancred's coming around. I felt bad of him earlier, but he's coming around.
Taking grain, wine, and oil, which now fed the Crusaders instead of the city. While not totally encircled, the city now received limited supplies from the hard-to-reach Iron Gate as tensions grew. Muslim sallies stopped, allowing the foraging to continue, while shipments from the Empire became far more frequent. Then, suddenly, the Crusaders received lavish gifts of horses and weapons, courtesy of the new ruler of Edessa, Baldwin of Bouillon. During this period, emissaries were sent to Tripoli, which reveals a truly fragmented Islamic world. Antioch's neighbour knew full well of the month-long struggle, and many were not only unconcerned, but even treated the Latins with great hospitality as they freely travelled the Levant.
That's different.
The only other significant event throughout April and May involved the captured crusader Renaud Pochet. Yagi Sian wanted to ransom the man and dragged him to the walls to negotiate for his price.
You know, now that you have leverage when people like that start doing things like that, you know you have leverage when they're coming to the table of negotiations and stuff like this.
If he renounced Christianity. Upon the man's refusal, the ruler of Antioch commanded that all of the remaining captives be rounded up, tied in a circle, and burned alive. The screams echoed in the city and Crusader camp, and acted as a sign to both sides that there could be no middle ground. Despite this, around the end of May, the Crusaders received a message from the garrison, who were ready to surrender. A few representatives were sent into the city, including the Constable of France, Wello, only to be killed once inside.
Y'all are gonna get no mercy though when you guys do this. Maybe they already know that though. Maybe that's why they're fighting dirty.
Whether this was a trap or another discovered and prevented plot, this gave a glimpse of a possible key inside the city, one which Bohemond was already working on for months. Back in April, his men made contact with a member of the city guard named Firuz, a Christian who converted to Islam.
That's insane that they would be able to do that.
Responsible for one of the southeastern towers on the slopes of the mountain, called the Tower of the Two Sisters. The proximity to Tancred's position, his ability to speak Greek, and the distance from the rest of the Crusaders allowed Bohemond to exchange intel via the Armenian merchant caravans, which were selectively granted entry to the city. Without revealing his agent to the rest of the Crusaders, the Norman summoned the council and gave a speech. "Most gallant knights, you see that we are all, both great and small, in dire poverty and misery, and we do not know whence better fortune will come to us. If, therefore, you think it is a good and proper plan, let one of us set himself above the others on the condition that if he can capture the city or engineer its downfall by any means, by himself or by others, he will agree to give it to him."
That would make sense if you said that like a month ago, but you're preempting. You already have information, so you're kind of like giving yourself a layup in this sense.
Bohemond was a legend within the camp, but the rest of the leaders knew his ambition and refused his offer. There was no point in rushing things. The garrison's morale was failing. The Crusaders were finally well supplied and fed, and from their perspective, it was only a matter of time before they were victorious. But a storm had been brewing in the east for several months, as one ambitious leader was rallying the Muslim world and heading straight to Antioch. Yaghisiyan's youngest son, Muhammad, had made it all the way to Baghdad and convinced the Caliph to send a relief force. The man he chose to lead this army was none other than Kerbogha, Atabeg of Mosul, a Seljuk Turk who had spent the decade chasing down enemies and changing allegiances before securing Harran, Nisibis and Mosul in the name of the Caliph in 1096. The situation in Antioch provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself, as well as carve out a holding with which to rise to the top of the collapsing Seljuk world. After 6 months of careful planning, he had managed to create a coalition with forces from Damascus, Harran, Homs, Mardin, Samosata and Sinjar. The previous 2 relief forces were just over 10,000 men, but this coalition numbered between 35,000 and 45,000.
That's hard. That's a hard mix right there. That's hard. I don't know if the Crusaders can hold off 35 to 40,000 in a pitched battle. However, no one said this had to be a pitched battle.
And was highly motivated. It is easy to draw parallels between an equal number of Christians from across the west to this Muslim force, and as it made its way to the west, rumors began to spread. First, Kerbogha arrived at Edessa and besieged it for 3 weeks, without any progress, before moving on to Antioch. The Crusaders sent out scouting parties to investigate them, and according to the chronicler, they saw the Muslim army swarming everywhere, from the mountains and different roads, like the sands of the sea, marveling at their infinite thousands and totally unable to count them. As the scouts returned on the 28th of May, reporting that the enemy was a few days away, the Crusaders knew that their position was untenable. At this dire moment, Bohemond once again spoke to the council, and this time all except Raymond agreed, but adding the stipulation that, if Bohemond took the city on his own or with the aid of others, it would be granted to him, but only on the condition that Antioch would be returned to the emperor if Alexios came to their aid, as their honor was at stake. At that very moment, the identity of Firouz was revealed, and plans were drawn up to assault the city.
Okay, they got a plan, they got an informant. Will it be successful?
Due to fear that this scheme would also be discovered by the defenders, as well as to prevent desertion, the council agreed to keep both the plan and the news of the incoming army a secret. Firouz smuggled his son out of the city to act as a hostage, and the exact day and time were decided. The next few days were tense, as the Crusaders
Imagine using your son, in this case, as a hostage. Wow.
sensed that something must be going horribly wrong for the acting chairman of the council, Stéphane of Blois, to desert under the pretext of being ill. Then, on the evening of the 3rd of June, 700 Crusaders departed from the camp in order to fool the defenders of the citadel. At roughly 3 AM, the men returned to the slopes above the gate of St. George. A sizable contingent was under the command of Godfrey and Robert of Flanders, while the rest followed Bohemond. Everyone held their breath as they whistled at the Tower of Two Sisters, before seeing Firouz throw down a thick rope, to which they attached a ladder.
It's on!
Not knowing what to expect, the Crusaders were reluctant. Would they be climbing to their death, much like the French constable? Would they end up in flames like the prisoners? Or would they become the ones who broke this long siege? After being encouraged by Bohemond, one by one they started climbing, but burdened by their heavy equipment and rushing to the top, a few of them fell, killing some and injuring others.
Bruh, take your time!
Everyone braced for disaster, but no watchman appeared on the battlements. 60 men in total, including Bohemond, reached the top of the tower and stealthily killed the guards in the nearby 3 towers, as well as Firouz's brother by mistake.
Now you just gotta open the St. George's Gate.
A postern gate was opened, and the remaining 600 Crusaders rushed in.
Or you don't even have to do that.
Bohemond sounded his bugle, and while Godfrey and Robert rushed towards the citadel, a small band of men made as much noise as possible as they penetrated the city. Within minutes, the city erupted in chaos, as the besiegers who had threatened them for months were now finally inside. The Normans slashed at anything that moved in the darkness, and as the fear spread, there was no resistance, as everyone fled for their life. Dawn broke, and the blood-red banner of Bohemond could be seen from atop Mount Silpius. The city was taken by less than 1,000 men, so the frightened Christian populace opened the main gates and invited the Crusaders in. begging for their lives to be spared. None were spared that day.
Jeez. But we knew this was going to happen, but they did that to the prisoners, but they did that to the mosque, they did that to the people. So it's just a back and forth. It's a back and forth. No one's in it.
Christians, Muslims, men, women, children and elders. The chronicler wrote, "All the streets of the city on every side were full of corpses, so that no one could endure to be there because of
What about the citadel? They didn't get there yet.
the stench, nor could anyone walk along the narrow paths of the city except over the corpses of the dead." The siege was over, but the attack on the citadel failed, leaving an isolated pocket of defenders with access to the Iron Gate. As for Yagisiyan, he managed to avoid the slaughter and
How do y'all let him go? Boo! Poor siege.
evacuate from the city, only to be caught by some local Armenians who delivered his head to the Crusaders
Never mind. Good job, guys.
for a price. However, the Latins soon discovered that the horses in the garrison were unsuited for their style of warfare, and the supplies were dwindling. The very next day, on June 5th, 1098, they looked over the ramparts and saw the army of Keboga.
Well, what a timely time for them to take the city the day before this army comes.
Yet again, utter ruin was avoided, but yet again they had to face an impossible challenge. A knight named Roger of Barneville charged at the host with 15 of his men, only to be lured by a feigned retreat and wiped out.
Why?
The besiegers now became the besieged, and they tried to fortify the city, while Keboga attacked the only fortification the Crusaders didn't abandon, La Marie. Wave after wave was repelled, but it was too much for the makeshift fort, and it was abandoned and destroyed a few days later. Now both sides were fixated on the citadel. Keboga replaced Yagisiyan's son with one of his own men, showing his true intentions regarding Antioch, and prepared his forces, which could trickle into the city via the Iron Gate, while the Crusaders made camp against it, knowing that they would never be secure if it was in enemy hands. Outnumbered 2-1, the Latins made another audacious attack by charging at the Muslims from a southern postern gate and catching them by surprise. While initially successful, this attack led to many casualties, as the Crusaders either overstayed their welcome by looting the Muslim camp, or were trampled on their way back to the tiny gate. Rather than risking a prolonged siege, where he had to feed 40,000 men, Keboga launched an offensive along the steep slope of the mountain, and his troops poured out of the citadel into Antioch through a single jagged pass. This attack
Single jagged pass is not going to be to their advantage, though. They're going to bottleneck.
was coordinated with another assault along the south walls, forcing the Crusaders to fight on two fronts. For 2 days, the assault raged on from dawn to dusk, and a Crusader who lived through this terror remarked that a man with food had no time to eat, and a man with water no time to drink.
That's how much fighting was in this.
Endless waves of attackers were cut down, only for more to appear. The cold winter now seemed like a distant dream, as men collapsed from exhaustion under the summer heat. Many, including well-known knights, began to desert by throwing ropes over the walls.
Wow.
Their number was so great that the rest called them rope dancers. Most of them were rounded up and slain by the Seljuks. In order to prevent the total collapse of the garrison, the leaders swore an oath not to abandon the city and sealed the gates. The unrelenting assault, difficult conditions, and death toll were more severe than anything the Crusaders had to face before. At one point, Beaumont, who was in the thick of the fighting, was surrounded by enemies and was narrowly saved by Robert of Flanders and Robert of Normandy, while elsewhere, an Italian knight, known to us as Mad Hugh, defended a tower single-handedly, breaking 3 spears in the process.
And I mean, I guess these Crusaders are so much better at hand-to-hand combat. So much better. Otherwise, they would have already been wiped out.
4 days into the endless onslaught, Beaumont ordered several buildings to be burned down after finding out that some men were hiding there. As one might expect, the fire got out of hand and burned a large chunk of the city. On the night of the 13th to 14th of June, at the brink of the Crusader collapse, a comet was seen in the dark sky. There are too many comets in this sci-fi story.
There really are.
Which the clergy used to rally the soldiers one last time. This glimpse of hope gave them the strength to last the night. This comet, alongside the fire burning from within the city, demoralized the Seljuks, who pulled back after one of the bloodiest battles in medieval warfare. Kaboga suffered terrible losses, but so did the Crusaders, so the Muslim army spread out and completely surrounded the city. Now all they had to do was wait and watch the Latins die from starvation atop the citadel.
Now what?
Desperate and with no way out, Godfrey lost 200 men in an attempt to raid the Muslim camp outside St. Paul's Gate. Meanwhile, Tancred went on a stealth mission with 10 men and returned with 6 Seljuk heads, and Henri of Esch repelled a whole contingent attempting to climb the walls with ladders with just 2 of his relatives, who gave their life in the process. Despite these brave attempts, the situation seemed hopeless as the weeks dragged on.
It really does. I don't know what's going to be the give or take here.
To fight off hunger, the Crusaders boiled the skins of horses, camels, donkeys, and woodland plants as their numbers continued to decline. But then on June 10th, a peasant from Provence named Peter Bartholomew confessed that he had been having visions, telling him that the spear that pierced Jesus during his crucifixion was now buried under the Basilica of St. Peter. Many, including Bishop Adhemar, were skeptical about this tale, since they saw the Holy Lance in the vault of Constantinople during their journey.
Okay.
But others, like Raymond, believed Peter and commissioned 12 men who began the excavation. Despite digging for an entire day, they found nothing until Peter jumped in the hole barefooted and began to pray. Then suddenly a small shard of metal was found, and the entire host rejoiced.
What do you guys think? I think he planted that there.
It's difficult to imagine or describe the profound effect that this relic had on the army, but even modern scholars agree that this shard had a profound impact on Crusader morale. Later that year, the Latins would write to the Pope, "We were so comforted and strengthened by the lance's discovery, and by so many other divine revelations, that some of us who had been discouraged and fearful beforehand then became courageous and resolute to fight, and encouraged each other."
Actually, no chance in hell that was there. And probably the easiest way to debunk this was, one, they said that they already had one in a vault in Constantinople. I know that some people could be lying, some people could not be lying. Who knows if that's even true, the one in either place. These people are malnourished. They are hallucinating like crazy. Depending on what you believe, I don't care. But this is from an objective side of and nothing can be objective, but from my subjective nature, this is totally hogwash.
The next 2 weeks were uneventful, as the starving but uplifted Crusaders hoped to be reinforced. Peter the Hermit was sent to negotiate with Kaboga and offered a group trial by combat, where 5, 10, 20 or 100 men on each side would fight to prevent mass casualties. But the Atabeg simply laughed in his face and demanded that they surrender and convert to Islam if they wanted to live.
That's insane, bro.
The Latins were trapped and decided to pursue an extremely aggressive and bold strategy. They would forfeit their defensive positions in order to sally out and attack the enemy head-on. Beaumont was elected as commander-in-chief of the entire army. The men fasted for 3 days, shared bread and wine, and marched out of the city on the first light of June 28, 1098.
I just don't understand the fasting. How does that help your energy levels here?
Beaumont divided his now nearly entirely infantry-based army of 20,000, including some non-combatants, into 4 equal contingents: the northern French under the 2 Roberts, Lotharingians and Germans commanded by Godfrey, and the southern French led by Adhemar. Beaumont himself, as always, held the reserve, made up of southern Italians, and Raymond, who was ill, was left with 200 men to guard the city against the citadel. Heralds were deployed to ensure the cohesion of each of the 4 groups, and Hugh of Vermandois led a squadron of archers which beat back the first line of Muslims. Under the cover of Frankish arrows, each division was allowed to cross the river onto the plain and join in formation. The Muslim force was far larger, but spread out in order to maintain the blockade, and it took some time for Kiboga to receive the news of the audacious movements, since his camp was 5 kilometers to the north.
Dang, he didn't want to be near this.
Writing many years later, the Muslim chronicler Ibn al-Athir explained events by claiming that the following discussion between Kiboga and his advisors happened. The Muslims said to Kiboga, "You should go up to the city and kill them one by one as they come out. It's easy to pick them off now that they have split up." He replied, "Wait until they have all come out, and then we will kill them." Kiboga knew that if he ordered a quick response, the Crusaders would most likely retreat back into the walls after a brief skirmish, and what he wanted was a decisive victory. But rather than taking his time, taking the city, or using his mounted archers to harass the sluggish and hungry Crusaders, he then ordered a rushed, disorganized advance.
So, contradicting.
Meanwhile, the Latins were busy fighting off an enemy from the south, which rushed in from the back. But the rearguard fought with such ferocity, despite taking heavy casualties, that the enemy was repelled and forced to flee, disconnected from the rest of the Seljuk host.
It's not looking good for them, actually, at this point.
Numerous tents were scattered around the siege lines, preventing the Seljuks from fully committing to their steppe tactics, especially since their commander was missing. It is important to remember that, unlike the Crusaders, their coalition only had one leader, who was
it makes you slower.
Now smashing against his own routed troops. He tried to rally his men and charged against the riderless knights, but the line of heavy infantry held. At close quarters, the Muslims were no match for the Westerners, and it didn't take long for them to turn and flee. One Muslim chronicler reports, "The Franks, though they were in the extremity of weakness, advanced in battle order against the armies of Islam, which were at the height of their strength and numbers, and they broke the ranks of the Muslims and scattered their multitudes." The camp was overrun and ravaged, the citadel surrendered, and the Muslim coalition was defeated.
That quick.
Every leader stuck to Bourmont's plan and capitalized on the morale from the Holy Lance as well as the desperation. The Crusaders seemed to have been worlds away from home, and yet again they were victorious against all odds.
I don't even know what to say, guys. We're gonna pause, though. This is what we're gonna say. I don't even know how this all happened. The Antioch siege, the battles, the final prevalence over the wall, the citadel holds, the army encroaches, the army then gets sieged by the Islam army, and then a desperate attempt for concentration of troops, unable to do steppe tactics, which basically means horse warfare. It just how it goes, I guess. On a pitched plains battle, no chance that the Westerners win this, but they won because it wasn't like that. It was way more tactical. Wow. That's where we'll end it today. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Make sure you've hit the like button and the subscribe button, and we got plenty more in the future. Peace out. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today, we are continuing our First Crusade, of course. We last saw the Battle of Antioch, previous the Siege of Antioch. So Antioch has been a huge part of this crusade so far. We saw the army try to repel. They kind of went into the city. Then there was kind of like this back and forth. And then they expelled them, not through brute force, but through tactical advantages and poor execution on behalf of the Muslims. So now, what are we going to see? We're going to see a civil war, it seems like. So let's jump right into it. Make sure that like button. Let's go.
Worlds away from home, and yet again they were victorious against all odds. The road to Jerusalem was open.
So
the
now
triumph at Antioch was nothing short of miraculous. Heat, cold, disease, and desertion failed to disperse the expedition. Yet now the Council of Princes decided to stop and wait out the summer in order to recuperate.
Is that a friendly garrison, by the way, at the Citadel?
The plan was to leave for Jerusalem on November 1st, but in reality, no crusader would see the walls of the Holy City for over a year. Rather than consolidate, the Crusaders were split into two large camps, arguing over the claim over Antioch and the oath to Alexios.
Didn't Bohemian want it for himself? Pretty sure.
On one hand, everyone swore to return every city they took to the Romans, but on another, the princes agreed to cede the city to Bohemond provided that he took it, which he did. To settle the differences, the Crusaders sent out Hugh of Vermandois as an envoy to the emperor.
He ain't gonna want. He don't care. He don't care who got it, when he got it. This Byzantine is what he's gonna say.
Brings us to one of the most important and misunderstood moments in this story. Did Alexios abandon the Crusaders? Back in June 1098, Alexios was leading an army in Anatolia and camped at Philomelion when he met Stephen of Blois and a couple of other deserters from the siege of Antioch. There, the Crusader told Alexios that the situation was hopeless and that he should abandon the cause. Latin sources denounce both men as cowards and pick this moment as the reason why their relationship soured. But the reality is, as usual, a lot more nuanced.
So Stephen ran his mouth without knowing the full story. He kind of like predicted the downfall, which it did not. I mean, to Stephen's point, it looked like it was not going to work, but they pulled it out.
Alexios did turn back, but he never intended to march as far as Antioch, due to the logistical strain it would entail on a large army. Not to mention that he was well aware that his absence could lead to rebellion or even a civil war, both of which he had already had to deal with on multiple occasions. Furthermore, he also received news that the Seljuks were preparing another invasion, a threat he took seriously, since he evacuated the citizens of that region to protect them from the nomads.
So here comes Hugh.
Indeed, an attack was attempted on Pipert, which ultimately failed due to the military prowess of the semi-autonomous leader of Trebizond, Theodoric Gabrus. So even when Hugh met Alexios in Constantinople some months later, the emperor could offer little more than the continuous naval supply that kept the Latins fed until this point. And yet the report that Bohemond was serious about keeping the city for himself infuriated the Byzantine court.
Of course it did, because to them, this is their hired mercenaries, is what they look at it.
Ending their goodwill and starting a new phase in the history of the Crusade. Rather than return to his fellow Crusaders, the Count left for France, only to be chastised by his countrymen, who saw him as a coward and embarrassment. He would later join the Crusade of 1101 and die fighting. But that is another story that we'll tell in the future.
Yeah, we'll be there in the future, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and that like button, because we got a lot of history to talk through.
Back in Antioch, the lines were drawn, and most of the princes aligned themselves with Bohemond, secretly ceding their portions of the walls to him. Raymond of Toulouse positioned himself as his arch-nemesis and occupied the bridge gate, the lifeline to the coast, as well as the governor's palace. He even attempted to take the citadel for himself, but its commander, Ahmad ibn Marwan, proclaimed that he would only surrender to Bohemond. Despite being the most stubborn of the princes, when it came to swearing his oath to Alexios, Raymond insisted that the words he uttered while holding these sacred relics shouldn't be discarded, and he was willing to sabotage the entire crusade just so Bohemond wouldn't get what he wanted.
A lot of egos at stake here. And by the way, if Raymond did agree to cede this to Bohemond, he should live up to that. Now, Alexios, that little situation, Alexios and the Crusaders, I mean, it's not logistical that they could bring an army on land from Anatolia, that state, and then there's all that, you know, he's a governor at the same time. I know he's the emperor, but I'm saying like he's a governor at the same time of Constantinople. He doesn't want a civil war or some sort of riots or something to go wrong, and he's all the way around, so he can't suppress it. He does have that naval continuation that's happening where they have supplies, so he's in it. But I don't know, there's Alexios. I think there's a way that they could possibly make these vassal states for the empire, like, and then after like a certain amount of time they can have like a renegotiation about it. But I mean, these guys are on the front lines and they're these aren't just infantrymen, these are princes, these are royals that are out here. So they have a lot of wealth and influence in Europe. So you don't want to be totally crazy and say they don't get anything out of this, because at the end of the day, I know that one of the biggest incentives is like to wash away your sins within this, but there's spoils to it as well. So I think vassal states would probably be the best case for it, but Bohemon's not going to want that, as from what I can tell, and they're definitely not just going to give Antioch away to these crusaders, but they might. We'll see.
In the meantime, Bohemond was busy. He restored the Cathedral of St. Peter, allowed the Greek Patriarch John IV to return to his duties,
and I know I'm pausing fast again, but this really doesn't give me an idea of the scale of Antioch with like this showcase here. Like, it's probably much bigger than how the scale is showing,
and signed a deal with Genoa on July 14, 1098. This surviving document tells us so much about the political situation at the time. Genoa received 30 houses near the church and the rights to run a market on the square. Bohemond was not mentioned as the owner of the city, but Raymond was singled out from the rest of the Crusaders, and the empire was not even mentioned. The Latins were at an impasse, and both parties were doing everything in their power to prevent the other from winning, while the lesser knights and peasants starved to death.
Horrible.
Antioch was now friendly territory, and Byzantine shipments dried up, leaving the less fortunate stuck, only a 3-week march away from their goal. The leaders made an extraordinary announcement, declaring that all participants could freely change their liege lord. This was a game changer, and it's important to take a moment to explain, because we often forget that the medieval world was one bound by religion and vassalage, not culture and nationalities. There was a strict social structure and hierarchy, which was maintained throughout the long expedition, with liege lords big and small on the top, and knights who swore fealty to them below.
And then below them, everybody else.
Additionally, there was a substantial number of commoners hired by the same lords. What we've seen so far was half a dozen branches from different parts of Europe, but in reality, there were hundreds of them to begin with. There was a complicated system of oaths of fealty holding it all together, which was not always based on dynastic ties. For example, Bohemond's nephew, Tancred, was a leader in his own right, with a retinue of his own. So why did the Crusade leaders decide to unravel this structure?
Because it's not efficient when we try to work together.
On one hand, some were wealthier than others, either due to the funds they had raised at the start of this journey, or because they were more efficient in looting. But more importantly, the mounting death toll as a result of battles, weather, famine, and disease had killed an enormous number of the Latins, both high and low-born. There were many followers who lost their liege lord and were now free of their oaths, so all traditional ties were now broken, and many flocked to the rich entourage of Raymond, but even more decided to join the firmly established county of Edessa as mercenaries. Its ruler Baldwin used this manpower to capture local towns and forts, such as Tel Bashir. What the Crusaders didn't anticipate, however, was for several lesser lords to use this opportunity to carve out domains of their own, such as Raymond Pillet, who gathered a small force and attacked the fertile Jabal as-Samak plateau. He briefly besieged a castle called Telmanis before its occupants, Syrian Christians, welcomed him inside and accepted his lordship. A week later, he attacked an unnamed castle and reenacted the terrifying chapters of the People's Crusade by slaughtering thousands of Muslims who refused his forced conversion.
See, there's evil on both sides.
From there, he left overconfident and low on supplies to take the large city of Marat an Numan. As the garrison saw his contingent, they sallied out and killed nearly every single member of the expedition. There were probably many small-scale adventures such as this one, but no others are recorded.
Dang, you gotta stick together, see? When you branch out, unless you're Baldwin, you're on your own, aren't you?
Tensions were rising, manpower and supplies were depleting, and the connection with the Empire was severed. But the crusade could still be salvaged, because as always, Bishop Adhemar was there to moderate and lead the princes to a compromise. Until he died on the 1st of August. At the time, most of the princes left. Adhemar was there to moderate and lead the princes to a compromise. Until he died on...
So Adhemar's done. He's dead. Dang. He was kind of... Yeah, he was the glue.
On the 1st of August. At the time, most of the princes left the city to pursue their own interests, leaving behind only the poorest crusaders and the local population.
Dang.
As usual, the charitable defender of the less fortunate Adhemar stayed behind, as a typhoid epidemic swept through the city. Some modern estimates indicate that over 100,000 people died across the region in the span of a few months, with the spiritual leader and papal legate being one of the first to succumb. At the exact same time, 1,500 fresh German crusaders arrived, eager to join the crusade, only to be annihilated by the deadly disease. The consequences this had on morale were devastating.
Jeez.
As historian J. Rubenstein puts it, if the Franks were the chosen people wandering through the desert, Adhemar had been their Moses.
That's a good analysis.
But before his body was even cold, politics came into play, as Peter Bartholomew, the man who received visions that led to the discovery of the Holy Lance, used this as an opportunity to become a prophet. Within 48 hours of the bishop's death on the 1st of August, Peter Bartholomew claimed to receive his first vision of Adhemar's spirit. According to him, they had a conversation where
this guy needs to be drug checked.
The bishop admitted that his doubt of the authenticity of the Holy Lance led him to hell. Following the uncovering of the lance, I sinned deeply, and so was drawn down to hell, whipped most severely, and as you can see, my head and face were burned. Bohemond said that he would carry my body to Jerusalem. For his sake, he shall not move my corpse from its resting place, because some of the blood of Christ, with whom I am now associated, remains there. But if he doubts my statements, let him open my tomb, and he shall see my burned head and face.
A dead man speaking through another man, through a vision, through the same guy that's like, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, the spear that pierced Christ is right here. And oh, they find something similar. So crazy.
No one was more respected than Adhemar, who was buried at the same place where the lance was found. And now Peter used his spirit to reshape politics and boost his own legitimacy, basically appointing himself as the new spiritual leader. In another claimed vision of St. Andrew, Peter relayed the message that the city should not be given to Alexios or Raymond, and that the two parties should make peace. Despite being a part of Raymond's retinue, the self-made prophet now had an agenda of his own and answered to no one, which gained him the adoration of the masses. The third major leader of the crusade, Godfrey of Boulogne, grew in popularity and strength. His wealth attracted many Latins, and his brother gave him the towns of Tel Bashir and Ravendan. Around this time, Omar, a local Muslim ruler of the city of Azaz, approached him for aid against Ridwan of Aleppo, giving his own son as a hostage. When Godfrey finally agreed, the news was carried back to Azaz via carrier pigeon. Godfrey duly led a relief force towards Azaz and quickly frightened off the Aleppan army. Raymond rushed to try to get a slice of the pie, but was too late. Godfrey received a richly decorated armor, inlaid with gold and silver, as well as a lot of prestige. Bohemond, on the other hand, was busy in Armenian Cilicia, where his nephew Tancred had secured a Norman foothold. Bohemond was the most charismatic and won the most victories, but he was content with what he had achieved and would go no further, leaving Godfrey and Raymond to compete for the Crusade's leadership.
So that's interesting. So Godfrey and Raymond are now like the two possible leaders of the Crusade. Baldwin's kind of occupied with Edessa. Bohemond's occupied with Cilicia and Armenia. Okay, so Raymond and Godfrey, those are the two.
Despite his old age and rivalry with most of the other Crusaders, Raymond still possessed the Holy Lance and the largest contingent, but not enough to break the deadlock. and so the Crusaders turned to the man who initially called the crusade, Urban II. On the 11th of September, a joint letter was sent to Rome, relating the news of Ademar's death and imploring the Pope to lead the crusade in person. Since you initiated this pilgrimage, and by your sermons have caused us all to leave your lands.
Feeling a little bit of animosity right here, are you guys? Sneeze. Feel a little animosity. You know what I'm saying.
We now beg you to come to us and urge whomsoever you can to come with you. It was here in Antioch that the name of Christian first originated. Therefore, what in the world would seem more proper than that you, who are the father and head of the Christian religion, should come to the principal city and capital of the Christian name and finish the war, which is your project, in person.
Ooh.
For if you come to us and finish with us the pilgrimage that you inaugurated, the whole world will be obedient to you.
There's a lot of things here. There's like the connotation where this is your idea and you're fighting this for you, and then there's the connotation of like the incentive of power, which they know that he will feed off of, and they're just trying to legitimize this even further. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna do it though.
Similarly to Alexios, Urban II was busy with other affairs in Europe and couldn't risk the journey to the Holy Lands. With the ongoing leadership struggle, the date when the Crusaders were planning to depart to Jerusalem, November 1st, arrived, yet no leader was mobilizing their force as they continued to argue. Disgruntled gossip turned into rebellion as the lower ranks protested. It is obvious that our leaders, because of cowardice or because of the oath of Alexius, do not wish to lead us to Jerusalem.
Ooh.
If the Antiochian quarrel continues, let us tear down the city's walls. Then the era of princely goodwill existing prior to its capture will return with its destruction. Otherwise, we should turn back to our lands before hunger and fatigue exhaust us.
Jeez. I don't know what's gonna happen.
The winter months continued to drag on, and Raymond was unwilling to let go of his bitter rivalry with Beaumont. His main goal was building a platform centered around his holy relic, hoping to gain more support. But he soon realized that the only way he could take Antioch from him was to confront him with more than just words. The prince then decided that he would indirectly attack the Norman by establishing his own base around Antioch and starve out Beaumont and everyone who supported him. Raymond already controlled the way to the sea, so now he only had to secure the south by taking the city and succeeding where his namesake Raymond Pillet failed. And so, after their greatest triumph, where they managed to take the strongest citadel in the Levant, defeating a capable garrison and 3 relief armies in the process, the Crusaders were now on the brink of self-destruction. It is easy to consider them as foolish and greedy, as you can see, but the reality was a lot more complicated. This was an expedition featuring dozens of leaders with different characters, who experienced some of the harshest conditions and fought the same opponents who crippled the Eastern Roman Empire. The plot twists and challenges, no doubt, changed many of them. And finally, the desertion and rebellion of many of their followers shows that the leaders didn't fully represent the entire expedition. These were not one-note characters, and now without Bishop Adhemar, their differences would collide and pull them in 3 separate directions.
Bohemond, Raymond, and who else?
Until this.
But we'll have to figure that one out on another day. We have seen the aftermath of Antioch. Adhemar is gone. Pope Urban's not coming. Alexios isn't coming. They're kind of stuck out in the desert now. Antioch is the place that's up for grabs. Bohemond wants it. Raymond wants it. Other people probably want it. We'll have to see what happens next time. Thank you guys so much for watching. I implore you to hit that subscribe button and that like button. I hope you have a great rest of your day. We'll see how this continues next time. Peace out. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today we are continuing our First Crusade by Kings and Generals. We have the Siege of Melra. I think that's how you say it. Let's jump right in. Let's go.
Differences would collide and pull them in 3 separate directions. Until this point, Bohemond was the most battle-tested leader of the crusade, but he decided to remain in Antioch as its ruler. But Raymond of Toulouse was so determined to prevent that outcome that he launched a campaign aimed at isolating and starving the city. He turned his gaze to the fertile Jabal as-Samak plateau.
So that quote-unquote civil war is very much still alive, but more or less not active battle.
Conquering the ancient city of El-Bara and capturing thousands in the process. The Provençals continued to believe that all taken lands should be returned to Alexios, but for the time being, they took control over the city, even appointing a Latin bishop, just so that their rivals didn't get their hands on the land. On November 23rd, 1019,
it says in the chapters Marat, but here it says Marat, so I'm not sure which one it is.
Raymond was joined by Robert of Flanders as they took the road to Murat-an-Numan, a strategic and wealthy settlement and the site of the humiliating Crusader defeat a few months prior. Bohemond recognized the danger of the Provençal exclave, so he quickly followed, reaching the city by the end of November. The city had none of the geographical advantages of Antioch.
Yeah, Antioch was like an anomaly for that.
However, it still had a formidable wall, surrounded by a dry moat. One Provençal eyewitness recalled, "The haughty citizens railed at our leaders, cursed our army, and desecrated crosses fixed to their walls to anger us. We were so enraged by the natives that we openly stormed the walls." This, however, proved to be a rash decision, since the Franks only brought 2 siege ladders that didn't even reach the top of the wall.
Yo, come on.
The 3 leaders then decided to encircle the city and starve it out, but by the end of the first week, their supplies were dwindling. One Latin eyewitness remarked, "It grieves me to report that in the ensuing famine, one could see more than 10,000 men scattered like cattle in the field, scratching and looking, trying to find grains of wheat, barley, beans, or any vegetable."
The First Crusade sounds horrible so far, by the way, to be a part of.
The Crusaders sent terms, but after they were rejected, a more aggressive strategy was adopted. They began filling the moat in multiple sections and digging underneath the walls. This was done under a constant barrage of stones, javelins, and hives of bees.
Hives of bees? That's a first.
Trees were cut down, and larger, sturdier ladders were built, alongside a formidable siege tower. The 4-wheeled siege engine was dragged towards the wall using iron hooks, while the defenders bombarded it with catapults and Greek fire. As knights began to climb the siege tower and fight on the walls, on the other side of town, another Provençal detachment climbed the ladders onto the walls, which were barely guarded, as the garrison focused on the main assault. Their success, however, nearly turned into a disaster, and according to the chroniclers, the ladder broke at once under the weight of the crowd who followed him, but nevertheless, he and some others succeeded in reaching the top of the wall. Those who had gone up cleared a space around them. Others found a fresh ladder and put it up quickly, and many knights and foot soldiers went up it at once. But the Saracens attacked them so fiercely, from the wall and from the ground, loosing arrows and fighting hand to hand with spears, that many of our men jumped off.
Okay.
The fierce fighting went on for hours as the Crusaders struggled for the ramparts. The intensity was too much for some, who jumped off the walls to their doom. Amidst the panic, as Crusaders were pouring in from multiple breaches, the sappers collapsed another section of the wall, completely breaking the will of the garrison. However, the fighting dragged on for hours, and only the night ended the fight, leaving some of the towers and parts of the city under Seljuk control. The logical thing to do was await the dawn, rather than risk the danger of urban warfare in the dark. The leaders agreed to wait, and the knights obeyed.
It sounds like someone's gonna not wait.
But the poorer Crusaders, still filled with adrenaline, couldn't stop now. A chronicler wrote, "Because starvation had made them desperate, they carried the fight to the besieged in the shades of the night. Thereby the poor gained the lion's share of booty and houses in Marat, while the knights, who awaited the morning to enter, found poor pickings."
I mean, early bird gets the worm.
In the morning, Bohemond rounded up the city's aristocracy in one spot and stripped them of their possessions, while the brutal sack was in full swing. Eyewitnesses report, Our men all entered the city, and each seized his own share of whatever goods he found in houses or cellars, and when it was dawn, they killed everyone, man or woman, whom they met in any place whatsoever. No corner of the town was clear of Saracen corpses, and one could scarcely go about the streets except by treading on their dead bodies.
Dang.
According to some Islamic chroniclers, this was the worst massacre in the entire First Crusade, including Antioch and Jerusalem.
We haven't got there yet, so.
Rumors began to spread that some locals escaped to underground caves beneath the city, so the Crusaders smoked them out and tortured them until they either revealed the hidden location of valuables or threw themselves into wells. Amidst the screams, the princes were at it again. Raymond did most of the heavy lifting in capturing the city, but Bohemond, cunning as ever, instructed his men to occupy as many towers on the wall during the fighting as possible. Apparently, Bohemond stated bluntly, "I shall agree to nothing with Raymond unless he cedes the Antiochene towers to me." Naturally, Raymond refused, and now each leader owned two halves of two different cities.
I mean, two halves make a whole.
As the turbulent 1098 came to a close, the spoils of war were exhausted, and the Crusade followers once again started discussing open mutiny. Raymond declared that he would be ready to commence the expedition in 2 weeks, eroding support for Bohemond, who refused to go further before Easter.
And what happened to Godfrey? I guess he's chilling.
With resentment growing and his lines stretched thin, the Norman abandoned his foothold in the city and returned to Antioch, while Raymond convened another council, but this time in Rugia, his own domain. The first order of business was a last-ditch effort to resolve the Antioch dispute, which of course failed. But then, after taking the moral high ground, Raymond decided to buy the allegiance of his fellow princes. According to his chaplain, Raymond offered Godfrey and Robert of Normandy 10,000 solidi each, 6,000 to Robert of Flanders, 5,000 to Tancred, and considerable amounts to the rest, who refused. To Bohemond's surprise, his nephew Tancred was among the many who took the deal, including Robert of Normandy. Robert of Flanders and Godfrey of Bouillon, on the other hand, refused. The crusade was now broken into 3 different armies, but at least it was now going somewhere. Raymond managed to attract notable leaders and their followers to his camp, but in the first week of January 1099, disaster struck once more. Back in Marat, starvation gripped the city as supply dwindled, and no words can truly paint the desperation and pain the Franks endured. Without guidance from their leaders, some crusaders began doing the unthinkable. At first, the Muslim corpses were ripped open, since occasionally coins would be found in their entrails, but then the men began carving out pieces of flesh from the dead and devouring it, in some cases raw. While some partook in this act,
Raw?
others looked with disgust.
That's crazy.
This was an era of brutality and savagery. The very Bible these men read contained a code of war that allowed enslaving the entire population of a conquered city, and wholesale massacres and sacks were the norm. But even in this world, this infamous act was looked upon with disgust by every single chronicler we have access to. This act was so disgusting that it strangely had an incredibly beneficial effect for the Crusaders. Around the 7th of January, Marat itself declared open rebellion after their discovery that Raymond intended to hold the settlement, so the mob tore down the city walls stone by stone. This made the Count of Toulouse finally abandon his anti-Bohemond crusade, and from then on he disavowed his territorial ambitions and made his way for Jerusalem. To show how committed he was, Raymond abandoned the city and led a religious procession where he walked barefooted in a simple robe, accompanied by his clerics. Once again, in an interesting plot twist, this show of piety now attracted many new followers, and morale was significantly boosted.
So they are way past Antioch at this point when it comes to not just ground beneath their feet, but also strength.
But even if his popularity made him the de facto leader of the crusade, Godfrey and Robert of Flanders still remained in Antioch with their armies. As his army moved towards Jerusalem, another blessing in disguise was laid at his feet. The tale of cannibalism spread throughout the region like wildfire, coupled with the tales from the siege of Antioch, and many emirs pleaded for mercy, fearing that they would be submitted to cannibalism or worse.
So it worked in their favor as like a deterrence.
One by one, they sent delegations, gifts, and offers of submission. Banu Munkid, ruler of Shaizar, was the first to offer safe passage through his lands, as well as cheap food and horses. Once again, we see that, when approached in the right manner, the Crusaders were willing to bend their religious convictions. Their military capabilities, physical strength, and conviction in their cause was restored, an important milestone, which prevented the total collapse of the expedition. Next, the Franks found the town of Rafania abandoned by its denizens, but full of provisions. Raymond took his time and enjoyed his blessings, but held the rearguard, while Tancred and Robert of Normandy led the vanguard as it slowly advanced, hugging the coastline. On the 28th of January, the garrison of Hisn-al-Akrad, a relatively small fortification placed exactly where the Crac de Chevalier stands today, launched a series of sorties and almost killed the leader of the crusade, but the vicious counterattack terrified the garrison, forcing them to leave the next day.
If they were to do that, though, that would have been... I don't know what would have happened. That would have been a power vacuum.
The fact that this strategic fortress fell was yet more news that paralyzed the region. Homs and Tripoli quickly confirmed their truce with generous gifts. In reality, Raymond led no more than 5,000 combatants, and his hope was that through action and piety he would inspire the rest to join him. But it was now February, and as the army neared Tripoli, there was no sign of the rest of the Crusaders. Frustrated and confused, Raymond decided to lay siege to the nearby fortress of Acre on the 14th of February 1099.
Is Arca like Acre? Acre? A-C-R-E?
Because the fortress had significant strategic value, but because the Emir of Tripoli offered him a large reward if they were to take it. Not to mention they had nothing better to do, so the Crusaders proceeded to make one of the worst mistakes of the expedition. One eyewitness attests, this castle was full of an immense horde of pagans, Turks, Saracens, Arabs, and Paulicans, who had made its fortifications exceedingly strong and defended themselves bravely. After encircling the city, Raymond dispatched two other Raymonds, Pilet and Turenne, with a small force, aimed at taking the port town of Tortosa. But after they discovered how well defended it was, they decided to trick the garrison. Under the cover of darkness, they lit many fires, mimicking
pretending there's a bigger army.
A large camp. The defenders gazed upon the numerous lights and began to panic, many deciding to leave before dawn. In the morning, the Crusaders took the city without a fight, capturing valuable supplies and provisions.
Big brain, big brain, big brain.
The trickery worked, and it even forced another town, neighboring Marcab's, surrender. The Crusaders now had access to naval supplies, but Acre was still a day's march away. Back at the siege camp, the Crusaders struggled to make any progress against the stubborn defenders, who used projectile weapons to cause substantial casualties among the Latins. Two chroniclers, Pons of Palazzoun and Anselm of Ribemont, were both struck by a catapult and perished. The siege dragged on for 3 long months, with little progress, and as winter waned, an embassy from the Vizier of Fatimid Egypt, Al-Afdal, arrived. Following Kerbogha's defeat at Antioch,
I thought Jerusalem was Seljuk territory. Now it's showing Fatimid territory. When did that change?
the Fatimids attacked and took Jerusalem from the Seljuks in 1098, and soon after they were approached by Alexios, who not only revealed that the Crusaders were now off his leash, but detailed their dwindling numbers. Regional lords trembled at the sight of Crusader banners, but Al-Afdal could now call their bluff. His offer was simple: the division of all former Seljuk lands. Raymond loved the idea, but upon requesting Jerusalem, he was refused.
That's the one thing they care about, though.
The Fatimids were only interested in a truce, but still countered by allowing all pilgrims safe passage to the holy site. In an instant, the two natural allies became enemies, and Raymond was well aware that he had a long road up ahead. Back at Antioch, Bohemond expelled all Provençal troops from their outposts and finally became the master of the city. But then an emissary from Remor arrived, detailing that a new army was assembling at Damascus, which would then march on his position and annihilate him. Despite their differences, Godfrey and Robert of Flanders couldn't let Remor perish, so they quickly left for Acre. Little did they know, this was either misinformation or a ploy to get them to join him. Either way, it worked. The crusade was still missing Bohemond, but it was as united as it was ever going to get. But Remor spent too long and lost too many men to abandon Acre now, so the siege dragged on.
I'm guessing this is that city.
The Emir of Tripoli offered 15,000 gold pieces, alongside horses, mules, garments and yearly tribute, while the Emir of Jabala sent 5,000 gold pieces, horses and large amounts of wine. With so much wealth pouring in, some wondered if they should even take the city. For the first time in a while, the Crusaders were wealthy and well-fed. Why?
Yeah, it looks like these guys are doing way better than Bohemond, unless Bohemond's doing better.
Sacrifice the golden goose, considering the misery many of them had to go through. But as time passed on, some lesser Crusaders became greedy and started sending their own messengers to extract tribute of their own, to the point that the Emir of Tripoli was starting to wonder when this was going to end. In response, the Crusaders decided to launch a brutal raid against the city, slaughtering hundreds and choking the aqueduct with corpses. Then on the 5th of April 1099, Peter Bartholomew shook things up even more with another vision, this time featuring Christ, St. Peter and St. Andrew. Remor of Toulouse was to call forth the entire army and have them line up in battle formations. Peter would then, miraculously, find the Crusaders arrayed in 5 ranks. The Latins in the first 3 ranks would be devoted followers of Christ, but the remainder were those polluted by sins ranging from pride to cowardice. Peter actually came forward, saying that God had instructed him to oversee the immediate execution of any crusader found wanting in this bizarre selection process.
This Peter guy is that same guy that claims to found the shroud and all that. He needs to be thrown off a cliff. He's just a horrible person. He's just a horrible person.
The camp was furious. The upstart prophet went too far, and now everything he ever said was called into question, including
the shroud, which I called immediately.
The Holy Lance. He was
Lance, not shroud.
Then publicly challenged and had to prove his innocence through an ordeal. Ordeals were a rare last resort measure in the medieval legal system, where the accused would have to hold a red-hot iron or place their hand in a boiling cauldron. If they were innocent, God would protect them, and the wounds would be free of any infection days later. However, Peter was fully convinced in his visions, and so he pleaded, "I not only wish, but I beg that you set ablaze a fire, and I shall take the ordeal of fire with the holy lance in my hands. And if it is really the Lord's lance, I shall emerge unsinged. But if it is a false lance, I shall be consumed by fire."
What happened?
After 4 days of fasting, the self-proclaimed prophet walked in front of a crowd of tens of thousands, bearing the holy lance. A group of bishops made 3 circles around the stacked wood, chanting, "If omnipotent God spoke to this man face to face, and if blessed Andrew showed him the holy lance while he kept vigil, let him walk through the fire unhurt. If it was a lie, let him burn, along with the lance he shall carry in his hand."
So will physics be physics?
Ironically, one of them was Peter the Hermit. Olive branches stacked 4 feet high, 13 feet in length, were now set ablaze, creating an inferno. A few arrows were fired at the rising pyre, but none came out on the other side. The crowd gasped as they watched the man walk through the fire and come out on the other side, his body seared from the blaze, flesh melting. After enduring 12 days of excruciating pain, Peter died, and...
Sorry for your earbuds if you're wearing earbuds. That is what we're talking about right there. That is what we're talking about right there. That makes me so happy. I don't care what you gotta say. That's the end of the video right there. That is just awesome. That is the greatest thing of this entire video. Fraud got found out. This guy caused so much hurt. He got so many people killed. He just blasphemy. He is taking a religion and just desecrating all over it while just lying to his entire people, trying to be something bigger than he's not. Thank God that this guy... That's all I got to say today. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. We'll continue, and it's like the next bit of this will be, well, it's pretty much the same thing. Looks like we'll be going into the siege of Jerusalem next. And the siege of Jerusalem is like the creme de la creme, the most important thing of this so far. I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you guys so much. Don't be like Peter Bartholomew, who lies and then gets found out, and then also lies and says, I'm going to be fine. And then guess what? Fire burns. And yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today, we are continuing the crusade. So yeah, last episode, Peter Bartholomew, that's how you say his name, this Peter guy right here, he died because he thought he had the lance of Christ, the lance that killed Christ. Thought he had that. He definitely knew he didn't have that, unless he's just crazy. Long story short, burned himself to death because he tried to prove a point. Didn't work. And here we are. I don't even think we ended the last chapter, so we might have a little bit of the last chapter into the new chapter. But today we're talking about Jerusalem. So let's go. Let's go.
In pain, Peter died and was buried at the site of the trial. The Holy Lance was now nothing more than a worthless piece of metal, and Raymond's reputation was severely damaged.
That's crazy.
He tried to save face by fetching one of his followers to grab Bishop Ademar's piece of the true cross, replacing one relic with another. But by this point, the people had lost interest. Around this time, Tancred switched his allegiance and joined in with Godfrey's forces. It was finally time for Raymond to admit defeat and march south in the first week of May. The Count managed to bring the princes together, feed them, and make them rich. But as he neared Jerusalem, he knew that he failed at both securing himself as a leader and carving out a principality of his own. After the failure at Acre, the Crusaders regrouped and marched on Jerusalem, taking a vow to not distract themselves with any other side missions. The princes consulted local Christians and Muslims in order to pick the safest and fastest route towards the city.
And remember, this originally was just against the Seljuks, but now the Fatimids, they are also an adversary now.
Until finally agreeing with a Muslim guide supplied by the Emir of Tripoli, who led them across the coastal road. On one hand, this was the quickest road, which allowed for continuous naval supply, but it also had several narrow passes, ideal spots for an ambush, making it risky. On their first day, the Crusaders marched through one of those passes in single file, a place called Ras az-Cheka, the face of God, but there was no sign of the Fatimid forces. On the 19th of May 1099, they entered Palestine by crossing the Dog River. On the next day, upon reaching Sidon, their foragers were attacked by the Muslim garrison, before being beaten back by a group of mounted knights. In fact, the local wildlife was so far the biggest threat to the outsiders, after a number of them succumbed to the venomous bites of some deadly snakes.
Dang, that's not talked about a lot. It's like the environmental animal effects of these things, like war. Not talked about a lot. One day we'll talk about a saltwater crocodile massacre, which is far more horrible in the 40s of World War II. But this, yeah, probably some cobras or something over here.
During the following nights, the Crusaders banged stones together to protect themselves from the Vipers.
Vipers, also bad.
A new strategy was adopted, where after several days of marching, the army would stop and rest for a day. Tyre, Acre, and Caesarea...
Wait, we missed that. What does that say? Locals given the Franks tips on how to counteract these attacks. Snake attacks? suggesting that a man who was bitten should lie at once with a woman with a man, and thus they would be released from all their swelling and heat of the poison. I'm not sure that works, but go for it.
Also showed no signs of resistance. The cannibalistic and savage nature of the Crusaders dissuaded the enemy garrisons, while the Crusaders didn't want to repeat the misfortunes of Maret.
Now, let's be clear here, because if you guys are joining us for the first time, this might be very misleading. Cannibalistic nature of the Crusaders, that's not part of their nature. That's part of everyone's nature. Maybe. Depends on who you are. But they were on the brink of death, and they had no other option, they thought. It's not like they were tribally eating people because of victory or something.
On May 30th, the Latins sent a scouting party to inspect the last major settlement before Jerusalem, Ramleh, only to discover that it had been completely abandoned. This town had both strategic and spiritual importance, as it featured the Basilica of St. George, a patron who the Crusaders hoped would guide them to victory. It is here that we truly see how far Raymond had fallen, as the Crusaders elected Robert of Rouen to garrison and hold the city. The power and influence within the crusade had firmly shifted from the southern French lords to the northern. On June 6th, the resupplied army set off towards Jerusalem and encountered a group of local Christians from Bethlehem who begged them to free their city immediately. Tancred was dispatched.
So that looks like the Fatimid flag, right?
Leading 100 knights who rode through the night and secured Christ's birthplace after the locals welcomed him with open arms. A huge mass was held at the Church of Nativity before Tancred rejoined the main host, having raised his banner on one of the most important holy sites in Christendom. Upon his return on June 7th, he witnessed the army already setting camp, men and women who traveled thousands of kilometers now standing in front of the historic walls of Jerusalem. The Fatimids' ineptitude allowed the Crusaders to cover 300 kilometers within a month, but at the cost of having no line of communication back to Antioch. The Crusaders were well aware that they had to risk everything, and now there was no way back. While many believed in the force of divine protection.
Hold on, this is interesting. I'm just gonna read this real quick. We got the Dome of the Rock, the Dome of the Chain, which is like this, the mosque and the, what do you call it? I'm so smart. The synagogue, right? Or not synagogue. I'm not sure what it is at this time. I'm really not. If it's a church, it's a synagogue, if it's a mosque. We have a mosque at the bottom. I'm not sure. That's just my ignorance. We get the Jewish quarter. We got the Armenian quarter. We have a Christian quarter. We have an old city. We have a Muslim quarter at the top right. Interesting here, because the Christians should definitely pose no threat to the Christian quarter, but the Muslim quarter at the top right might be the biggest threat. Armenian quarter might be a threat. I'm not sure about. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
The leadership understood that success could only be achieved by throwing everything they had at the walls of the holy city. There would be no protracted siege like in Antioch, not even an encirclement. There would only be death or glory. Between them and the finish line stood massive walls, 4 kilometers long, 15 meters high, and 3 meters thick. To the east and west, the Judean hills acted as a natural barrier. The ground to the north and southwest was flatter, however those positions were reinforced by the secondary outer wall and several dry moats. There were 5 major gates, each guarded by a pair of towers. In the northwest corner stood a stronghold called the Quadrangular Tower, while midway along the western wall stood the Tower of David itself, made up of solid stones sealed with molten lead. It took no more than 15 men to turn that giant heap of rock into an impregnable fortress. The Fatimid Caliphate had just regained Jerusalem from the Seljuks the previous year.
Yeah, because at the beginning of this, I remember this was under the Seljuk territory. I wonder if that was like a conquest or if that was more like a deal that they made.
Under the leadership of Vizier Al-Afdal Shahanshah,
who believed the Crusaders to be no more than Byzantine mercenaries who were easy to control.
I mean, that's what I see them as. I see them as Byzantine mercenaries. And that's what Alexio sees them as Byzantine mercenaries. But to themselves, they're more than that.
As for the garrison in Jerusalem, it was commanded by the Fatimid governor of Palestine, Iftikhar ad-Dawla. We don't know the exact number of troops, but it is said that the governor had a sizable contingent of footmen and archers, reinforced by 400 fresh Egyptian cavalrymen. He expelled most of the Christians living in the city and poisoned all the nearby wells, while filling all of the cisterns in the city. The circumstances were dire, but the Crusader resolve had never been stronger. One Latin chronicler recounts the atmosphere by describing Tancred as he stood on the Mount of Olives. He turned his gaze towards the city, from which he was now shepherd, separated only by the valley of Josaphat, and saw the Lord's sepulchre. Drawing a great sigh, he sat down on the ground and would willingly have given his life there and then, just for the chance to press his lips to that most holy church.
Dang.
The Latins had 1,300 knights and 12,000 soldiers, divided into many camps with barely enough cohesion to hold them together. There were now 2 remaining factions.
Notice no Bohemond. No Bohemond. No Baldwin. I thought this was what they wanted to do as well, so this is just curious for them not to be there.
The larger one, led by Godfrey of Bouillon, Robert of Flanders, and Tancred, moved to besiege the city from the north, between the Quadrangular Tower and St. Stephen's Gate, while Raymond of Toulouse and the southern French set up camp before the Tower of David, before relocating in front of the Zion Gate. Godfrey was now the definitive leader of the crusade, and was even granted a holy artifact by one of his clerics to solidify that position, a golden cross bearing the image of Christ, which served as a standard, boosting the morale of his men. This new aura of adoration attracted Robert of Normandy, who switched sides and took his men out of the Provençal camp and marched up north. Raymond
So Ramon's all by himself.
even saw some of his own Provençal bannermen abandon him.
Wow. How the mighty has fallen.
Apart from not knowing if and when the Fatimids would send a relief force, the Latins struggled with the lack of woodlands around Jerusalem, which were needed to build siege weapons. But then one day, as Tancred made his way into a cave to relieve himself during a bout of dysentery, he found a small stack of wood hidden inside. Once a few scaling ladders were constructed, the Crusaders launched their first assault on June 13th.
That's lucky.
The climb up the wall was extremely difficult, and a great skirmish ensued. On top of the battlements, some defenders used two-handed swords, using brute force to cut down the attackers, severing limbs and sending bodies flying down. Both sides sustained heavy casualties, but in the end, the first assault ended in failure.
Oof.
This defeat convinced the Franks to change their strategy, and both Crusader camps agreed to avoid further assaults until the necessary siege weapons were built, despite lacking the materials and craftsmen needed for siege towers, rams, or catapults. Sitting in the middle of the arid hills under the hot summer sun, with no drinkable water around them, the Crusaders began to suffer the effects of thirst. One chronicler recounted, "We suffered so badly from thirst that we sewed up the skins of oxen and buffaloes, and we used to carry water in them for the distance of nearly 6 miles. We drank the water from these vessels, although it stank, and with that foul water and barley bread, we endured great distress and affliction every day, for the Saracens used to lie in wait for our men by every spring and pool, where they killed them and cut them to pieces."
This is a horrible, horrible life to be a crusader. My God.
Some of the marsh water was so contaminated that men even accidentally swallowed leeches, causing a painful death.
Oh God.
But right when all hope seemed lost, on June 17th, 6 ships, most of them Genoese, docked at Jaffa. Unbeknownst to the Franks, the port they didn't bother to secure was left abandoned. A messenger was sent out and arrived at the dismayed Crusader camp. The Latins then dispatched 3 squadrons, the first under Gildemar Capnel with 20 knights and 50 infantry, 50 knights under Raymond of Pilet, and finally William of Sabron with an unspecified but similar number of men. On their way to Jaffa, the first group encountered a 600-strong Fatimid detachment, which engaged them.
Oof.
Just when the Crusaders were about to flee, the second group under Pilet arrived and pushed the Fatimids back. The battered Crusaders arrived at Jaffa and feasted with the sailors, who welcomed them with bread, wine, and fish.
I bet that was nice after, I almost would feel bad, you have all your people back in Jerusalem suffering and you're in Jaffa just partying it up, basically.
The celebration lasted all through the night, with no sentries posted, and as a result, the Latins woke up and saw a large Fatimid fleet surrounding the 6 western vessels.
Ooh.
The port was overrun before everyone made their escape. Still, the majority made their way back to Jerusalem, carrying supplies and siege materials. In the following days, some of the Christians expelled from the city met up with the princes and advised them on where to find wood. The leadership sent out squads who cut it down and transported it back on camels, starting the construction of several siege engines. The construction itself led to yet another confrontation after one of the key engineers defected from the Provençal to the northern camp. Morale was so low that Raymond had to pay his own men extra wages just so they would stay, but tensions only rose.
Dang.
One of the main arguments that followed the Crusaders since Antioch was who was going to be the Lord of Jerusalem.
Well, we know it's not Ramon.
The princes disagreed on who to crown as king, while the priests argued that it would be sinful to raise a king over God's patrimony, suggesting that the city should be governed by the church and protected by a holy order. Chronicler and crusader Raymond of Aguilera described this situation as such. "We now called a meeting because of the general quarrels among the leaders, and specifically because Tancred had seized Bethlehem. There he had flown his banner over the Church of the Lord's Nativity, as if over a temporal possession. The assembly also posed the question of the election of one of the princes as a guardian of Jerusalem, in case God gave it to us." In between devotion and desperation, the hard work continued, as the Crusaders built 2 of the finest siege towers of the time. Each one was 3 stories tall, with wheeled platforms designed to push up against a wall, protecting its passengers from projectiles. The towers were covered by interwoven branches and animal hides. Godfrey's tower was even designed
Those things are very flammable, though.
in a way that it could be disassembled in parts and repositioned on another section of the wall if needed. Additionally, the Crusaders built a huge ram with an ironclad head, several catapults, numerous scaling ladders, and a few protective screens. Meanwhile, Raymond ordered his soldiers to fill the moat in front of the Zion Gate with rocks, a process which took 3 days and nights. On the other side of the walls, the Fatimids maneuvered their own catapults to the sections of the walls the Crusaders intended to hit, and began to bombard them. The barrage slowed down the Frankish progress, so in order to intimidate the defenders, a noble Muslim captive was beheaded in full view of the Tower of David. The Crusaders also caught a spy relaying messages in and out of the city. After questioning, the man was catapulted to his death as he crashed on top of the stones piled in the moat.
My God.
The garrison responded to this psychological warfare by fixing crosses on the battlements, which they then spat and urinated on. A rumor began to spread that this was an indication that the Muslims were desecrating the Holy Sepulchre. In early July, one of the clergymen reported yet another vision of Bishop Adhemar, who allegedly instructed the Crusaders to lead a religious procession around the city walls with bare feet. As
Just fight. Just fight.
the huge mass of people passed along the walls blowing trumpets, they were bombarded by the garrison,
No
which
shit.
resulted in many men, especially priests, being pierced by arrow fire. Desperate, yet full of bloodlust and determination, the Crusaders readied themselves for another assault.
Like, all that just to get everyone killed. Like, just fight. Then do all that after.
On July 14th, as daylight broke across a reddened sky, a horn cried out through the camp, announcing the beginning of the attack. To the dismay of the Muslim garrison, Godfrey managed to fool them by building his tower in different locations for the past 3 weeks, staring directly at the quadrangular tower. During the night before the assault, he had it reassembled and moved to St. Stephen's Gate, which was one of the greatest technological achievements of the era. On the northern front, for hours many brave men pushed the massive ram towards the wall, inch by inch, until they used it to tear down a part of the wall. The defenders then poured fire kindled from sulphur, pitch and wax, setting it ablaze. The Latins frantically threw the remainder of their water supply, trying to save the ram, but only charred beams remained. But then, in an almost comical reversal, the Crusaders lit the construction on fire again, so that it would clear the path through the breach.
The fight was so intense that it even included civilians who did what they could to defend the walls. We are given a particularly interesting scene from one of the chroniclers. 2 women were trying to hex one of our catapults, but a stone powerfully flung from the same machine struck the woman as they sang. Along with 3 little girls, their souls cut down and the incantations ceased. Wow.
Seeing this, now the Fatimids started throwing buckets of water, but before long the ram was gone and the breach was now fully open. On the southern side, Raymond had far less success, since the majority of the garrison was positioned in his location. That included 9 out of the 14 catapults at the garrison's disposal.
Jeez.
Big rocks were hurled at them, alongside hails of arrows. As the siege engine came closer to the walls, flaming pieces of wood were also added to the barrage, after being wrapped in pitch, wax,
Ramon is up against it all. Poor Ramon.
and rags. Many of the projectiles had nails attached to them, so they would stick in whatever they struck. The fortifications, ditches and defenders proved to be an unassailable obstacle, and the tower had to eventually pull back. By the end of the first day, the news was mixed. But one thing became clear. Their enemies had just as much determination as the Crusaders did.
Oh yeah, they're fighting for their lives.
On the morning of the 15th of July, the onslaught continued. Raymond's tower approached the wall again, and it was once more repelled by a barrage of catapult fire until it started to burn and collapsed. The other tower, bearing the Golden Cross standard and filled with men including Godfrey of Bouillon himself, moved slowly towards its destination, just one well-placed shot away from collapsing on top of the Crusaders and all of their hopes. The garrison fired upon them with slings, and hurled flaming projectiles dipped in oil and grease, setting some of the men and portions of the tower on fire. Indeed, Godfrey nearly met his death when a stone was hurled and instantly killed the soldier standing next to him. The Duke then grabbed his crossbow and fired back at the crew manning the catapult. The tower managed to prevail, thanks to how well it was built, since most of the fire was repelled by the animal hides.
I thought the animal hides would actually be incendiary.
Allowing it to make its way to the wall. Once they got close and had the height advantage, the Crusaders started returning fire, clearing the wall of enemy archers. They were no more than a meter away when the Fatimids used their secret weapon, reserved
Greek fire? Well, what's the secret weapon?
only for the direst of circumstances: Greek fire.
Do it.
Several flaming projectiles were hurled at the tower, producing flames that could not be put out by water. But when the commander of the garrison expelled his Christian citizens, he also gave the Crusaders the antidote. Prior to the battle, the princes were given a crucial piece of advice. Greek fire could be neutralized by vinegar, so they made sure to fill many wineskins with the liquid, which was now poured over the Fatimid secret weapon. Either due to a combustible substance being mishandled, or due to Crusader fire, a nearby guard tower was lit ablaze and produced so much smoke that no defender could stand near it. In this crucial moment, Godfrey ordered his men to prepare and cut loose one of the skins that held the tower together, unleashing a makeshift bridge. The Crusaders were on the walls of Jerusalem at
they're on the walls. It's over, basically.
midday. Ludolf of Tournai and his brother Engelbert were the first men to set foot in the Holy City, rushing forward and establishing a foothold. Shields were raised, and in the commotion, a squad of men underneath brought a scaling ladder and attached it to the same section of the wall. At that point, the Muslim garrison panicked and lost all cohesion, every man fleeing for their life. The Crusader reputation preceded them, and all it took was a single breach for the entire city to fall. News spread to the southern front, where Muslim defenders abandoned their posts, some even jumping from the walls to their death, and Remor pressed the advantage as he entered the city.
Wow, that's all it took.
The First Crusade had achieved its goal, but instead of celebration, what they proceeded to do was unspeakable.
Who would have thought?
This was the greatest victory in the history of the Crusades, and it culminated in one of the most atrocious acts committed in the medieval era. Eyewitness Remor of Aguilé reported, "With the fall of Jerusalem and its towers, one could see marvelous works. Some of the pagans were mercifully beheaded, others pierced by arrows plunged from towers, and yet others, tortured for a long time, were burned to death in searing flames. Piles of heads, hands and feet lay in the houses and streets, and men and knights were running to and fro over corpses."
Crazy, isn't it?
Many Muslims fled to the Temple Mount, while crusaders like Tancred and Gaston of Bîme gave a group of men stranded on the roof of the Temple of Solomon their banners for protection. But once discovered by other crusaders, none were spared. To quote Remor, "After a very great and cruel slaughter of the Saracens, of whom 10,000 fell in that same place, they put to the sword great numbers of Gentiles who were running about the quarters of the city, fleeing in all directions on account of their fear of death. They were stabbing women who had fled into palaces and dwellings, seizing infants by the soles of their feet from their mothers' laps or their cradles, and dashing them against the walls and breaking their necks. They were slaughtering some with weapons, or striking them down with stones.
Horrible.
They were sparing absolutely no Gentile of any place or kind."
Horrible.
The only Muslim inhabitants who survived seemed to be the garrison commander and the elite cavalry, who locked themselves in the Tower of David, and later negotiated terms with Remor. As for the spoils, the chaos and emotions gave way to a systematically brutal approach. After this great massacre, they entered some of the homes of the citizens, seizing whatever they found in them. It was done systematically, so that whoever had entered the home first, whether he was rich or poor, was not to be harmed by anyone else in any way. He was to have and to hold the house or palace, and whatever he had found in it, entirely as his own. Since they mutually agreed to observe this rule, many poor men became rich. Tancred personally entered the Temple of Solomon and left with all the gold and precious stones he could carry. Once again, after discovering that many inhabitants had swallowed coins before their demise, many began to disembowel the thousands of bodies on the streets, creating a revolting stench. With their hands still laden with gold and covered in blood, the Latins rejoiced at the sight of the Holy Sepulchre, singing songs and thanking their Lord for his protection. This is the point where most narratives retold their adventures, and even the most biased takes couldn't ignore the severity of the crimes committed in the aftermath of the victory. On the next day, a few remaining Muslims were tasked with dragging the dismembered corpses out of the city, while Commander Iftikhar ad-Dawla surrendered the tower, and was safely passed towards the nearest Fatimid stronghold, the southern port of Ascalon, the site of the last battle.
Well, that's a lot, guys. That's a lot. Jerusalem is now in the Crusaders' hands. But at what cost? Atrocities. So many atrocities. In the name of the Lord. So many atrocities. Insane. Unmatched. Unmatched. Don't know what else to say, but yeah, that's just horrible. Those accounts are just horrible. I mean, a lot of this, I mean, that's what we do here. We react to history, react to war. There is atrocities in war, but it's not fun hearing about them sometimes. Because we're all humans. Like, at the end of the day, we're all humans. We're born separate times in separate places. Nature versus nurture, and this is what happens. It's insane. But they have it now. So their prized possession has been has been attained. This has been all the First Crusade's been about, was this. Ramon was kind of like ousted, sort of. Like he was like his own person a lot of the times throughout this last leg, and then at the end he has to really just hold his own at the Zion Gate. It's crazy though, but you know how it goes. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll check you guys. My words aren't wording. It's early in the morning right now. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We just saw the siege of Jerusalem. Now, what comes after this? Apparently the last battle of the First Crusade. So, strap in. Let go.
The nearest Fatimid stronghold, the southern port of Ascalon, the site of the last battle of the First Crusade. On July 17th, as bodies still littered the streets, the Crusader Council convened and discussed urgent matters, such as how to dispose of all the corpses.
I thought they had the survivors do that already. I guess it's still happening.
Where to house the soldiers and pilgrims, as well as how to prepare for the expected Egyptian retaliation. But the biggest agenda in the meeting was who to elect as the city's ruler. From the very start, this was what Raymond of Toulouse wanted more than anything else.
Yeah, but problem is he was like the most, I don't know, like what do you call it, guys? Like he was the guy on the outside. He was not the in crowd.
But his lackluster performance in the siege, as well as his previous failed attempts, fake relics, and old age, put him in a bad position.
Wasn't his fake relic? It was Bartholomew guy.
Godfrey of Bouillon had a much better claim, but the clergy continued to resist the idea that a layman could rule the city of God. Raymond of Aguilera recounts, "About this time a public assembly was held, for the leaders of the army were quarrelling with each other. There was dissatisfaction because Tancred had occupied Bethlehem and had placed his standard over the Church of the Nativity. An effort was also made to elect one of the princes king to have custody of the city. The bishops and clergy replied, 'You ought not to choose a king where the Lord suffered and was crowned.'"
True. What are you guys gonna do?
But with the last patriarch, Simon, only recently deceased, they had no candidate of their own. 5 days later, a compromise was reached. Godfrey was chosen as the city's ruler, but styled as Advocatus Sancti Sepulchri, or Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre, a title meant to distinguish him more as a protector subordinate to the church.
Okay.
Raymond was furious, and
Of course Raymond's furious. What do we expect?
even refused to vacate the Tower of David, which lost him the little respect the rest of the Crusaders had for him.
Little brother's hiding in his room. Yo, I can't get behind Raymond. He's just too for himself.
Even his own followers began leaving him in droves and started making plans for their journey home. To ease the tension a little, Raymond gave the tower to his trusted ally Peter of Narbonne, the recently elevated Bishop of Albarra, who then quickly solved the dispute by betraying Raymond and opening the citadel to Godfrey.
That's funny.
Raymond's dreams had been crushed, so he left the city and made camp in Jericho. While he was away, the new Patriarch of Jerusalem was elected. Exactly a year after the death of Bishop Adhemar, on August 1st, 1099, a Norman crusader by the name of Arnulf took his place. This was an open attack against the rights of Byzantium, which had kept a Greek patriarch in the city for a long time. The new patriarch left the Orthodox Christians alone, but violently persecuted Armenians, Copts, Nestorians, and Jacobites, who were prohibited from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. To strengthen his position, Arnulf then started a cult around a new holy relic, a battered silver and golden crucifix believed to contain a piece of the true cross.
Everyone has a piece of the true cross, apparently.
According to one source, the Patriarch tortured locals to discover its location.
Okay.
When we examine how fragile the cohesion of this expedition was in its later stages, it is easy to underestimate them at every turn, which is exactly what most of their opponents did, including the Fatimids. But Vizier al-Afdal was not going to let this stand. Ever since 1094, he was the de facto ruler in Egypt, so he needed to maintain his legitimacy by dealing with the newcomers. Even before the city fell, a powerful force was assembled, and now it entered Palestine. History was now repeating itself, but this time the Franks decided to avoid the near disaster of Antioch and rode out to meet the incoming threat head-on. Originally, the Crusader force had more numbers than some countries, but now, out of the 150,000 people, if we count
Dang, that's a big army. I didn't even know it was that big.
the People's Crusade, just over 10% remained. It was Tancred who managed to capture a few of the Fatimid scouts while patrolling the coastline, who discovered that a large army was only days away. Raymond and Robert of Normandy, however, refused the call to arms, requesting more proof of the existence of said army. And so, with a combination of bravado and hubris, Godfrey marched out on August 9th with his forces supported only by Robert of Flanders. The soldiers left barefoot, accompanied by the Patriarch and the holy relic of the True Cross, in what must have looked like a pitiful sight.
I guess for morale, I guess.
Next day, under the pressure of their men, both Raymond and Robert joined Godfrey and assembled with the rest at Ramleh. Meanwhile, Jerusalem was left ungarrisoned, with only Peter the Hermit and the clergy
Yeah, they're screwed if they go there. Peter the Hermit's just gonna give it to them.
saying prayers, hoping for a Christian victory. This all-out strategy once again meant that if they were to lose this battle, the city was guaranteed to fall, making the entire journey pointless.
Well, how many times have we said that though? Like it's like they're in the playoffs. I'm gonna make a metaphor out of this. They're in the playoffs, and if they're eliminated, they're done. Single elimination.
With all the leaders together again, the morale of the army was lifted, and on the 11th of August, 1,200 knights and 9,000 footmen made their way towards Ascalon. Late in the day, they captured another group of Egyptian spies, who revealed the size of the Fatimid army: 20,000 Muslims, with a corps of heavy cavalry, incorporating Bedouins, Berbers, and fearsome Ethiopians.
Cavalry's been an interesting thing for these crusaders. If in the right environment, they're deadly. But if they're not in like a steppe environment, they're not as deadly. But we were talking mainly about the Seljuk Turks because of their famed retreats and how they do their raiding and all that. I'm not sure if the Fatimid cavalry has the same accolades and experience of doing that.
Wielding giant flails, able to kill a man and his horse in a single blow, were camped just outside of Ascalon and were going to push for the city the very next day. Godfrey realized he was outnumbered, so he relied on the element of surprise. After a short, nearly sleepless night a few miles north of the port, the Crusaders moved south before dawn on the 12th of August, with Raymond on the right, Godfrey on the left, and the two Roberts and Tancred in the centre. The camp was not too difficult to locate on account of the massive herds of oxen, sheep, goats, and camels, and once in sight, the Crusaders made their move. The three groups charged at a moderate pace, catching the Muslims completely by surprise. Al-Afdal prioritized mobility and failed to set up a perimeter or send out scouts.
It's about to be a huge one.
So most of his troops were
Actually, they're either going to scatter or they're going to go into the city. I don't know which one they're going to do. But if they try to go in the city, they're going to get bottlenecked and then they're going to get slaughtered. So they're either going to scatter or half of them are going to die and then the other half's going to go in the city. That's my prediction. Let's see what happens.
were still sleeping in their tents. Robert of Normandy headed directly towards the camp, capturing the vizier's personal coat of arms and most of his possessions. Galloping alongside the coastline, Raymond pushed many Fatimids into the sea, drowning them, while others rushed towards Ascalon, only to be crushed to death in the choke point formed at the gates.
Exactly what I said was going to happen. But I think they killed more than half of them.
That initial shock totally broke the Egyptians, and what could have been an epic battle was nothing more than a rout. One eyewitness recalled,
In their great fright, the Fatimids climbed and hid in trees, only to plunge from boughs like falling birds when our men pierced them with arrows and killed them with lances. Later, the Christians uselessly decapitated them with swords. Other infidels threw themselves to the ground, groveling in terror at the Christians' feet. Then our men cut them to pieces as one slaughters cattle for the meat market.
Yeah, there is no empathy on either side, but it seems that the Crusaders have a vengeance. But really, like we've seen on both sides, it's just been horrible. There is no humanity in all of this.
Al-Afdal managed to escape into Ascalon and then sail back to Egypt, disappointed in how easy it was for the Crusaders to destroy his army. Not only that, but they captured a wide array of treasures from his camp. Reportedly, those featured gold, silver, long cloaks, other clothing, and 12 kinds of precious stones, helmets decorated with gold, the finest rings, wonderful swords, grain, flour, and much else.
They're set up.
His sword alone was later sold for 60 gold pieces. The bounty was so vast that the army couldn't carry all of it, resorting to burning what was left behind.
Dang. That's an embarrassment of riches is what we call that.
As for Ascalon, the port city refused to surrender to anyone but Remor, the only prince known to have kept his promise of safe passage during the sack of Jerusalem. Godfrey was insulted and didn't intend to give his rival such a crucial exclave that close to Jerusalem.
It's crazy that Ramon's got such a reputation.
So the Franks simply left.
Wow.
The strange combination of great martial success, followed by idiotic bickering, was still present. Because of this decision, the powerful Fatimid navy could maintain this foothold for more than half a century, and Al-Afdal would use Ascalon as a staging ground from where he would launch annual attacks.
And then, yeah, the future of this region would be at Ascalon's disposal.
Regardless, the mission was complete, and the few survivors were some of the luckiest and toughest people in history, with an adventurous and miraculous story so colourful that it could rival that of Alexander. As summer passed, many of them were ready to tell that story back home, and in September of 1099, Robert of Normandy and Robert of Flanders, along with the majority of the Crusaders, sailed away. Remor lingered, and Godfrey was left with just 300 knights to hold Jerusalem. News of Jerusalem spread, but Pope Urban II died in Rome on the 29th of July, just 2 weeks before the news of his success could reach him.
That's right. That's right. It had happened before he died, but because this is 1099 and not 2025, he didn't get the tax.
For the mighty warriors who returned, their treasures were almost entirely spent by the time they returned home. They were exhausted, sick, and broke, but revered as heroes by anyone who crossed them.
Wow.
Robert of Flanders, now known as the Jerusalemite, returned to find his homeland in a desperate state. While he was away, Emperor Henry IV had attempted to seize it. He then pushed him back twice. Another war was waged against Normandy, which he also won, and then in 1111, Robert fell from his horse in battle. The Crusader was trampled to death, but his reputation as a pious and victorious servant of Christ inspired many future Crusaders.
Making sure we weren't in the next chapter. We're not.
A man who met the Byzantine emperor, fought the Sultan of Rome, vizier of the Fatimids, rescued Jerusalem, defeated the Holy Roman Emperor and English king. It is no wonder that Flanders, which was one of the most highly populated regions in Europe, went on to become one of the biggest contributors to the Crusades. Either by land or sea, recruits from this region were present in nearly every crusade that would follow.
Wow.
As for Robert of Normandy, his fate was considerably worse. To leave for the crusade, he temporarily sold Normandy's rights to his brother. To buy it back, he had to resort to marrying a young bride, but by this point, his brother Henri had taken the crown of England for himself, sparking a war. Robert landed in England and started an invasion, which was terribly planned. Lacking popular support, he was defeated and captured in 1106. He would spend the next 28 years being moved from one prison to another, including the Tower of London.
That's crazy. I've been there. I've been there.
Until his death in 1134.
I probably was in the same area that Robert of Normandy was, and I didn't even know it. That's crazy, man.
In his cell, he reminisced how he regretted refusing the crown of Jerusalem, not out of reverence, but out of fear of the work involved. Many historians tend to gloss over these events, but the reality is that Robert had the claim and the supporters needed to take the English throne. In fact,
Really?
he and Geoffrey Plantagenet are the only dukes of Normandy who didn't become English kings, and had he done so, the history of England, France and the Crusades would be entirely different.
Oh, can you imagine?
Then there was Gaston of Bearn, the mastermind behind the siege weapons at Jerusalem.
I forgot about Gaston.
He went on to assist the Reconquista in fighting the Moors.
Wow.
Other warriors gave up combat for good, and devoted themselves to becoming monks or priests in monasteries they founded.
Good for them. I mean, if you, like, guys, we're at 4 hours and 23 minutes into this video. If you realize how much hell these people went through, it's insane. It's insane. The starvation, the cannibalism, the rats, the plague, not plague, but basically like the disease, the fevers, the raiding, the Seljuks, the bickering, the emperor, the Alexios' demands, like the pressure, the religious aspect, the lying, the sieging, the burning, the decapitating, like there's so many elements. Like I would want to be a monk too after that. What?
A man named Gulfer of Lestor, who was the first man on the walls of Maret, is said to have come back with a pet lion. Peter the Hermit also made it home, with a piece of the Holy Sepulchre, and John the Baptist.
Really?
He founded a religious cult in France, which started a trend where pilgrims would make their journey to Jerusalem, enter the Holy Church, and open a flask to capture its essence, a souvenir to bring back home.
That's an interesting one.
Other examples of such tourism included palm leaves, single strands of hair from Christ's beard, a whole ball of the Virgin Mary's hair, pieces of the True Cross, and numerous holy lances. This would set the trend, and modern archaeologists have found thousands of these flasks meant to contain holy water or oil called ampullae. They would
I don't know about all of that in terms of if it's real or not. We'll have to defer. But that's where we're going to stop today. We got a couple more videos within this First Crusade, which will be the Crusade of 1101, the First Crusade against the Romans, the First Jihad against the Crusaders, the Battle of Shaizar in 1111, and then finally, after all of this, the conclusion and all that. So we still got 4 more on this one, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Real quickly, I'm just gonna shamelessly also showcase that if you haven't checked that out yet, we have 2 things for you. 1, in the description you can see to join our Discord server. 2, we have a member section now for our for people that want to join as a knight. This is a $1.99 US dollars. And what it allows you to do is a few things. 1, we're gonna have a Discord role for that. 2, you'll be able to see a lot of the premiere videos like this one, you know, a day early or even more than that in the future than everyone else. So you'll get to see reactions ahead of people, and your suggestions for future content that we do here will be prioritized over the regular public. So a few perks, and I'm sure that will be expanded on in the future. I do appreciate all the support. I really do. You have no idea. I want to do this full time. I want to expand on this, and I want to grow this channel and bring forth all this education and collaboration with all of you guys, because history is, I don't know, it's like a tapestry, but it's also a collaborative tapestry. Your context in the comments helps me. These videos help me. I help you. It's a collaborative context of tapestry and a bunch of other buzzwords. I hope you have a great day. I will catch you in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. We are continuing our First Crusade series, and today, I believe it's the Siege of No Siege, the Crusade of 1101. Yes, it is. Strap in, hit that like button. Let's just jump right into it. Kings and generals, guys.
Would be worn around the necks of those who wanted a piece of divinity and something they could show off back home. The reverence and stories that came out of the First Crusade spawned the Christian version of the Hajj. There were also those who deserted the Crusade, and now that it was seemingly over, they faced the scorn of Latin society. Among them were Hugh of Vermandois and Stephen of Blois, who fled from Antioch and were now under the threat of excommunication. The overwhelming public shame was so powerful that it prompted a new third wave of Latin armies in the Holy Land, joined by numerous enthusiastic Franks who wanted either absolution, fame, or an artifact. However,
yeah, those artifacts are taking the world by storm, apparently.
At this time, the Crusade was proclaimed by Pope Pascal II and featured numerous Germans and Italians. This campaign is known as the Crusade of 1101, or the Crusade of the Faint-Hearted, highlighting two problems you must have already thought of. Wasn't the First Crusade over? And why wasn't it named the Second Crusade?
The People's Crusade, the First Crusade, in their opinion?
Over the course of this long story, we went over many misconceptions, but now we will tackle the biggest one of them all. For many past and present historians, the Battle of Ascalon was the perfect place to end this chapter. The crusade was a miraculous success, Jerusalem was taken, and some of the chroniclers went home.
Yeah.
This simplistic notion, somewhat cultivated by the historians of old and new, ignores that not a single one of the main characters was brought to the conclusion of their story. Raymond was scorned for being overlooked as a new monarch. Alexios was yet to react to the capture of Jerusalem and expected the promises given to him by the Crusaders to be fulfilled.
Yeah, the county of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and all the other places like the Kingdom of Jerusalem, these were quote-unquote Byzantines, that's Eastern Roman Empire territory at one point, and their quote-unquote promise was to return them to Alexios. However, they chose that this was their territory now.
And Godfrey, who was just crowned, had not proved himself as a ruler yet. Bohemond's squabbling with everyone around him continued, the Fatimid leadership hadn't lost its resolve, and the Seljuk Sultan of Rum, Kilij Arslan, still lurked in the Anatolian mountains. But arguably, the biggest oversight of so many historians had to do with the response of the West and the fate of the expedition we now call the Crusade of 1101, which is why it is an often forgotten chapter of the Crusades. Following the return of many crusaders who spread their adventure stories, many more now wanted to make their pilgrimage to the Holy Lands. The Archbishop of Pisa, Dagobert, was particularly eager as he saw the opportunity for his republic to expand its influence to the east, a move already made by Venice and Genoa. After being appointed legate by the new Pope Pascal II, he set out with a fleet of 120 ships in the autumn of 1099, stopping and plundering the Byzantine islands of Corfu and Kefalonia along the way. Alexios rolled his eyes once more as he had to deal with plundering Westerners and mustered his fleet. After a few skirmishes, the Pisans decided not to pick a big fight with the Byzantines and sailed east, eventually landing in Antioch. There, Dagobert gained the support of Bohemond and then finally arrived in Jerusalem a few days before Christmas in 1099. Almost immediately, the Archbishop was accepted by most of the Crusaders as the new Patriarch of Jerusalem, replacing Arnulf of Schock. This strong connection to Pisa meant that the Crusaders now had a direct line of communication and supply with the West, and no longer had to rely on Byzantine shipments.
That's huge because now Byzantine Empire does not have that same leverage they had prior. They are losing power actively.
It was in the year 1100 that the new Outremer states, meaning the states beyond the sea, as they were actually called at the time, would be set on a completely different path. In May, Raymond abandoned the Levant and sailed to Constantinople, where he asked Emperor Alexios for aid to carve out a state of his own in Tripoli. Similarly, after an Armenian soldier of fortune, Gabriel, captured the city of Melitene from the Turkic Danishmendids, Bohemond also received a request for aid from him. using the overall chaos, Alexios began to slowly put on pressure, asking the Norman to fulfill his oath and relinquish Antioch, and this would be the moment when the two came to blows.
Ooh.
As Bohemond wasn't budging, Alexios acted swiftly, sending his fleet to capture two critical Cilician ports, Seleucia and Kyrikos, off the coast of Cyprus.
We're about to have like a war between Bohemond and Alexios? That would be interesting.
In response, Bohemond replaced the Greek patriarch of the city with a Latin one, and what had so far been a cold war quickly turned hot. Bohemond needed to expand his base, and so he decided to fulfill his oath to help Melitene. He took his army and made his way toward the city, hoping to eliminate the Danish Mendids. Unfortunately for him, however, his luck had run out. The steppe riders, who had a profound knowledge of the terrain and which passes to occupy, lured him into a trap and captured him at the Battle of Melitene. His followers were killed and he was moved to Neo Caesarea. Alexios
Dang. So Alexios has all the cards once again.
offered to pay 260,000 gold pieces to get his enemy into custody, well over the 100,000 they initially asked for. But the Danish Mendids refused, as they preferred crusaders to the Byzantines as their neighbours. In his absence, Tancred took charge of Antioch and was busy defending the city from a series of opportunists. Alexios surrounded the city on either side by taking hold of Cilicia and capturing Latakia in the south. While the Eastern Romans were squeezing Antioch, Godfrey was busy expanding the Kingdom of Jerusalem to the south, making Acca, Jaffa, Ascalon, Asaph and Caesarea tributaries. But then he suddenly fell ill. After fighting off the sickness for a month and a half, he finally succumbed on July 18th, ending his almost 1-year reign.
Godfrey's gone. Bohemond's in capture. A couple people are back west. Baldwin's chilling in Edessa. It's crazy, man.
This nearly caused a civil war, as his supporters rushed to secure every tower in Jerusalem before the Pisan Patriarch could fulfill his dream of annexing the city for the papal state. Instead, the crown passed to his brother, the ruler of Edessa, Baldwin, who, in the words of his chronicler, grieved somewhat over the death of his brother, but rejoiced more over his inheritance.
Wow.
Baldwin of Leborg was selected as the successor of the county of Edessa. On the journey from Edessa to Jerusalem, Baldwin refused the pleas of the citizens of Antioch, who wanted him to take over the city, which he refused to do. As he made his way south, he was warned by the Emir of Tripoli that Dakak of Damascus prepared an ambush for him. With this crucial piece of intel, Baldwin located his enemy and vanquished him. He then chased Dakak to Damascus and demanded that the city surrender, but its doors remained shut. After arriving in Jerusalem on November 9th, he showcased his capabilities by raiding the environs of Ascalon and launched an expedition into the nearby caves, slaughtering a group of bandits hiding there. Dagobert of Pisa was forced to accept defeat and crowned him King of Jerusalem on Christmas. The nearby towns made sure to send the new king precious gifts in order to ensure his goodwill.
We have a new ruler in Jerusalem, Baldwin, the brother of Godfrey. Okay. We're about to be in 1101. We're still at the very end of 1100.
Back in the west, the immense efforts to rally a new group of crusaders started to produce results. The Pope purposefully targeted regions that didn't send large contingents previously, which led to a multicultural and very diverse selection of warriors ready to join the fray. Much like the original members, these were separate groups who made their way to Constantinople on their own. They spoke different languages and had different customs and currencies, but shared a common goal. Surprisingly, that was not the liberation of the Holy Land, which had already been done for the most part. Instead, many set out on the long journey to free their hero Bohemond from captivity.
Oh, this is getting interesting.
Others wanted to repair their reputation, among them those who had abandoned the crusade during the siege of Antioch, as well as the Prince of France, Hugh, and Count of Blois, Stefan.
Okay.
The largest contingent, however, was from an entirely new region, Lombardy, led by the Archbishop of Milan, Anselm, who Pope Pascal II personally selected to lead the crusade.
Okay.
As he made his way through the highly populated Italian region, crowds greeted him, chanting Ultrea, Ultrea, a common pilgrim salute, roughly translating to "Have a good journey." He was joined by Milo of Montlhéry, Guy II of Rochefort, Albert of Biandrete, Albert of Parma, and the bishops of Pavia, Piacenza, and Tortona. While the contemporary figure of 50,000 men is vastly exaggerated, this force was at least 10,000 strong and filled with powerful knights.
Which is very important for hand-to-hand combat, and one knight could take on three non-knights, in just from what we've seen.
In late spring of 1101, the Lombards peacefully made their way through Carinthia, Bulgaria, and reached the lands of Alexios, who gave them access to his markets and supplies. While some sources report that order was quickly restored thanks to the quick response of Anselm, others paint a far more dire situation, where the insurgents broke into the Blakeney palace and killed Alexios' pet lion. One way or another, the pilgrims were ferried over the Bosphorus and led to the chosen rallying point of Nicomedia. There they met a character we are all too familiar with, Raymond of Toulouse. The Count failed to secure a piece of the Levant for himself, so he fled to the Byzantine camp with the few men he had left and offered his services to the emperor, as his interests now firmly aligned with those of Alexios, who also considered Bohemond an enemy. The old Frank had already made the journey through Anatolia once, so he was to act as a guide.
So Raymond is the opportunist here, I think, because remember, he was kind of like the guy on the outside for Jerusalem. Godfrey was chosen overall. And he is now on the side of this next crusade and Alexios. Bohemond is in capture. Wow.
To his dismay, the majority of the Lombards were more interested in freeing Bohemond than joining the rest of the Crusaders, and refused the carefully planned route in favour of a more direct approach to Neo-Caesarea, one that took them through the heart of Kilij Arslan's territory. While the men argued over their route and priorities, the second contingent arrived, led by Stefan of Blois, who was accompanied by Duke of Burgundy Odo, Count of Burgundy Stefan, and Jocelyn of Courtenay. Many of the Franks, such as the Viscount of Bourges, Arpin, sold all of their possessions in order to be sufficiently provisioned with equipment, horses, fodder, and coin, betting everything they had on this mission.
We've seen that in the First Crusade too.
Once again, we are uncertain about the exact number, but in all likelihood it was around 10,000. Smaller groups from all over Europe arrived in Nicomedia, including the Constable of the Holy Roman Empire Conrad, leading a large German contingent. Overall, the army consisted of around 25,000 fighters, including a Pecheneg elite force led by Raymond. Spirits were high, and
that was probably via Alexios.
With each new recruit, the voices shouting for Bohemond's rescue were getting louder. On June 3rd, 1101, Raymond finally relented. By late June, the army arrived at Ankara, which was quickly captured from the Seljuks and returned to Alexios. Without even noticing it, the giant and sluggish host was shadowed by small groups of Seljuks, following their every move, as years after his defeat, Kilij Arslan saw his opportunity for revenge. The Sultan was busy ever since his defeat at Dorylaeum, creating a coalition with the singular purpose of repelling any future Latin incursions. He knew the land well, and was well aware not to underestimate his opponents again. Wells and cisterns were destroyed, towns ahead of the Crusaders were emptied, night raids were launched at the back of the columns, foraging parties were harassed, but beyond that there was no attempt at a pitched battle.
I don't think they would win a pitched battle.
The Westerners now made their way towards the safety of the Black Sea, bringing them to the territory of the Danishmends, who, alongside Ridwan of Aleppo, were part of Kilij Arslan's alliance. By August, their supplies were exhausted, and the heat had sapped their strength and morale. As the Crusaders approached Mercivan, they were organized into 5 divisions, the Lombards in the vanguard, followed by Raymond, his Pecheneg riders, and the Burgundians, the Germans behind them, and lastly the French. The horses were weak, the equipment heavy, and the army size made them slow down to a crawl, with communication between the different contingents extremely difficult due to distance and language barriers. Meanwhile, the nomadic warriors worked as one in the land they had known since their childhood. On the first day of this drawn-out engagement, Kilij Arslan cut off the separate armies and surrounded them after a feigned retreat maneuver. On the next day, Conrad led the German force in a failed raid that cost many lives. Unable to return to the main host, the survivors took refuge in a nearby stronghold, while the rest began to fear that Conrad betrayed them.
It's always the first assumption.
The third day was uneventful, but added to the pressure and anxiety, which was drowning the Crusader camp by this point. On the fourth day, the Crusaders attempted to break out of the encirclement, inflicting heavy losses on their Seljuk enemies at a high cost. But then, on the next day, Kilij Arslan was joined by Ridwan of Aleppo and more Danishmendid princes.
Oh, it might as well be a pitched battle now.
The Lombard vanguard was decimated, sending the Pechenegs in full retreat. Before long, the French and German contingents broke all cohesion and began fleeing.
Oh, no.
Raymond fell and was left trapped, but Conrad and Stefan helped him, and together they made their way toward the coast.
The fact that Raymond's still alive is insane to me, what he's been through. This is a crazy, like, what an attempt that was just thwarted by Kilij Arslan and Aleppo and Ridwan. I think that I got all that right. Dang, they thwarted them.
The camp was captured, where the nomads found many priests, women and children that they enslaved. Those who didn't possess horses, particularly the Lombards, didn't manage to go very far, as they were hunted down like wild game by the Seljuks.
Dang.
Raymond,
Yeah, it helps to have a horse.
Stefan of Blois and Stefan of Burgundy fled to Sinope and sailed back to Constantinople. Anselm and Odo
Dang, they were like in a rush to get away from this area then.
both died from the injuries of this battle.
Wait, who died?
Back to Constantinople. Anselm and Odo both died from the injuries of this battle, and the Holy Lance found in Antioch was now in the hands of Kilij Arslan. While one army was ambushed and annihilated, another formed back in Constantinople as more groups arrived. William, Duke of Aquitaine, Welf, Duke of Bavaria, William, Count of Nevers, and lastly the French Prince Hugh of Vermandois assembled, were given gifts, and swore oaths to Alexios. Together they had over 30,000 troops.
Confirmed? Okay, so how do you can't really combat 30,000 troops, Kilij Arslan. You just can't.
The Count of Nevers was in no mood for waiting for the second group to ride out together, knowing there were others on their way to glory, so his contingent left Nicomedia and headed towards Burmont. He came very close to the First Army on numerous occasions, but never caught up to them. At one point, he managed to lay siege to the Seljuk capital, Iconium, in mid-August, while the Sultan was distracted, but to no avail. Soon after he gathered the spoils from Mercivan, Kilij Arslan made his way against this new threat, and ambushed William at Heraclea Cabistra. The Seljuks anticipated the move towards the Cilician gates, and positioned themselves in the right place at the right time. Previously, we saw how a force of 10,000 crusaders won multiple battles and took several heavily fortified cities, but here at the plateau of Anatolia, this force would become little more than a footnote in history. Only Count William and a few dozen knights managed to survive and reach Antioch.
Like, you have 30,000. Why don't you just move as one cohesive group, or 3 individual groups cohesively?
Unfortunately, the details of the battle are lost, possibly due to the lack of European survivors.
Yeah.
Lastly, there was the third group led by William of Aquitaine, Welf of Bavaria, Hugh of Vermandois, Hugh of Lusignan, and the first woman to lead an army on a crusade, the Margravine of Austria, Ida. Together, they made their journey across Anatolia, oblivious to the fate of the other 2 forces. Thanks to the advice of Hugh, This army did follow the Byzantine plan to reach Antioch, but regardless it was still midsummer, and the same problems that plagued the rest of the Crusaders stalled their progress. Seljuk skirmishes and supply issues broke their morale as they were guided towards Heraclea like lambs to the slaughter. Once on the horizon, the city looked like a breath of fresh air, a place where they could restock and drink fresh water. But as they neared, they saw the destroyed cisterns and dead bodies of the previous group. There was not much of a battle to speak of. The Crusaders were exhausted, dehydrated, demoralized, and not suited for the warfare the Seljuks had perfected.
Oh no.
Many, including Hugh and Velf, died, while others, including Ida, were captured. According to a later false legend, she then became a part of a harem and became the mother of Zengi, the future founder of the Zengid dynasty. While that claim was completely false, we cannot ignore the impact these expeditions had on the minds of the Western world. When they set
I would be scared to send anyone after that.
out to the east, the Lombards were discussing plans on how to march on Baghdad. But in the end, this calamity reshaped the borders and mentality of the Christian world. In terms of numbers, the Crusade of 1101 is amongst the largest Crusader forces ever assembled, behind the First and Third Crusade. One can only imagine how big of an impact all these knights would have had on the depleted Crusader states, who were in dire need of reinforcements. Bavaria, Nevers, Lombardy and Aquitaine could have built entire lines of their proud Crusader lineage and continued to be active contributors to the cause, but within a single year, Kilij Arslan turned the tables.
Kilij Arslan had a comeback story that is unheard of, especially by me. I heard of this. This is crazy. I think that's where we're going to stop today. Bohemond gets captured. It really becomes like the focal point of the crusade for the quote-unquote Third Crusade, 1101. Alexios, Raymond become closer ties. Raymond basically escapes with his life. I don't know if he's going to be an impact player in the future for this. We're pretty much in like a state of like, okay, there's a guy that's capturing the Danishmends. You got a couple states that are, you know, Hangrid and Baldwin are controlling, but there's just so much. It's just a minefield out there. It's a minefield of harshness. So we'll see where this takes us. Appreciate you guys watching. Leave some video recommendations down below because we're getting to the end of this. Maybe 2 or 3 more episodes. Appreciate you guys as always. You have a great day. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the First Crusade. This is kind of the aftermath of the First Crusade, or it's the afterthought of the First Crusade. Not sure what to make of it, but we're going to be talking about the First Crusade against the Romans. I think this is shortly after 1101. Glad you're here. As we continue, make sure you hit that like button. Let's just jump right into it.
However, this failure didn't dissuade all future crusaders. In fact, the colossal failure of these expeditions only reaffirmed the legendary status of Godfrey, Baldwin and Bohemond. It also highlighted the dangers of Anatolia and incentivized the sea route, an incentive the merchant republics of Italy were more than happy to facilitate. The Crusader states themselves were never actually called that. Instead, they were referred to as Outremer, meaning land beyond the sea in French. But if this expedition, which was clearly tied to the First Crusade, had such a profound impact on the world, why was it ignored by Western historians for centuries? Hopefully,
Why was it? It was?
by now you will realize that this was a choice made for convenience, as well as an attempt to simplify the incredible story of the First Crusade. Not to mention that going forward, historians would continue to make the same mistake of numbering some crusades, even if they had a smaller impact, like the 8th and 9th, while other very important crusades, such as the Venetian and Barons, are not among the numbered ones.
Yeah, it's just like the People's Crusade, I don't think was numbered.
The campaign, started by what is now known as the First Crusade, is widely considered the most successful crusade in history, so it is only fitting that it was followed up by its greatest failure. In reality, both of them and the upcoming events
are part of the same convoluted chapter, which we will attempt to shed some light on. Raymond of Toulouse was chosen by Alexios to act as a guide to one of the large groups, and ultimately managed to save his life and sail to Constantinople. From there he sailed to Antioch, seeking to rejoin the struggle for power, but was imprisoned by Tancred.
Dang.
Bohemond's nephew only agreed to let the old man go after he swore that he wouldn't attempt to conquer any land in the Levant. Raymond then proceeded to conquer a piece of the Levant for himself.
That's funny. Promise you, I'm not going to conquer land. Alright, sounds good. Here. Good. Alright, I'm gonna go conquer some land.
But only this time he did do it on Alexios' behalf. Yes, this is not a typo. Raymond, who was the only major leader who refused to bend the knee to Alexios in 1095, was now laying siege to Tripoli, aided by 10 Byzantine ships which blockaded the city.
The enemy of my enemy is your friend.
The defences of Tripoli were formidable, so he proceeded to build a castle overlooking it, called Mons Peregrinos, or Pilgrim's Mountain, with the help of Byzantine engineers. His minuscule army of 300 knights managed to capture Tortosa and Gibelet, but the defenders of Tripoli refused to surrender. In the meantime, the survivors of the Crusade of 1101 had made their way into the Holy Land and were regrouping in Jaffa in the presence of King Baldwin in 1102. That was when scouts gave him reports of a small Fatimid army moving to their position. Baldwin feared and respected the armies of the Seljuks and Aleppo, but after the victories in Ascalon and Ramla, he was well aware that the more stationary Fatimids, who used a mixed force of Arab and Berber cavalry, supported by Sudanese bowmen, were easy to break using the traditional Frankish tactics. And so the King of Jerusalem rode out to meet his foes accompanied by no more than 200 knights. To their dismay, they wouldn't meet a small force, but a 20,000 strong host.
That's a 100x. That's literally 100x.
Led by Vizier al-Afdal's son, Sharaf al-Ma'ali.
So they got destroyed or routed, right?
The Crusader army fled to the nearby city of Ramla and barricaded themselves in its single tower. The situation was hopeless, and in the cover of night, Baldwin, his scribe, and a single knight escaped, leaving the rest to their fate. In the absence of their king, the remaining Crusaders said a prayer and charged out against the besiegers. There were no survivors.
Well, obviously.
Many knights and notable nobles were among the casualties, including powerful nobles like Hugh of Lusignan, Stefan of Burgundy, and most importantly, Stefan of Blois.
Dang, Baldwin did them dirty. What do you guys think? I think Baldwin did them dirty. He knew what was going to happen.
And who abandoned the Crusaders in the siege of Antioch.
Why couldn't they all fled?
The Fatimids then went to Jaffa, a crucial stronghold where the Queen of Jerusalem resided, and laid siege to it. There they employed a very deceptive tactic, as they grabbed the corpse of one of the fallen knights, mutilated its body, and paraded it in front of the walls of Jaffa. Sharaf wanted to weaken the garrison's morale, pretending to have killed Baldwin, and the trick worked. But just as the defenders were getting ready to surrender, the king returned. Baldwin, who had made his way to Arsuf and boarded an English pirate ship, now ran through the Fatimid blockade, while Hugh of Fauconberg and 80 knights broke the lines near the coast. Once inside, Baldwin assembled a force of 8,000 and charged at the Fatimids, scattering their siege lines and forcing them into a full retreat.
Wow.
In 1103, the close call was followed up with more successes for the Crusaders, as Tancred sacked the city of al-Muslimiyah, taking many Muslim captives and ransoming them back to Aleppo. He had also managed to secure the Byzantine cities of Tarsus, Edana, and Mamistra, and in that very year.
So they're taking back the territory that Alexios reclaimed from when they reclaimed in the Sicilian area. So now the Principality of Antioch is directly at war with the Byzantines.
Bohemond's ransom was paid, and he was released from Danishmendid captivity.
Uh-oh.
Bohemond then proceeded to attack Kefar Latha, but was repelled by a resilient Banu tribe. Despite this minor setback, trade with Genoa, Pisa and Venice was flourishing, and each of them soon had their own quarter in every major Crusader city. However, things started to change for the worse for the Crusaders in 1104. It all started with Baldwin of Bourges, ruler of Edessa, who laid siege to the city of Harran. The influential crusader needed aid and requested assistance from both Antioch and Jerusalem. For a moment, the Crusaders reunited with a common goal, as Bourmont, Tancred, Joscelin of Courtenay, the Archbishop of Pisa Dagobert, and Archbishop of Edessa Benedict were all on the same side. Together, they mustered a force of around 1,000 knights, supported by 9,000 infantry and archers. This unity would not last, as the Seljuk rulers of Mosul, Jekemish, and of Mardin, Sokman, launched an attack on Edessa with 7,000 horse archers, hoping that it would force the Crusaders to lift their siege. Indeed, both armies lifted their siege in order to meet at the Battle of Harran in 1104. The Crusaders were so rushed that Baldwin and Bourmont didn't even wear their armor.
Oh, I hope you guys are in the back.
What happened next was a 2 or 3 day long feigned retreat, the classic
A 2 or 3 day feigned retreat. Never heard of such.
Move that armies throughout history never stop falling for. The Crusaders from Edessa were positioned on the left, while the
Well, it's hard not to fall for something, especially when in the same historical timeline, thousands of examples have happened of finishing off your enemy as they flee. It's just like, you just got to make that judgment call. Are they actually fleeing?
those from Antioch took the right in a loose formation that kept changing as the days passed. The chase began near the city of Recca and continued until Harran, a distance of just over 100 kilometers. The Crusaders were decisively crushed, with Joscelin and Baldwin of Bourges captured, while Bourmont and his nephew barely escaped. This was another decisive defeat, which stopped the seemingly unstoppable momentum of the First Crusade. This defeat cost Bourmont so many men that almost instantly the cities Tancred fought so hard to take from the Byzantines rebelled and flipped to Alexios. Cilicia was lost, but even worse, the harbour of Laodicea was taken by a Byzantine admiral.
Yeah, you can see that the Byzantine Empire is preying upon the some of these crusaders to do the dirty work for them, and now they're just swooping in. Well, this is after the fact. This is after rebellion, and furthermore,
More barely held out in the city's citadel, knowing that his days were numbered. He was well aware that unless he gained reinforcements, his cause was hopeless, especially with his lifeline to the west now being cut. Only a few weeks after the battle, Baldwin of Jerusalem managed to take Acre with the help of the Genoese and Pisan navy, putting even more pressure on the Prince of Antioch to act. As we covered earlier, in 1081, Robert the Fox Guiscard and his son Bourmont launched the first Norman invasion of the Balkans.
that's a really crazy. They just opened a portal into the past, right? That's cool. I like that.
Giving Alexios his first test merely months after he took the throne. Together they took Larissa and won several major victories. Alexios proved to be more cunning and outmaneuvered Robert, forcing him to leave a young Bourmont in charge, who the emperor then beat. In the following years, the Byzantines hired Normans to fight Seljuks, and Seljuks to fight Normans, before Alexios weaponized Christian fever to create an amalgamation which was already spiraling out of control.
Basically what I just said, but a little bit more nuance to it. Yeah, Alexios is like the great chess player here.
And now in 1104, exactly 100 years before the sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, Bourmont of Taranto, Prince of Antioch, decided to set sail for the destruction of the Eastern Roman Empire. But for him to get there, he needed an army, and between him and his army, Bourmont had to make several stops in Byzantine ports. Luckily, he was very resourceful. The prince ordered his men to dress up as if they were in mourning and lay him in a coffin
I was going to say, he looks dead.
with secret air vents in the middle of the deck. A rooster was killed and placed inside,
so that the stench of death was all around it.
Yeah, this guy's smelling like rooster blood.
Whenever they set anchor in a trade port, they would loudly announce the death of Burmor, the scourge of the empire. This ruse went on for a while, but then, just as they were about to set out from Corfu, Burmor revealed the truth and sent Alexios a letter, which Anna Komnene describes in great detail. "Over time your empire has learned what sort of man I am, my courage and firm resolve as an adversary. When I turn my luck around, God knows I will not leave unavenged those woes I have suffered. Ever since I marched across Roman lands and took Antioch and enslaved all Syria with my spear, I've suffered much pain because of you and your army. Hope after hope has been dashed, and I've been tossed into thousands of calamities and barbarian wars. But now here I am. Know that though I was dead, I have arisen, returned."
Oh, he's trying to martyr himself, but also reap the benefits of being alive?
"Turned afresh, slipped through your hands. Disguised as a dead man, I evaded every eye, every hand and intelligence. And now, living, moving and breathing the air, from Corfu I send your majesty extremely disagreeable news, which you will not receive with pleasure, that I have handed over the city of Antioch to my nephew Tancred, bequeathing him as a suitable match for your generals. As for me, I am going to my own country. To you and your friends, I am considered a corpse, but to myself and my friends, I am living and planning clever schemes against you. To
Sounds like an evil villain, doesn't it?
upset completely the Roman realm under your command, I died while living, and while dead lived. If I should reach the mainland across the sea and catch sight of the Lombards and all the Latins and Germans and our own Franks, warriors memorable in battle, I will fill your cities and countryside full of slaughter, full of blood, until I plant my spear in Byzantium itself."
That's a very good threat right there. I will say that's a threat. Will he have actions to support this threat, or will it just be hot air?
In 1105, Burmor landed in Apulia in a similar manner to how Napoleon landed in France after his exile in Elba. In the eyes of the West, Burmor was a superhero. Tales of his exploits had been circulating for half a decade, including a famous manuscript written by an anonymous Norman knight, which we know as the author of the Gesta Francorum. This manuscript had found itself in every court in France, and everywhere Burmor went, men and women flocked to see this legendary conqueror of Antioch.
So he's a living legend.
Who vanquished Kerbogha and numerous other armies. 50,000 men from every corner of Italy, France and Germany died for his freedom, and now he was parading around Italy and preparing for another invasion. He personally met with Pope Paschal II, and while the Bishop of Rome was reluctant to make the third call to crusade, this time against another Christian nation, he was also desperate to wipe the stain of the Crusade of 1101.
Pascal is going to do this? Is it Pascal? Is Pascal the second? He's going to do this? Against
Following
the
in Urban's
Byzantines?
footsteps would be difficult for any pope, and now Paschal felt responsible for the blunder in Anatolia. And so he wrote a papal letter and put a papal legate under Burmor's command. The call to crusade was now in full effect.
Oh my gosh.
And while the end goal was Jerusalem, Burmor was allowed to take it into the heart of the Eastern Roman Empire and vanquish Alexios. In March 1106, he travelled to France and met with King Philippe I. After a lengthy negotiation, Burmor secured a marriage for himself with none other than the king's firstborn daughter Constance, who he married in Chartres. He even arranged a marriage between Tancred and another French princess, Cécile. The Prince of Antioch now had the funds, connections, manpower, papal decree, and motivation to complete his task, but he didn't rush it. He carefully planned his invasion for over a year in Italy while training his men, building his fleet, and spending time with his already pregnant wife. On the other side of the Adriatic, Alexios was also not idle. When he first met the Normans, the emperor was a young, hot-headed man who learned much from their encounters. Now he took every precaution to prevent the destruction of what he had been building for decades.
In 1104, he ushered in a new era of Byzantine diplomacy by establishing a marriage alliance with Hungary, as
Really?
his son and heir John married the Hungarian princess Piroska, who was renamed Irene after her conversion to the Orthodox faith. Alexios called upon his Venetian allies, who fulfilled their oath by patrolling the seas and slowing the Norman progress. For a while now, he had been training 300 sons from the most powerful noble houses, preparing them to lead. Each of
They look like they are ready for this invasion.
them was given a contingent and ordered to patrol and fortify the Balkans so that they became accustomed to its difficult terrain. Then the emperor left the comforts of the capital and made his way to Thessaloniki, reminiscing the actions of Basil II and surviving yet another assassination attempt. There he established a base camp and ordered every governor in the Balkans to stockpile supplies and fortify their defences, giving them the necessary funds to do so. He also pulled his best generals who were engaged in Armenian Cilicia, focusing the entire empire on this impending invasion. The best of the Latin world was about to clash with the best of the Eastern Roman world, and both sides were ready.
This looks even more exciting than since I don't know, I mean, Jerusalem was pretty exciting. This is crazy.
On October 9th, 1107, Bohemond finally launched his expedition, slipped through the Byzantine and Venetian navy, and landed at Valona with 15,000 troops. By the 13th, he was already laying siege to Dyrrhachium. Alongside the numerous ferocious warriors, he also had a member of the Diogenes family, a relative of Romanos IV who was defeated at Manzikert in 1071, a puppet he meant to install on the throne.
So that's the new emperor he has in his pocket.
In almost every way, this was a repeat of his father's invasion, but this time the Byzantines were ready for him. Bohemond's scouts reported that the defences were impenetrable, and that every valley and mountain pass was blockaded by small bands of soldiers. So the Normans pulled back to the safety of Valona and reassessed the situation. Although Bohemond was a master tactician, Alexios left him with no available moves on the board, and in frustration, he besieged Dyrrhachium again in the spring of 1108. Rams were built and rolled towards the gates before being set on fire. Tunnels were dug, but the defenders dug tunnels of their own, and once they connected with those of the enemy, fires were lit to smoke them out. Finally, Bohemond built a massive siege tower, similar to the one in Antioch, but it too was set ablaze, probably by the use
Yo, they got Greek fire like people got, I don't know, they got Greek fire though.
of Greek fire. He then ordered his men to try and break the encirclement by attacking the Byzantine positions in the mountains. Both sides took heavy casualties, but there was no breakthrough. As time went on, resources became more scarce. Bohemond had brought over 15,000 well-trained, well-armed, inspired men, but thanks to the Venetian blockade, they were now starving and wasting away.
Jeez, what do you do? What do you do? He's gonna end up either dying in battle because of his ego, or getting captured again because of his ego, or he's gonna somehow pull something out. But I'm gonna guess that most likely, without knowing anything, most likely he's gonna get captured. We'll see what happens.
Rumors began to spread as his followers questioned his greatness and the value of this entire expedition. If they couldn't even take Dyrrhachium, how could they hope to take Constantinople? Others questioned the entire journey altogether, wishing they had sailed to the Holy Lands.
Yeah, the Romans are just too freaking strong. They're underestimated right now. They got strong allies, they got strong warriors, they got so much land. Come on.
And then a letter arrived.
From?
Alexios knew that he had Bohemond in the corner again. The fact that the emperor wrote a letter promising lands, titles, and riches to all those who defected to his side was to be expected at this point. However, he did something else, which was brilliant. He wrote the letter as if it was a reply. This clever act of deception made it seem as if the Norman leadership
had already asked the emperor for these gifts in return for them changing their allegiance, and as a result, rumors and paranoia spread throughout the camp, alongside the diseases which were becoming rampant. Burmah didn't fall for it, but many did, and after months under immense pressure, the most legendary figure in all of Christendom walked over to the imperial tent near Devol unarmed. If it were any other Byzantine emperor, Burmah would have been imprisoned or even killed on sight, but Alexios chose to show mercy and treated him with humility.
Wow.
Together they discussed terms and signed the Treaty of Devol, the ultimate triumph, which Anna recorded in great detail since her husband was present during the negotiations.
That shows a lot of respect. He respected Bohemond a lot, and he recognized that by not doing anything. I mean, Alexios, I'm starting to like Alexios, guys. I don't have reasons to hate him or not like him yet, at least from what I've seen. He's the great chess player, I will say that.
Later, she even took it out from the imperial archives while writing her Alexiad. The lenient terms allowed Burmah to keep Antioch and be its governor as a vassal to Alexios.
Because he needed a governor, and he needed a strong governor to hold back that side of Cilicia. He needed that, and he has one now.
He was even given the titles of Sebastocrator and Dux, which
like,
came with a
whatever
nice
titles you
salary of
want.
200 talents. He was even given the right to pass the county of Edessa to his newborn son and heir,
Wow.
to which Burmah replied, "I will observe all the conditions to which I have agreed and spoken by my mouth, and I will keep them inviolate for all time, and the things that are for the good of your empire I care for now, and will forever care for, and I will never harbour even the slightest thought of hatred or treachery towards you."
Wow.
Rather than making Burmah a martyr, whom the West would want to avenge, Alexios took their great hero and humiliated him.
I don't think he did it in that reason, though. I think he did it because he knew he could use him.
It was now winter, and the weather couldn't allow for the safe return of his armies, so they were now fed and clothed by the imperial treasury.
Wow.
Some stayed and served Alexios. Others went back home without glory, religious artifacts, or even the tale of an epic battle. As for Burmah, one of the most impactful and interesting figures of the medieval era, well, he went back to Apulia, never to return to Antioch as a final slight against Alexios.
Wow. He just wanted his skin to be saved.
He died a few years later in 1111, making him one of the two major First Crusade leaders not to die in battle. Robert of Normandy died in prison after being defeated by his brother. Raymond, Godfrey, Hugh, Robert of Flanders, Baldwin, and even Stefan all died in battle, and the great Burmah, who was the main reason they even made it to Jerusalem, died as a humiliated and failed old man. After a drawn-out civil war that depleted most of its manpower and resources.
That's where we'll stop today. We got 2 more episodes of the First Crusade. This was part 15. Really interesting to kind of see what's transcribed since then. Not scribed, you know what I'm talking about. Transpired. Interesting, Bohemond didn't go back to Antioch and then use his son for county of Edessa. I think he thought that maybe Alexios would betray him and get him assassinated. Who knows what he thought. Alexios is so skilled at maneuvering diplomatically, though. I got to give it to him. Really, really well. He's a really good diplomat. He's a really good diplomat from what I've seen. Look at all the territory they've gotten back via the Crusaders, via him, and he's held it together so far. Thank you guys so much for watching. We got 2 more, so make sure you're subscribed to see those in the future. I will see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing the First Crusade. We have basically 2 more videos to go. This is like the after effects of the Crusade. This chapter is called First Jihad Against the Crusaders, Battle of Shaizir 1111. So I guess that's the Seljuk Turks. We'll have to see. Let's jump.
Most of its manpower and resources, the Seljuk Empire was now in the hands of Muhammad I Tapar.
However, this state was more of a loose confederation that the new sultan had to consolidate, as many Atabegs were fully autonomous and pursued their own interests. The two most important examples for our story are the last remaining powerhouses in the Levant, Damascus and Aleppo.
Even though Aleppo doesn't have like its own territory, it's just like a city.
They too saw a major shift in policy after Dukak of Damascus died of tuberculosis in 1104. And here once again we are reminded of how important it is to have a healthy heir of age, as one of his officers, Toktekin, took the opportunity to rise above his station by deposing his junior son, Tutmosis II, exiling his brother, and marrying his widowed wife.
Dang.
In one swift move, Toktekin founded the Burid dynasty, which would rule the city for 50 years.
It's pretty honorable.
This new change could potentially mean an end to the Damascus-Aleppo rivalry, but in reality their relationship became even tenser. In 1105, the final link between the Crusaders and Byzantines was broken, as Raymond of Toulouse died from injuries he sustained while laying siege to Tripoli.
Oh, we don't even get to see that. Or see how that went down. He just died laying siege to Tripoli? Dang. Alright, Alexios, who do you turn to now? Tancred? You got Tancred, you got Baldwin. Who else you got? Bohemond is dead from the last episode. Might still be alive in this look back. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know who's next.
Alexios had made a substantial investment, making him a vassal and allowing him to carve up Tripoli for himself, while maintaining an imperial claim over it and the rest of the region. Raymond was succeeded by his 2-year-old son Alfonso, but once again his nephew, William II Jordan, Count of Sardinia, took his chance and seized control. Raymond was the richest of all the Crusaders, who supplied the most amount of resources, as well as the engineers who managed to turn the tide in multiple sieges, but on his deathbed, his ambition of a leading role in the Holy Land was unfulfilled. Whether he knew about the change in power or not, the Emir of Aleppo, Ridwan, assembled an army aimed at relieving Tripoli, after the Qadi ruling the city called to his aid. But on his way there, he was notified of another development. The city of Arta, which had rebelled against Tancred, sided with Aleppo and expelled the city's garrison, was now under siege. Ridwan marched towards the city, and once the Crusader camp was in range, he ordered a full-scale attack. The Crusaders retreated, abandoning their camp, but while the enemy had already resorted to looting, they were set upon by a greater force. Apparently, after witnessing the feigned retreat maneuver so many times, the Crusaders decided to employ it, and did it to great effect. The numbers of participants in the Battle of Arta are exaggerated, but what we know for sure is that the majority of Ridwan's untrained infantry was slaughtered after the Frankish cavalry dominated their Seljuk counterparts, leaving the flanks exposed.
Yeah, the feigned retreat is just so deadly, because you don't know if they're retreating, and you want to finish them off, or if they're baiting.
Tancred and his men proceeded to chase down their foes all the way to Aleppo, looting the countryside as they went.
He ain't gonna do nothing.
Ridwan would remain in power for another 8 years, but after this engagement, he would no longer be a threat to the Crusaders.
Yeah. Okay.
The Principality of Antioch was secured, but to the south, the Kingdom of Jerusalem was facing a far greater foe.
The Fatimids. It's gotta be the Fatimids. Damascus hasn't really done anything. It's gotta be the Fatimids.
The Fatimids were hoping to settle the score and break the Ramla tie that same year. For the 5th year in a row, a large army, between 10 and 12,000, was assembled and marched against the crucial point between Ascalon and Jerusalem. However, this time, they were supported by a strong contingent of Seljuk horse archers, in a rare moment of collaboration between the two states. The Fatimids made Baldwin bleed 3 years prior, and now wanted to finish the job with the biggest army since Ascalon. Sadly, for those of us who enjoy sophisticated formations and exciting battles, this would prove to be yet another disappointment.
Why?
By this point, these continuous engagements were becoming part of everyday life in the Levant, and the chroniclers spare very few words for this engagement that raged
Oh, so they didn't think this was anything special. Okay.
on for almost a day. What we do know is that Baldwin took charge of a far smaller force, repelled an attack from the rear, then came back and led a final charge that broke the enemy. The Egyptian camp was looted, and the Third Battle of Ramla was won. To their credit, the Fatimids were not a weak opponent, nor did they lack the will or the means to crush the Latins. Between 1099 and 1118, they launched major invasions that included naval support. In 1099, 1101, 1102, 1103, 1105 and 1118, with smaller raiding parties sent out in 1104, 1106, 1107, 1108, 1110, 1111, 1113 and 1115.
So they did it like a ton of times.
This means that in 19 years, the Kingdom of Jerusalem had to fight off at least 14 assaults, while laying siege to multiple cities, dealing with internal disputes.
I don't know if that's like a lot for like this time period, but it seems like it's probably a lot.
Italian merchant cities, Byzantines, and the Seljuks. Keep in mind that after Ascalon, the Crusaders never fielded more than 1,000 knights. Usually, their army consisted of around 500, supported by a few thousand infantry and archers.
Okay.
When compared with data from other campaigns, such as those against the Sultanate of Rum, Byzantines, and Seljuks, it is hard to draw a conclusion that disputes how brutally effective the Frankish knights really were.
I mean, they got better armor. They're definitely better defensively.
And through this period, the Crusader states were fighting for survival, not dominance, since every city had to be garrisoned, and supply lines were constantly disrupted. One can only imagine how different things could have been if either the alliance with Byzantium was preserved, the Crusade of 1101, featuring 10,000 knights, arrived in the Levant, or if Bohemond's crusading force sailed to Antioch instead of Dorylaeum.
Alright, let's break these three down. The Byzantium one. Yeah, like, they would be prioritized. They would be prioritized by the Imperial Kingdom, or Imperial Empire. Imperial Empire is redundant. They would have all the resources. Alexios would call on nations of the Balkans, and if he needed to, like, yeah, that's the obvious one. The Knights, that's the one that should have happened, but they really wanted Bohemond. I think that was Bohemond that was captured. So yeah, that would have helped. It wouldn't have been it wouldn't have been as effective as just being more aligned with Byzantium. The last one, that was never gonna happen. I that was too personal.
Speaking of the Crusade of 1101, the Seljuk Sultan of Rum, Kilij Arslan, had vanquished more Latins than he could count, so he felt secure enough to launch his own campaign against them.
Oh.
His forces initially tried to take Edessa, but after assessing its strong fortifications, he decided to turn on his Danishmend allies.
Oh.
Upon his arrival at Haran, the city surrendered to him, and Diyarbakir quickly followed. These victories emboldened the Sultan. From his perspective, everyone around him was falling apart, so when he was presented with an opportunity to expand his domain even further by taking control of Mosul, a key city that recently changed hands after a brutal assassination,
that's a decent track that he's making.
He went for it. The Sultanate of Rum did manage to conquer the city, but not for long. The Seljuk Sultan assembled a coalition that featured Ilghazi of the Artukids and Ridwan of Aleppo, who managed to defeat Kilij Arslan in the field. In his attempt to escape, another great figure of the story met his demise as he drowned in a river. To make matters worse, his son Malik Shah was held prisoner at the time, leaving the fate of Anatolia in the balance.
Yeah, there's a power vacuum now there.
Around this time, while Bohemond was laying siege to Dorylaeum, Tancred took the opportunity to advance his holdings, since the Byzantines were busy defending the Balkans against Bohemond. And so, in 1108, Tancred assaulted the key cities of Laodicea, Tarsus, Adana, and Mamistre, shifting the regional balance of
Yeah, we've seen this change hands like 3 times now.
power yet again. As for Alexios, one might assume that fending off a crusader invasion led by one of the most cunning men in medieval history, who wanted to conquer Constantinople itself, would mean he had his hands full. But as usual, he was one step ahead.
That territory, though, in forgot what you call that the mainland of Greece. There's like a certain name. That territory right there, it's so much different than the territory in the Levant, just geographically and just like how you would fight.
Raymond's death was a significant loss, but the emperor was willing to go all in and offered rich gifts to both claimants of Tripoli. On the one hand, there was William Jordan, who received and ignored his embassy, but on another, there was Bertrand, Raymond's eldest son, who sailed east on Genoese ships at the head of a 4,000-strong army that raided Thessaly.
Why do they always raid? Why do they always raid the guy that's giving them gifts?
Normally, this would have been severely punished, but Alexios knew how to turn enemies into allies. So instead, he invited him to the imperial court, where he offered rich gifts instead of an oath of vassalage, which Bertrand,
the great chess player Alexios,
accepted. The Provençal then sailed to Antioch, where he met Tancred. The Principality of Antioch had seized some of the lands under Raymond's control, so naturally Bertrand asked for their return. The Norman agreed, but only if the Provençal army helped him against the Byzantines. In a rare show of loyalty to one's word, Bertrand refused, suggesting that they take Gibel from the Seljuks instead, but Tancred was uninterested. Bertrand departed empty-handed and made his way to Tripoli, where he found William's siege camp and a...
William's here. He's like, yeah, I'm interested now. He looks like he's 18, by the way.
Conflict erupted over succession rights. The situation started to spiral out of control, so outside forces got involved.
Could be William's claim, really.
Baldwin decided to mediate the conflict and offered a resolution where once the city was taken, its lands would be divided equally between them. The two sides begrudgingly agreed, and Bertrand was then made to swear another oath of vassalage, but this time to Baldwin, while William turned to the aid of Tancred, creating a cold proxy war between the Crusader states.
Whoa, there's a Cold War in 1108? No way.
Then on July 12, 1109, the Crusaders, supported by the Genoese fleet, made an assault and successfully captured Tripoli. The resistance was strong and many men lost their lives, but most notably, William sustained an injury to which he succumbed in days.
Oh, so it's all Bertrand's then.
Suddenly, Tripoli had only one ruler, who owed his allegiance to both Jerusalem and Constantinople.
At least not Tancred. Alexios and Baldwin. Interesting.
Unfortunately for Tancred, his sphere of influence was diminished even further after both Jocelyn of Courtenay and Baldwin of Bourg were ransomed in 1107 and 1108. During their absence, Antioch held control over Edessa, but now that they were free, they refused to bend the knee to him, especially since Burmah was nowhere to be seen. The two then openly went to war against each other, with Baldwin seeking aid from an Armenian king who supplied him with an army and 300 Pecheneg mercenary riders. These
Tancred, if he survives this, he's just been through it.
Punitive raids caused severe damage to Tancred's lands and angered his subjects, which led to the clergy getting involved. A council was formed, and the prelates ruled in Baldwin's favour, restoring his rights as Count of Edessa, a semi-autonomous Crusader state under the vassalage of the Kingdom of Jerusalem.
Ah, so Baldwin's the hierarchy, or the top of the hierarchy.
4 considerable Crusader victories mark the following year of 1110. First, in the spring, a large army assembled by the Atabeg of Mosul.
What's Malik Shah doing? He was the son of Jocelyn. I don't know what he's doing though.
Attempted to lay siege to Edessa, but was forced to retreat after King Baldwin arrived with a relief force. Then, after a 2-month blockade, Baldwin, Genoa and Pisa assaulted and brutally sacked Beirut, killing most of its inhabitants.
Dang.
Fatimid ships from Tyre and Sidon tried to break the blockade, but were unsuccessful. Then in October,
Baldwin welcomed the first ever European monarch to visit the Crusader states, King Sigurd I of Norway.
Norway? That's an expedition to get over here. Okay. Yeah, Viking?
Whose incredible adventure story deserves its own video that we hope to make in the future. After stopping by England, Iberia and Sicily, the Norwegian king finished his pilgrimage by praying in Jerusalem, bathing in the River Jordan, and laying siege to Sidon.
Of course, gotta lay siege.
This time, however, the Fatimid fleet nearly broke their navy, but a last-minute action by a Venetian squadron under Doge Faliero saved the expedition. Sidon fell on December 4th after surrendering to Baldwin. And then, finally, Tancred led his own assault against the castle that would end up becoming Crac de Chevalier, solidifying his domain.
So Tancred's back. He's feeling good. Bertrand, he does have, like, I guess, allegiance with Baldwin, so he doesn't feel squeezed, but he's definitely getting pressure up top.
By this point, Burmore had signed the Treaty of Devil, but did nothing to enforce it. Alexios offered him an annual salary of 200 gold pounds, the title of Sebastos, and a generous amount of land, as long as he held them in his name, but the Norman didn't even write a letter to Tancred. Alexios opened Pandora's box, and was now willing to do anything to close it. So he started writing letters and sending gifts. In 1110, the Pisans were approached and offered not just an end to hostilities, but special trading privileges, similar to the ones he granted to the Venetians. Normally, merchants had to pay a 10% tax, and while the 4%
like a tariff
he offered wasn't as good as the 0% Venice paid, it was still a bargain. Additionally, Pisa would receive yearly payments from the empire, special legal rights, titles, and lucrative trade opportunities. In return, the merchant city agreed to become a Byzantine vassal and assist them in war. The treaty that both sides signed has survived and illustrates many important points. Nor will we, inhabitants of the city and land of Pisa, combine with any other person or people at enmity with you for the purpose of taking from you your empire, whether Romania or any other lands or islands which you hold under your imperial power, now or from this time forth, in Croatia, Dalmatia or Dyrrachium, as far as Alexandria itself.
It's really cool that we still have that account right here. Really cool.
Note that Alexios was not simply interested in reclaiming Anatolia and Antioch. His ultimate goal was a full restoration of the Eastern Roman Empire. To get there, he signed a
Dang, that's ambitious. That means the Fatimids, the Levant. Whoa.
deal with the same state that pillaged his trade ports and assisted his enemies. But why did the emperor choose Pisa over Genoa, alienating his Venetian allies? The wording of this treaty, and what followed after, reveals that Alexios was planning a massive invasion of the Crusader states. And since the Pisan archbishop was exiled from his post in Jerusalem, they made the ideal ally. The negotiations stalled, and the Byzantine royal decree affirming the new rights was only issued in late 1111, after Lombard, Genoese and Pisan ships raided the Dardanelles. Another indication of Alexios' ambitions was his embassy to the Pope. The emperor expressed his sympathy and spoke harshly against the Holy Roman Emperor Henry V, who openly threatened the papacy, offering Byzantine troops to guard the Eternal City. He even suggested the possibility of a church union and an end to the schism.
No way.
The Pope, however, wasn't interested.
Yeah, no way.
The next correspondence is based on slim evidence, but some records show that Alexios sent letters to the Sultan in Baghdad, incentivizing him to attack the Crusader states.
That would make no sense. I don't believe that.
In the meantime, the most serious diplomatic work was entrusted to the general Butimites, who in 1111 sailed to Cyprus with a fleet of 12 ships laden with supplies and gold. His first stop was Tripoli, where Bertrand welcomed him and provided storage for the vast treasury. He reaffirmed his oath to Alexios and was ready to go to war with him, provided that he arrived personally at the gates of Antioch. Once word got out, Baldwin called Butimites and began negotiating with him.
The idea was to form a coalition against Antioch, one which the king of Jerusalem was willing to join.
Conrad's just going through it.
But only after Alexios gave him a large quantity of gold and provided naval support. Giving so many resources to a potential enemy while receiving nothing seemed more like a scam than a bad deal, so talks continued for almost a year without progress. During that same period, Butimites approached Jocelyn of Courtenay with the same idea, but he refused. By this point it was 1112, and the ruler of Tripoli died, leaving his 14-year-old son Pons as the Count of Tripoli.
We've seen this story. There's no way Pons is going to last.
Yet again, a regency complicated things, and upon his return, when Butimites asked to access his treasury, the local bishop refused him. Suddenly there was a standoff. Despite threatening to cut off the grain trade for Cyprus, the money was never returned. Instead, the council sent Pons to Antioch so that Tancred could become his mentor, and that the relations between the two Crusader states could be mended. The following year, not only did Butimites return empty-handed, but the Venetians showcased their resentment of the Byzantine deal with Pisa by requesting aid for their invasion of Dalmatia. Despite affirming his claim over the region, Alexios begrudgingly agreed, but managed to stall and delay the potential invasion for another day. The emperor was
Alexios is dealing with so much right now.
An old man, and with Malik Shah free from captivity, major raids in
Malik Shah's a man now.
Anatolia continued to threaten his rear. The clock was ticking, and their diplomacy was starting to prove inefficient.
Oh no.
Then, either due to the Byzantines' machinations or pure coincidence, in 1111, every single Crusader state rallied together and stood firm against a massive expedition
So we're going back in time.
launched by the Seljuk Sultan Tapar. What was possibly the first jihad against the Crusader states was led by the new Attabeg of Mosul, Mordud. With him were the emirs of Alat and Hamadan. At first, the army marched against Edessa, but yet again found itself incapable of capturing the formidable fortress. Then they moved against Turbessel, led by Jocelyn of Courtenay, and besieged it. Lines were drawn and the defenders were tested. Before long, sickness began spreading throughout the siege camps, and the Emir of Alat succumbed to illness. Almost immediately his followers left the army, while the Emir of Hamadan also abandoned Mordud, hoping to gain Alat for himself. But before the diminished army could make their final assault, a messenger from Aleppo requested assistance against the Crusaders, who were on the verge of retaking the city. When Mordud got there, he was surprised to find that there were no Crusaders to speak of. Worse still, Ridwan refused to open his gates.
What the heck, Ridwan?
Instead, the army of Damascus, led by Togtekin, who also answered the call, joined the main host, giving it a much-needed boost.
Okay.
By this point, the Crusaders were able to unite their forces, as Tancred, King Baldwin, Count Bertrand of Tripoli, and Count Baldwin of Edessa merged their armies and
they're playing on the same team again.
Marched against the enemy near Shaizar. As soon as they were in sight, Mordud employed the traditional skirmishing tactics, sending wave after wave of horse archers to harass the Crusaders. But after years spent fighting the Seljuks, the Crusader resolve prevailed, and they refused to give chase, instead locking their arrows and establishing a defensive perimeter. Small-scale charges were utilized only if the enemy got too close, and never overextended. The battle became a standoff. Day after day, the Crusaders held the line, despite the harassment. The Seljuks waited for opportune moments to attack
How do you break this, though?
them, like when the knights were watering their horses by the Orontes River. After 2 weeks, with supplies running low, Baldwin gave the order, and the Crusaders fell back to Apamea. Even during their withdrawal, every contingent of the Crusaders held the formation until the Seljuk soldiers were completely demoralized. With 2 major contingents abandoning the army, and after gaining absolutely no spoils, the warriors refused to follow their commander, and the Seljuks accepted defeat as they pulled back. The Battle of Shaizar was a clear message to the Crusaders' enemies. Despite their rivalries, low numbers, and limited resources, the Crusaders preferred Latin neighbours to Islamic or Byzantine ones,
Obviously.
and they were here to stay.
Wow. That's what we'll stop today. Really just talked, the jihad against the Crusaders is just like a small part of that. Mainly just, we talked about, the back and forth of what's going on in the Levant. Alexios trying to cover some ground here. He's definitely has ambition, but he's got to deal with this, and then he's got to deal with that, and there's just so much back and forth. You got people dying, and then you got the people replacing the people that are dying, and then you got to keep it all together. And you got people like Kilij Aslan going off trying to be a hero. He dies. Bohemond's basically dead. Raymond's dead. Baldwin's still alive from what I can see. Tancred's still alive what I can see. Tripoli doesn't have a ruler for I guess he has that 14-year-old son, but that's about it. Guys, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you watching this much. We got one more episode, and then this will be it for the First Crusade. Hope you have a great one. Peace out. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are doing our final part in the First Crusade by Kings and Generals. This has been a wild ride. We've done 5.5 hours of this video, and there's just a little bit left. Glad you're here. Make sure you hit that like button. It really does help the channel. Let's just jump right in, shall we?
Course of this story, we examined the unravelling of the Byzantine Empire after the death of Basil II, culminating in the Battle of Manzikert and the Norman invasions. In the chaos that followed, what seemed to be just another usurper climbed the steps and sat on the throne in Constantinople. Alexios Komnenos had no treasury, no army, little legitimacy, and few allies.
Yeah, we gotta recognize Alexios really saved this empire.
So he conjured up a story and meticulously aimed.
I mean, look how much left is of the Eastern Roman Empire. It's just Greece. It's just Greece and a little bit of modern day Turkey, and that's it.
It at the Latin world, sprinkling religious artifacts as trinkets that spurred the imagination of peasants, nobles, and clergy alike. The emperor was successful and carefully guided the largest army assembled in Europe in the past 700 years, directing it towards the heartland of treacherous Anatolia, despite many provocations and raids. Now in the year 1111, less than 10% of that splintered army remained, but their stubborn existence in the face of Seljuk, Fatimid, and Byzantine attacks would change the course
and Byzantine attacks is crazy
of history forever. Alexios was becoming wiser with age, but that also came with illnesses such as gout and asthma, letting him know that the clock was ticking. That same clock had already run out for both Bohemond, who died isolated in Apulia, and Bertrand of Tripoli, who was succeeded by his 14-year-old son, Pont. Tancred, who was acting regent of Antioch, pounced at the opportunity and reconciled with the Occitan contingent in the Holy Lands by granting to Tosa, Maraclea, Safita, and Crac de Chevalier, all claimed by the counts of Tripoli, to Pont as fiefs. The young lord, technically a vassal of both Byzantium and Jerusalem, was now indebted to the Normans. That following year, the man instrumental in both capturing and holding Antioch, Tancred, succumbed to typhus.
So now Tancred's dead.
In his will, he ordered his wife, Cecile, daughter of the French king, to be engaged to Pont, further cementing the alliance between the two factions. The princedom of Galie passed to Joscelin of Courtenay, while Antioch was inherited by Bohemond's 4-year-old son, Bohemond II.
Yeah, he's not gonna rule.
Who was back in Italy with his mother, Constance. Naturally, this meant that a new regent was needed, and Tancred personally chose Roger of Salerno.
What do you mean he personally chose? He's dead. Guess that's just how it fell.
These moments of instability were exactly what the regional rivals were waiting for. So, in 1112, the Atabeg of Mosul, Modud ibn al-Tuntash, launched a campaign that started with the siege of Turbessel, the core of Joscelin's domain. In June, a small crusader force he led pushed the Seljuks back. Shortly afterwards, an attempt by an Armenian peasant army to capture Edessa was discovered,
and Baldwin of Bourges, ruler of Edessa, galloped towards the city walls and slaughtered them. Down south, Baldwin of Jerusalem's advances were halted at Tyre, which he failed to capture, partly due to the departure of his Norwegian allies.
Yeah, it was crazy still that he was there.
In April 1112, a large combined force from the newly allied Fatimids and the Atabeg of Damascus, Togtekin, forced him to lift the siege and ride back to his capital. Mawdud proposed to unite all Islamic forces against the Christians and repulse them once and for all, resulting in the most promising anti-Crusader coalition since 1098. In 1113, the armies of Mosul and Damascus stood as one and crossed the river Jordan south of the Sea of Galilee. In response, Baldwin and his bannermen offered battle near the bridge of Al-Sanabra. The numbers on both sides are unknown, but a decisive blow here could have meant a disaster for either side. Mawdud used the classic feigned retreat and drew many of the Crusaders out of their defensive positions.
So Baldwin's like the last, I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure Baldwin's like the last original prince, like crusader in this region, right? I'm pretty sure.
Including Baldwin, who charged in. Almost immediately he realized his mistake as he encountered the full force of the coalition army, and his soldiers were attacked from every side.
Dang.
Yet again, a string of luck and good armor saved the king, but the same could not be said for a big portion of his army. The survivors formed up and held their ground against the arrow fire while the Muslim coalition began sending columns to raid the countryside.
That's actually pretty smart. As they're occupied, go deal with something.
One of them sacked the town of Nablus, all while the Crusaders could only hold their ground on a nearby hill. Contingents from Tripoli and Antioch soon reinforced Baldwin, but he still lacked the means to repulse the raiders. Despite that, Mawdud and Togtekin failed to take any major stronghold, and soon turned back once supplies ran out. The victorious leaders feasted in Damascus, where before long, the Hashashins struck their next blow. Mawdud was slain after his prayers by the secret order.
Bro! We gotta learn about the assassins. I'm just such an Assassin's Creed nerd that I just gotta learn about the assassins, bro. Because at first I didn't even know that was real. And then like, I only learned that it was real like maybe not even like 5 months ago. So this is insane. We gotta back it up. I gotta see that again.
Struck their next blow. Mawdud was slain after his prayers by the secret order, which would later end up killing the next two rulers of Mosul in 1126 and 1131.
Wow.
Later that year, Emir of Aleppo, Ridwan, died of old age, and the streets of Aleppo were flooded with violent militia, who captured every supporter of the Order of Assassins and executed them for conspiring with the Crusaders. One
thing I will note, every single medieval faction kingdom has horrible succession like structure. Meaning like after someone dies, they're so focused on what's happening right now that they don't plan ahead, or their administration doesn't plan ahead for what happens after. They just have poor planning. There might be some countries that do it really well, but most of them do not.
The successor, Alp-Arslan, was 16 then, but suffered from a severe speech impediment, which gave him the nickname Al-Akras, or the Mute. Upon his ascension, many of his brothers were killed, and only a year later, a usurper called El-Baba killed the boy in hopes of obtaining power for himself with the support of Damascus. Taking advantage of the fact that his enemies were distracted
and now we see Aleppo, sorry for pausing again, but now we see Aleppo as kind of like its own city-state versus how it was kind of engulfed within the Seljuk Empire. Now Aleppo was more like just the city in the previous, at least maps that I've seen, but now it's actually grown to to this. And I'm wondering who's running the Sultanate of Rum at this point.
And killing each other. Ruler of Edessa, Baldwin of Bourg, hatched a plot of his own by inviting Josselin of Courtenay under the pretense that he was writing his will. Upon arrival, Josselin was imprisoned and forced to relinquish all his fiefs except Galilee. Soon after, the two sides mended their relations with the classic marriage alliance pact as they married each other's sisters.
That's weird, bro.
The latter phase of the First Crusade is a constant
I guess it's not weird for the time though.
rotation between years where all sides are taking a pause and preparing for the upcoming conflicts, and ones filled with impactful events. 1113 is easily one of the busiest of those years.
1113 is also the year when the Order of Knights of the Hospital of St. John's in Malta was founded to protect pilgrims to the Holy Land, formally recognized. Dang, my nose is itchy. Formally recognized by the Papal Bull, formal proclamation issued by Pope Pascal II, called the Postulatio Voluntate.
Back in Byzantium, Alexios was struggling with the fact that almost all the Crusader leaders he had personally met and received oaths from were now dead. This new generation of leaders didn't experience his hospitality firsthand, and was quick to forget the many shipments that prevented their annihilation, as well as the guides that got them through Anatolia. They knew him as the treacherous emperor who abandoned them at Antioch.
That's not fair at all.
And attacked the hero Bohemond. Alexios exhausted every diplomatic measure, yet he was nowhere closer to securing the Holy Land, especially Antioch. Unfortunately for him, his dream had to be postponed, as the death of Kilij Arslan led to a new wave of Seljuk incursions. His son, Malik Shah, didn't ratify the truce between the two sides, and in both 1110 and 1112, major raids were conducted around Smyrna. In 1113, a massive army marched up to the gates of Nicaea and began pillaging and looting the countryside. The city's governor sallied out with his forces and confronted the Seljuks, only to be captured in the fighting. It was then that Alexios did the unthinkable and crossed over, personally leading his army as he tried to catch up to the enemy.
Dang!
The emperor rescued vast amounts of loot and prisoners after a quick skirmish, and the governor of Nicaea was saved. Unfortunately, all hope of securing the Holy Land was abandoned, as a new war with the Sultanate of Rum was at hand.
I mean, to be honest, yeah, you gotta take care of your home versus you take care of something very far away.
In 1114, all sides were licking their wounds, and there was little to no activity, especially since a massive earthquake destroyed most of Antioch's formidable defenses, forcing its regent to devote most of his time to restoring them. The other notable event was the continued assault on Edessa by the new Atabeg of Mosul, Basuki, who invaded in May before being repelled. The following year, however, would be filled with action on nearly every front. In 1115, the Seljuk Sultan Muhammad Tapa, who had been calling for action against the Crusaders, appointed Bursuk II, the Lord of Hamadan, as the leader of a large force made up of soldiers from Upper Mesopotamia, numbering between 8,000 to 10,000. News of this force shocked not only the Crusader princes, but other regional powers too. The new Atabeg of Aleppo, al-Baba, sent envoys to both Toghtekin of Damascus and El-Ghazi of Mardin and asked them for aid against the Sultan, while they, in their own right, approached Roger of Salerno. Messengers galloped all over the Holy Land, and pretty soon everyone in the Levant was in a temporary alliance against the Seljuk Sultan.
Dang. That's a lot of territory. I mean, I guess more or less like a defensive pact. Pros, I don't see them going on the offensive at all. Well, I say the people in the Levant, I don't see going on the offensive.
Included Edessa, Antioch, Tripoli, and Jerusalem. In short, the only way to unite all of these squabbling states was for an outside force like the Byzantines or Seljuks to invade them. The Allies gathered their armies and moved 80 kilometers south to the walled town of Apamea, strategically located at the crossroads between Aleppo, Damascus, and Antioch, allowing them to maneuver and rescue whichever city Bursuk headed to. The next time scouts reported movement of the Seljuk army was when it captured Hama, a town 30 kilometers from their location, before camping at Shaizar. Baldwin of Jerusalem immediately mobilized 500 knights and 1,000 foot soldiers and marched north. Along the way, the now adult Count Pawn of Tripoli joined the fray with 200 knights and 2,000 infantry. The king sent a message forbidding Roger from engaging the enemy before reinforcements arrived. Bursuk's forces soon closed around Roger's armed camp, attempting to lure the Antiochians and their allies into a charge. Their skirmishing tactics severely provoked the Latins. Things were so tense that Roger threatened to put out the eyes of any man who sallied out of the camp without permission.
Well, I don't even know if that would even be possible because, you know, they would have so much, like, I don't think he could even control if someone was to defect or to abandon at this point, because maybe he could. I don't know. It's a good deterrence, but I don't know if he would be able to do that.
Later, he rode through the camp with his sword drawn to emphasize his point. When Bursuk heard of Baldwin's relieving force, which included 5,000 Muslim allies, he withdrew to the east. Baldwin's combined army may have been as large as 10,700 men. The coalition quickly followed and burned much of Shaizar as punishment for allying with the Seljuks. When Bursuk didn't turn back to defend the town, the allied leaders assumed the campaign was over and left for home. As soon as the allied host dispersed, Bursuk invaded again and captured the Christian-held town of Kafatab near Apamea. A weary and abandoned Roger recalled his Antiochian army and took to the field again with just 700 cavalry and 2,000 infantry, supported only by Baldwin of Bork's contingent from Edessa. Meanwhile, Bursuk took his army towards Sedana, not far from Antioch. Roger stationed his army south of the city at the castle of Rugia, near a bridge on the Orontes River. Early on September 14th, Roger received intelligence that his opponents were carelessly going into camp near Samin to water their horses. He rapidly advanced and took Bursuk's army by complete surprise. As the Crusaders launched their attack, some Turkic soldiers were still entering the camp.
So this is about to be a rout.
Roger divided the Frankish army into left, centre and right divisions. Baldwin led the left wing, while Prince Roger personally commanded the centre. The Crusaders attacked in an echelon formation, with the left wing leading. As we often see in these charge or feign retreat battles, once one side surprised the other, victory was imminent. The Seljuks were pressed back to a hillside behind their camp, which quickly became overrun by the Crusaders.
Is he gonna get captured? Berserk?
The Frankish right was the only place where the Latins struggled, as a Seljuk counterattack broke the Turcopoles stationed there. The fighting continued for some time, but ultimately Roger was victorious and proved himself a worthy successor to Tancred. At least 3,000 Seljuks were killed and many captured, along with property worth 300,000 bezants.
I don't know what that equates to, but it sounds like a lot.
Contrast, the Frankish losses were minor. This victory solidified the Crusader domains in the north and neutralized the danger of Mosul for a whole decade. With the Seljuk threat eliminated, the Muslim Atabegs quickly broke their alliance with the Crusaders, and some personally traveled to Baghdad to obtain a pardon from Muhammad Tapa. Baldwin of Bourges made good use of this victory by moving against some small Armenian principalities in the valley of the Euphrates, taking Berejik and a few other towns whose population he resettled elsewhere. As for Baldwin of Jerusalem, he decided to make a move against the Fatimids, who were attempting to capture Jaffa. The Latins rescued the city and pushed further into Jordan, even establishing some crucial outposts, such as Montreal. The following year, he returned to the region and marched as far as Aqaba on the Red Sea. After
that territory has expanded immensely. He doesn't have Gaza, he doesn't.
The local inhabitants fled, Baldwin constructed castles in the town and on a nearby island, leaving a garrison in both fortresses. The three strongholds, Montreal, Eilat and Pharaoh's Island, secured the control of the rich caravan routes between Syria and Egypt.
And now he has a warm water port, or just a port, in the Red Sea now.
They also enabled Baldwin to survey the movements of the Egyptian troops continuously. From the Red Sea coast, Baldwin hastened to Tyre and began the construction of a new fortress at the ladder of Tyre known as Scandalian Castle, which completed the blockade of the town from the mainland. Tyre was a major stronghold that continued to resist the Crusaders and was a vital front they had to close. But late in 1116, Baldwin fell seriously ill. On his deathbed, he ordered all of his debts to be paid off and began distributing his wealth and considered his successor. But this was not the end of Baldwin. The man who travelled all this way still had one good fight left in him.
No way.
As did the other main protagonist of this story.
Alexios?
In 1116, Alexios Komnenos got tired of waiting for someone else to finish the job and rode out in force. The Byzantine emperor, who had saved eastern Rome from annihilation, mustered an army aimed at reconquering Anatolia by striking at the very heart of the Sultanate of Rum. But as his troops were still being drilled near Nicaea, several nomadic groups began raiding western Anatolia. This didn't dissuade the emperor, so he marched along the known route.
If it's really what they look like, that is intimidating, bro. You can just see the wealth poured off this guy. It looks like he's got Crayola armor.
From Nicaea to Antioch in Pisidia, as he headed towards Iconium. Smaller fortresses and outposts were captured, and many captives were rescued. Then the army entered the plateau. Malik Shah had gathered his own army and awaited the Romans in an ambush. However, in a rare sight of character growth, the 59-year-old Alexios, once the stubbornly impulsive young man who rushed headfirst into danger, felt disaster looming and decided to turn back. As he withdrew, he gathered numerous local Romans and escorted them back east. Aware that danger could loom around every turn, the emperor commanded that his soldiers make a hollow square formation. The soldiers made firm rectangles with civilians at the center, slowly moving through the dangerous landscape. Indeed, the now returning raiders from the west stumbled upon the large host and began attacking them with their usual hit-and-run tactics. At the rear, Malik Shah also pounced with his men. Day and night, the discipline and morale of the Byzantine soldiers were tested, but they did not falter under the Komneni standard.
Dang, this is impressive, actually.
After realizing he could not break the formation, Malik Shah sent envoys and called for a truce. Sultan and Emperor met in person and shook hands as they ratified the treaty made under Malik Shah's father. The Sultanate of Rum kept control of central and eastern Anatolia, while the wealthy Byzantine western Anatolia would be free from raids. This was the best that Alexios could hope for, and while not all of Anatolia was in his hands,
despite the fact that Trebizond had been mostly autonomous for at least several decades,
every major city in the region was under his rule. But yet again, fate had different plans. As Malik Shah returned to his camp, his officers captured and blinded him as punishment for complacency.
Dang.
The source of their wealth was raiding, and this treaty could harm their way of life and their power. Alexios had saved the lives of thousands of his citizens, but yet again, he worked so hard to obtain so little. Only 2 years later, after 37 years on the throne, Alexios Komnenos finally succumbed to his illnesses.
What an emperor, guys.
Few rulers have a resume as rich as his. His deeds are still being discussed today, with some historians laying the fault for the impending crusades and rivalry with merchant states flatly on his feet. To them, he is the man who opened Pandora's box while trying to save his empire.
He didn't open Pandora's box. I think he allowed the empire to go another 300 years. It could have easily fell apart at the top of the 11th century. Easily.
Others see him as the greatest Byzantine emperor, surpassing the likes of Justinian and Basil II.
I don't know about Justinian.
For his reforms of the
Basil.
clergy and monetary system, as well as the successful defense against the Normans, Pechenegs and Seljuks, and the reconquest of western Anatolia, despite a dozen assassination attempts and starting with nothing.
Probably more.
But both sides agree that few rulers have ever been as devoted to their state and people as Alexios. But our story, which took 2 years to make and correctly adjust the end date of the First Crusade, concludes with a different bittersweet ending.
Really?
That of the last of the original princes who answered Urban's call.
Baldwin
of Jerusalem miraculously recovered in early 1117 and continued doing his best. He aimed to secure the southern frontier with a fresh new expedition against the Fatimids, which began in March 1118 and went as far as Farama on the Nile Delta without a fight, as Muslim civilians fled before the Crusader army. Baldwin's retainers were hopeful and urged him to attack Cairo itself, but suddenly an old wound to his kidneys, received in 1103, reopened. The king of Jerusalem succumbed in a matter of days spent securing the succession, for which he named his brother Eustace III, but also allowed the barons to elect Baldwin of Bourg if necessary. 5 days later, his body was buried in the cavalry chapel of the Holy Sepulchre, next to that of his other brother Godfrey, on Palm Sunday.
Wow.
1118 saw the death of the Byzantine Emperor, King of Jerusalem, Abbasid Caliph, Seljuk Sultan, and the Bishop of Rome, acting as a hard reset that shuffled many political alliances and interests. The stories of the Seljuks, Romans, Latins, and Fatimids were far from their finale, but the story of the First Crusade and the main characters who caused this geopolitical shift had reached its conclusion.
That's where we're going to stop today, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. This was an insane series. I don't know where we're going to go from here. Do we go to the Second Crusade? Well, there was a Second Crusade, apparently, from this video. Where do we go from here? I'd love to hear you guys' video suggestions down below. I don't have much more to say. As we talked pretty much after every episode, and this one was more or less a conclusive episode. It seems that, like I said before, Alexios is one of the top emperors of the Byzantines ever. Is Baldwin and Godfrey still undisturbed in the Holy Sepulchre? Sepulchre, if that's how you say it. I'm very curious. I'm going to check that out next. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Bye-bye.